You are watching the Vodka stream.
Boop! What is happening, everybody? It is Friday. Thank God, right? Jeez. Now, this week dragged. I'll tell you what. So, but welcome to the Vodka stream. Let's sit back, pour some drinks if you got them, and let's have some good conversation. So hopefully you guys are having a good Friday, good weekend. Hopefully you'll have some things planned, or you're just, sitting around watching Black Mirror. I watched the first 2 episodes last night, and holy shit, that first episode was insane. Well, the second one too. It's very meta. That's for damn sure. But I'm actually going to be doing beer tonight. I got some Stella. But, obviously got to keep the vodka flowing. So I got my little flash shot glass right here. So let's take a little shot first before we get started. Good stuff. All right, guys. Get a chaser with that one. Okay. See who's out there. We'll get my guest in soon in just a little bit. Talk to him. And then, of course, we'll get a panel in here and we'll talk about all kinds of nerdy nonsense as we do. What's going on, Ryan? Good to see you, buddy. Patrick, let's see, Dave, the flat. Okay, so you still haven't seen it yet, Ryan. Patrick. You've probably been spoiled all to high hell, man. Manalo, what's going on? Hola, good to see you. ¿Cómo estás? Jason McKenzie, ahoy, hoy. Always good to see you. Cheers. Welcome, yes. Welcome, everybody, to the Vodka stream. We got Yoko right here. Yoko, the volcanic motto. Interesting. Dawn of the Terror. Oh, I said down. Dawn. It's been a week. Thank you for being a big fan. Appreciate that. We got Brandon right here. Always good to see you, buddy. Brandon at the movies. Of course, I like your profile because I'm like right there in the middle of it. When we did not see The Flash, of course, we drove out there, but did not see The Flash. Ugh. Yes, rewatch The Dark Knight. It's good. It's good. What's going on, Mr. Movie Watchman? Good to see you. We got Chino 19963. It should have been Bale. So that's I've been noticing a lot more people have been talking about that. A lot more people have been talking about that after the box office response for The Flash. Is they're thinking that maybe if it was Bale instead of Keaton, that it would have done better, or it would be doing better. I guess you could say. I don't know. It's an interesting take because it kind of brings me back to a joke that's in what was that Seth Rogen movie and Zac Efron movie, Neighbors, when he like moves in to next door to like, Fred House moves, and they make the joke because Seth Rogen's Batman is Keaton, but Zac Efron's Batman is Bale. And it's like, yeah, you got that generational thing. I don't know. It'll be a topic of discussion tonight. Why not? Because that is interesting. I've seen a lot more people on the timeline kind of talk about that. Like if it was Bale, maybe it could have been, I don't know. So far, a good Friday for you. Good. All right. We got X-Fire right here. Thank you for the $2 super chat. What would the first actions be if you ran DC? Well, my first action would be I'd probably call that Zack Snyder guy and be like, hey, what would you do here? You want to just, I'm not, hey, you're building universes over there, but I'm just saying, like, can you give me some input on like, hey, maybe, that's all. And then, hey, whenever you want to come back, hey, you can, kind of thing. That'd probably be my first action, is call Zach. Call Zach. And then I try to be like, hey, can you also call Christopher Nolan? I just need some things, just some ideas, What's going on, Chris? Friday night with Dave in the panel. How can the night get any better? Well, there you go. So it was great. What's going on, William? Always good to see you. We got Paul right here. Haven't seen The Flash. From what I've seen, might have been, yeah. There's the course of discourse out there, Paul, but hope to talk to you soon. Let's see. We got Droga right here. What is happening? We have to remember Bale was almost 20 years ago. I know. Isn't that crazy? That's the thing. There is 3 generations of it. It is pretty crazy if you think about it. So, yeah, it's probably, okay, Yako. Yako. Muto. Okay. Thank you for, okay. Yes, Muto as in the, okay. Gotcha right there. Well, I'm bad at pronouncing things. That's one of my, it's one of my things. I don't pronounce things correctly. W Games, what's your top 5 DCEU movies? Ooh, it's a tough one. It's not really a tough one, but because BVS is always going to be top for me. And then probably Man of Steel, and then Zack Snyder's Justice League, and then probably Wonder Woman. And I don't know, maybe Flash does fit in there. I don't know. I've seen it twice, really enjoyed it. I'm just kind of going like, I think I might like it better than Aquaman. I don't know. I think I've watched Aquaman more than I've watched The Flash. That's just right now. So, but excited for the discussion tonight. Cool. All right. Freaking Ben. Gotta love that. All right. Let me go ahead and set my tweet right here. I'll bring in my guest and chat it up a little bit. Whoop. If I could type right here, the stream. All right. Make sure we got all that. Okay. All right. Let's bring in my guest right here. Maybe you've seen his videos on, especially TikTok. He seems to be killing it on TikTok at the moment with short style video, which we'll talk about and everything like that. But let's bring him on right now. Lex Reviews. What is happening, sir?
How's it going? Nothing much, man. Today's been good.
Good. That's good. Glad to hear that. Kind of been a little for me, but hey, it's Friday. Now I'm on this thing and we're chatting. So why not?
Yeah. I'm glad to be on the vodka stream. I did not get vodka. I have some twisted teas here, but yeah, dude, man.
I don't discriminate. Alcohol is like, hey, either, whatever alcohol you want, because I'll even change it up a little bit too. But, even if you were drinking water, I don't discriminate. So, hey, you got a twisted tea. That's perfectly fine with me.
So what is the topic of discussion for tonight? There's so much going on.
Well, right now, though, we're going to talk about let's talk about you right now for a little bit. Let's get your origin story. Anytime I have a guest on, I always like to get the origin story of obviously you're on YouTube, you're on TikTok. And I was just saying, you're pretty much killing it on TikTok. Because, that was one of the things I actually wanted to talk about too, because when it comes to just short videos nowadays and just kind of obviously you got long form video and then you got shorts, YouTube shorts, and I mean, that's it. It is interesting. There's always that discussion, and I've talked about it with other people who have channels and everything. Like, hey, when it comes to short video, short form video content and everything, it's like because everybody's, we try to build our audience, and it can be hard. And one of the tools that we do have is like to, hey, well, like clip out some shit and, you can see what it's about. And maybe you want to watch the long form. But what I've noticed about when it comes to your TikTok and even your YouTube is you've chosen the more short form style video when it comes to your content.
No, definitely. Definitely. I've been trying to, I kind of started off first before I even had a TikTok or anything. Obviously, I scrolled through the app a ton, but it was the morning after the Snyder Cut came out that I was sitting there and just in pure awe and shocked at what I had just witnessed. And I had literally been up that entire night because I waited for that 2 a.m. release. You know what I mean? And I was like, I got to see this as soon as it comes out. I don't want any spoilers. So I watched it and I was like, literally no one in my family is going to get what is happening right now, what this is. And I mean, what it could lead to, hopefully, obviously. Yeah. But I started, my first video ever was a review for the Snyder Cut. And then I just started pumping out Snyder videos. And then that kind of turned into, obviously you had other like big Marvel movies coming out, like No Way Home. And it just kind of trickled on down. And now I think the thing that I'm most passionate about is just making like 2 to 3 minute just video essays on movies and yeah, I love it. I absolutely love it.
So basically, when you started your channel, you're basically covering a lot of Snyder stuff before. Oh, I mean,
it was
anything...
Snyder for like the first 2 months, like nothing but. I was like, this is gonna be crazy, and it really did look like DC was gonna go that route right after the Snyder Cut came out. You know what I mean? Because the hype, the hype was through the roof, and it just kept going. And I was like, oh, this is perfect. But constant coverage. I mean, every day there was some sort of new news thing. Either Warner Brothers was like really happy with the success, so they were like, oh, we're not touching that. Like that was just a little, and I was like, oh, come on. But
well, we all were like that. I mean, it was a very interesting time during that because obviously Zach was making the rounds. He showed up on here a few times and just like putting stuff out there, and then all of a sudden there was like, he had like an article come out from THR or something like that from like Ann Sarnoff that was like, oh yeah, we're not moving forward with it. And there's just it was just always like back and forth when it came to that. And I don't know, it was just always, it was an interesting time. It was an exciting time, but then it was like, okay, the response here, Warner Brothers, are you watching any of this? Like, you fucked up. This is kind of what you should have like kept with. And it sucks too because if they would have just stuck with what he wanted to do in the first place, it would have already been done, and you moved on. I mean, like we would already had like his whole Justice League trilogy out, and
I mean, the way DC is looked down upon with like compared to Marvel, I can't even imagine what the state of DC would be like if this movie, the Snyder Cut, well, at least a shortened version of it with everything that happened in it, if that got released in 2017 in place of what we got, it'd be insane. It would be revolutionary.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. I mean, it's what's so crazy about this. But where are you located, by the way? I forgot exactly. I think we maybe talked about that.
I'm in Massachusetts right now.
Okay. So you're East Coast.
Yeah, I'm from Tennessee, but I'm up in the East Coast right now.
Nice.
Yeah, it's finally getting into summer. It's warming up. It's time for the beach. So
I know. Over here in California, we've had nothing but like overcast. Like every time I wake up, it's just like, and it's just like overcast. It's been overcast, and finally we're getting the sun. The sun, even though it gets relatively hot over here, there's just something nice like when the sun is actually coming through the window, as opposed to just the gloom of clouds and everything. So yeah, I'm with you too. I want to make it to the beach. Some coming up soon, but Oh, that's cool. I was just wondering. I was like, I couldn't remember exactly what side of the country you're on. So, and are you like in your like makeshift studio right now? I mean, I noticed your background.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm in the makeshift studio right now. This is where I record all my videos. I got the ring light set up. It's
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah. When it comes to short form like video, I mean, obviously I try like when I do my live streams and then I just kind of like clip everything. But actually doing like the short form, like I mean, obviously like on TikTok, I was looking at some of the views on your videos. I mean, you've gotten into the millions when it comes to certain things. It's just it's just like one of those things where you kind of just go, all right, well, let me just try to do it like this. I mean, obviously with short videos, it still takes time. You can't, obviously you never know what's going to happen when it comes to this shit. But
yeah,
when you don't just go, okay, let me just throw a clip up there and that's it. Sometimes you got to like edit it, put some like a scene with it, have it like I mean, when you approach that kind of, but it's just like, especially with TikTok. I mean, I'm not on TikTok. I was on TikTok and I kind of stopped,
yeah,
but just being on TikTok, I mean, you just really don't know what's going to land or not
yeah.
like that.
TikTok is really all about its currents. Like it's
Yeah.
like you if you know the time that people are really looking for stuff, I mean it becomes really really easy. A lot of my views on my page is simply from like doing reactions to the Flash show, which I like
Yeah.
grew up on and absolutely love. And so, I mean, not this latest season, but um, well, that was awful. But I mean, it got enormous amounts of views. Like every single Wednesday night, I'd literally stay up till 4 in the morning, just getting my reactions together, editing it all, and then throwing it up on TikTok. So yeah, I mean, it
four
just
o'clock in the morning. Wow.
yeah, I mean that's my bread and butter time, to be honest. If I'm like that's when I really really grind on my videos, and I realize because like during the day I'm distracted either by work or just different stuff I want to go out and do, and then
Yeah.
nighttime all of a sudden it's like another gear kicks in, and I'm like I just get this huge like I gotta make some content now and just keep going and going and going.
No, yeah. I mean, the nighttime is the right time when it comes to that, I would say. Sometimes like like with me, obviously I have to do everything. I do everything during the day, and then I'm just like wiped out. But if I didn't have to have the day job, I mean, I would be working well into the night. There's just
Yeah,
something about it. It's quiet. Yeah, I don't know. There's just like a different mindset of like, okay, it's nighttime, everything's relaxed and things are just whatever, and I'm just gonna sit here and do the thing. I mean, I've been there too, like when it came to like earlier stuff that I did on YouTube, where it's like I would be like, okay, I got a video that I'm gonna post that morning, like a Friday morning, so I'll be up on a Thursday till like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, just like editing it together. And yeah, I mean, it's just there's just something about that. But I mean, yeah, like I said, even just doing something that's like a minute or two, something short form, I mean, you really gotta just you gotta
yeah,
make sure like it's popping. I mean, there's sometimes where I take some clips when I do YouTube shorts, and I'm just going, man, I am not talking fast enough, so I have to like sit there and
yeah. Those first 2 to 3 seconds of the video
yes,
are the most important. Like no one like they have to like
it's so
you'll see a
quick.
lot of people though sometimes even like the people that are just putting like videos out from movies,
Yeah,
they'll start it off with like the most crazy part of the clip and then go back. You know what I mean? Just because those first 3 seconds they're supposed to be eye catching. You want people
yep.
to sit here and be like, all right, I'm gonna watch this. And then they'll go back to the beginning of the scene and it'll round out, you know?
Yeah, I've
So
noticed that. I mean, smart when they did the, with every trailer that you see now, it starts off with like a boom, 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 boom of like some craziness that's happening, and then they show the title, and then you lead right into it. And yeah, it's smart because yeah, with the first like anytime I cut like a YouTube short or anything like that, I'm like, all right, I got to put something's got to jump up, the camera's got to zoom in or something. I got to like make like all kinds of anything, but when you do your content, I mean, I noticed like on YouTube, so you just do strictly shorts, and then but your focus is mainly TikTok, or is it just both, or what?
it's mainly TikTok. Yeah,
Yeah,
you won't see me posting on YouTube that much. I just really um with TikTok it's easier for the videos to really like gain traction, and also I'm actually like making money off of TikTok. So with
Yeah.
YouTube, it's less of like a need for it, you know? And especially with, I don't know what's like what your TikTok is or how deep you are into it,
Not
but I
really
would definitely
much.
encourage like getting on that because the new creator fund is insane.
That's
Like
what
it
I
really
heard. I
is.
heard that when it comes to creators, they're paying them off like better than they were before. Is that
It
true?
is crazy.
Okay.
It is you can end up getting like $1 per 1,000 views. Like
Really?
it's actually, yeah.
That's interesting. I wonder what made them change. Probably because everybody's trying to do the short form content. I mean, I put reels on Instagram. I'll put obviously I do YouTube Shorts, but YouTube Shorts, obviously, I mean, it's still fresh, still new, and yeah, I mean, you can have one that goes crazy, and yeah, they paid jack shit. That's for damn sure.
Yep.
Yeah.
YouTube's a hard grind because there'll be a lot of misses, but when you hit them, it's satisfying. But with TikTok, I don't know, it just feels like the growth is easier.
Yeah.
Just because it's used more than anything. Like it's crazy. I think that's why they decided to up it, because I think they realized like these other platforms are coming out with different versions of shorts, like IG Reels, YouTube Shorts, and TikTok was like, all right, like let's just go ahead and stop the competition. We'll pay you this. Like let's just get this set.
Yeah, see, you're convincing me. I stopped for a bit, but now I'm like, should probably, because when I was doing it, it was like, okay, it'd be interesting to see when I would check. I'd be like, oh wow, that video popped off like 2,000 views quickly, and I was like,
Yeah.
okay, that's very interesting. But at the same time, I wasn't like, I wasn't just, I don't know, it just felt like I was like, we have another social media service. So I just kind of stopped, and I was like, all right, let me focus on shorts. Let me focus on reels and everything. But then I heard that they were starting to pay off the creators a lot better when it came to TikTok. And I'm like, okay, maybe it's time to go back and, open up the account again and maybe just give it a shot. And I think you're convincing me right now here.
You definitely should. It's 100% worth it.
Now, your name is actually Lex, right? It's not just Lex Luthor. Okay, it wasn't like
no. My
sometimes you just never know. Like when it comes to like the certain name that somebody chooses, like maybe he just likes Lex Luthor, and he's kind of, you got some Jesse Eisenberg type hair. Somewhat.
I got to shave it to go into my final arc.
But there you go. Exactly.
We'll get to that. But yeah, no, my full name is Alexander. Okay. But growing up, my mom always called me Lex. My family always called me Lex. So it was like, all right, I'm gonna go ahead and just Lex. I mean, it was just my name, and then I just added on reviews.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's why I wanted to ask. I wanted to double check that. I was like, well, I mean, he got the hair, and I know, when it comes to Lex Luthor, or at least Zack Snyder's Lex Luthor, some people, it's been a topic of a discourse. I mean, we have a discourse happening right now that's almost reminding me of the discourse back in 2016 when BVS came out.
Is that the Rosenbaum thing, or what are you talking about?
No, well, I'm just talking about like how the discourse right now is just the Flash in general. I mean,
yeah.
I know you saw it, and judging by your Twitter, you liked it for the most part.
Right? I did. The only part of it I did not like is James Gunn's added ending. I think having Keaton and Sasha and Henry show up at the end of that would have been perfect, and then to have the Ben Affleck kind of end credit scene, it would have hyped fans up. And the biggest issue with the Flash is the fact that James Gunn came out and said, yeah, we're rebooting everything. And that's like, I mean, this is a box office atrocity. Like, this is insane. There's no reason this movie, you can have your gripes about the visual effects, but when it comes down to it, Barry had a great story in this. Michael Keaton's Batman has a good arc. Sasha Calle does phenomenal. It's really just that ending and what it means for the future. Because this movie really meant jack squat for the future, and people don't like that.
Yeah, that's always been an issue. I mean, with me, I was just knowing that, okay, nothing's really gonna come from this. So like the whole Clooney gag, I was like, okay, I don't mind it. I didn't mind it because I was going, well, obviously there's nothing more here, but then obviously when the news report came out that, well, yeah, the original ending was this, and then there was a version that had Cavill and Godot also part of it too. And I went, well, why couldn't they just at least keep that part in there? I mean, I get it.
I
That's the thing.
think
Yeah.
I think there was another ending filmed. I'm not 100% sure on this, but the
Mm,
way it was looking like when Black Adam came out, Batgirl gets canceled. We see Ben Affleck on set of Aquaman 2.
yeah.
I mean, in my head, that ending probably wouldn't have Keaton in it. I'd say if this movie December, right before James Gunn destroys everything, like I think that ending would have had Affleck, Henry, Sasha. Like it would have all been there.
Yeah.
But sadly, that's not the ending we got to see. But I think that's what they were gearing up for, because it did look like everyone was back. Henry was back. Ben had signed up. Like this dude was like, all right, the Flash is my last like go around, and then he's in Aquaman 2. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't make sense.
Who are you talking about? Hits in the Flash and then Aquaman. You talking about Ben?
Yeah, I'm saying
Yeah.
Ben was back. I think Ben was 100%.
You think he was
back.
100% back? I
Yeah.
don't know about that. I don't know. To me, it was like, it seems like not 100%, but maybe just always leaving the door open. I mean,
So what do you think he would have been doing in Aquaman 2 then?
Well, I don't. Yeah, that's a good question, because at first when they were talking about a Bruce Wayne presence in Aquaman, they shot something with Michael Keaton. When that whole multi-pasta event happened, I guess they were just going like, all right now, like when it came to that regime with Hamada and all those guys, they were basically saying like, all right, so now we got Michael Keaton. Michael Keaton is our Batman, and it's going to be at least this Batman for until we get to this like crisis event or whatever. And I was like, all right, if they were going to go that route, fine. But it's but at the same time, I was like, I don't know if I wanted to see Michael Keaton and Batman Beyond. That's what I was.
Oh yeah,
I wanted that kind of setting.
Yeah,
and I mean, sadly, I don't think we're actually going to see that now, but. It's just apparently, according to Kevin Smith, they were like thinking about doing that in an Elseworld kind of, and I'm like, shit, damn it!
I don't understand why you still don't continue with some Elseworlds projects. I mean,
They
even with all this stuff going on with James Gunn, he's rebooting the universe. He's having new guys come in for all these characters.
Yeah.
Why don't you just section off an Elseworlds universe specifically for Snyder?
Oh yeah,
like it's you would easily get the Snyder fans on board with not only that, but they wouldn't have the bad taste in their mouth that they do right now. They'd be literally like, all right, like, yeah, like we're not going to protest the rest of the DC movies going forward anymore. We're going to go ahead and go out and watch these films.
Well, I mean, I think like right now, it's just there's so much like when you think about the last 10 years. I mean, obviously, we just celebrated the 10-year anniversary of Man of Steel, and it's pretty crazy because during that whole time, I mean, I don't know how many regime changes happened as that was going on. And then, of course, when we got to the real dickheads, which were, when BVS was coming out, and then Jeff Johns started coming in and started like trying to be that Kevin Feige type of figure when it came to that. Yeah, it's just crazy to see like the all the different regime. And then when you were like, all right, is this, I still remember even back when Walter Hamada came on, and people are like, oh, he's going to be the guy. He's going to be a total champion of the Snyderverse. And it turns out he was like the complete opposite. And then, of course, when Zaslav came off, like, he's going to save it. And then all of a sudden we're like, people are now just kind of going, what is this guy doing right now? But then at the same time, the way I look at it is like, he is a businessman. He was brought in to do business type things and try to pay off the debt and save the debt that started before even AT&T took over Warner Brothers. It's always been a shit show, and that's why like I don't like immediately go like Zaslav's evil, he's the devil like all the time. I'm kind of like, yeah, maybe not every decision is freaking great or anything like that, but at the same time, I'm kind of going, I look at it like, man, this guy inherited like so much debt, and then he's got to try to fix that. So then again, even got to the part where even like earlier this week where he's talking about firing people that were in the Turner Classic movie section of all this thing, and people came out and went, "Whoa, buddy, that's like you're touching like film history right now." To the point where Steven Spielberg, Paul W.S. Anderson, and Martin Scorsese are like, "Dude, hey, can we relax here?" And then it was announced today that DeLuca and Pam Abdi are now going to be looking over that, which I thought was okay. There we go. There's we had a negative, now we got a positive. He has two people that we trust that are going to be looking at this, and hopefully it'll be okay. But I'm telling you what, the guy inherited, like he bought a fucking sinking a ship with a big fucking hole in it, I should say.
Yep. I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine what he's doing on a day-to-day. I thought, honestly, I think everything looked smooth for the most part back in November and December. Like, yes, Black Adam didn't perform the best way it possibly could, but it also didn't release in China. You know what I mean? It performed higher domestically than Shazam 1 did. Like, it did well. You know, if it released in China, probably would have hit 600 mil. So it's like everything was rounding out. It looked like the higher ups before James Gunn came in were getting things back together to where, hey, like we're gonna continue this universe down on the road. And then, at least in my head canon for what was going on at Warner Brothers, I think they were sitting there like, all right, so we're just going to kind of buy time making Man of Steel 2, maybe a Batman movie, and then maybe bring Snyder back for a Justice League 2. That's at least in my head what was going on. Because if you listen to those Rock interviews, you listen to the other, like, they're talking like, we're finally listening to the fans. And then James Gunn comes in and he's like, adios, bye, everybody, you're done. Please leave.
Well, I think
and that's to what? See profits in 8 years?
I mean, that's the thing. Is like, I mean, again, even when it comes to James Gunn coming in too, I'm like, I'm one of those where I'm like, okay, when it came to the Rock and Black Adam, trust me, I was like all excited, very much grateful that Henry was back. But it was kind of a weird thing too, because even when it came to the like Snyder fans, there was still a discourse, because when he showed up, they didn't like how he looked. Oh, he's wearing the blue suit. The last time we saw him was in the black costume. Oh, he's got the Williams score behind him and stuff like that. So there was still like this discourse that was happening, because it's like, oh wait, this is not the Henry Cavill Superman that we like. So there was always that added to it, where it's like, okay, I love that. I mean, to be honest, I think probably that post-credit scene was the best part of the movie. Well,
no, 100%. That's not even that's a cold take. Yeah.
It kind of is, because I mean, I know, like, I rewatched it again for the second time. You know, I just pulled it up on Max like last weekend or 2 weekends ago, and I went, there's some good things in here, and I can enjoy it. It's not a bad movie. It's not terrible, but there's things that I just like, God, I don't like the kid subplot thing, and I don't like them. They didn't make him, a bad guy enough. It's like, it's kind of funny, because when you watch Black Adam, you go, oh my God, okay, he's an anti-hero, but he's like really just like he's kind of, a good guy, even though, because he's only just fucking up the bad guys. And it's only until that post-credit scene where you kind of see more of like, okay, now you're playing a villain when you're talking to Waller through the drone hologram thing, and then all of a sudden Superman shows up, and it's like, okay, now you are acting like a Black Adam villain type right now. But through the movie,
it honestly, I think for me looking at it, I just kind of see it as like, he's not an all-around good guy when it comes to the world, but to his home, Kahndaq, like he's their savior. So I feel like he fit that portrayal perfectly. But that movie definitely has its issues. I mean, like, I don't know what Hawk was talking about, like, heroes don't kill people. And then Dr. Fate, like 2 scenes later, was like, come with us or die. I'm like, bro, like, come on. Like, we got to remain consistent, please.
I know. See, there's some inconsistencies there, too. I mean, as much, I love Pierce Brosnan as Fate.
Yeah.
I thought that was just like, I thought they nailed the cast. I mean, when it came to Aldis, what is his name? Aldis, I can't remember his full name, but for him as Hawk, I mean, like, I liked him, but at the same time, it was like choices that they had with even his character, and just, it just seemed like it was like, okay, so you're putting this team together, but you have Dr. Fate, who is just, top tier, and then you have these youngsters,
Yeah.
and it was just kind of weird how they kind of shoehorned those two when it came to Cyclone and freaking I'm totally drawing a blank on the what's the dude that grows, what's his name? Adam, yeah, there you go, Adam Smasher. Yeah. Like I just can't, to me, I'm like, I mean, I get what they were trying to do, because they were like, okay, we have to appeal to a young audience too. So we have to have like the comic relief and whatever the heck. I mean, wasn't terrible, but at the same time, when I rewatched it again, I'm like, why would he? Okay, there's just some decisions in there. Even like when it came to the underwater like prison thing, I thought it was kind of cool, but at the same time, I'm like, is this scene just here so we're gonna get that dramatic, like him like underwater and doing the thing, which was a cool scene, but I think it was just such an interesting, I don't know. There's a lot of interesting decisions that happen in Black Adam. I think like they didn't exactly know what they wanted to do with that character.
It seemed like they didn't make the decision. Like it felt a lot in some parts like a Shazam movie with like the kid, and you were just like, but I think seeing Black Adam's past, seeing his character growth in the movie, and then the good elements in this movie really are good. It's just that there's a couple of bad stuff in it, but honestly, I'll take that bad over rebooting the whole universe any day. But it just, I think with the whole Superman thing, I remember that I was like, oh dude, I'm hearing Superman's going to be in this end credit scene. I hope he's in the black suit. But the more I think about it, the more I'm thinking, you could always just say that was in 2017. The black suit Superman was back then. We are in we're years later. Like, why wouldn't Superman change back? We're changing to another suit. He's changed his suit already. I think 3 times, So it's like, I didn't have an issue with it. And then the Flash, I mean, it has connectivity to the Snyder Cut. So there's no reason to be mad about it,
Oh, some people don't want it to be canon to Zack Snyder's Justice League. It's like, come on, guys. Come on.
I think it adds issues, I feel like, going forward, if in any way we do get a Snyder continuation, either Elseworlds, Netflix, whatever. Probably not going to happen. But if it does, it does add issues. But if that was the last thing we got, I'm glad it had some connectivity to one of the greatest superhero movies ever, instead of the atrocity we did get in 2017.
No, you're right. I know. I think it's just, I think with certain fans, there's always going to be those certain fans that just are going to, unless it's Zach that's actually, in control of things.
Zach's probably going to come out in like a month or so and be like, oh, I love the Flash movie. And then everyone's going to be like, oh, what? What's happening right now?
Well, I mean, he said he was seeing it this weekend from that interview from last weekend that somebody like asked him if he's seen the Flash, and they said they're going to see. I mean, again, when it comes to Zach, I mean, he loves watching movies. He obviously just appreciating the art. He's not gonna shit on anything. Like when he sees something that's cool, he's gonna say what it is. Not to mention his VFX guys worked on the Flash, and I know a lot of people are like, "Oh, really?" When it comes to the whole discourse about the VFX, there's some people, which it is interesting, because seeing it a second time, I went, I thought it's like, I don't know why. I mean, there are people that straight up just think like every VFX shot is horrible, but I'm like, no. And when it came to the Chrono Bowl thing, I was like, that was a stylistic choice. I see that. It doesn't bother me. I think like where I really see the seams, and I'm kind of like, whatever the hell, when it comes to the Flash and the VFX discourse, is during the Zod fight, because it's during the day. There's like, it's brightly lit. And I remember even seeing like they were releasing behind the scenes stills from the Flash during those shots, and I mean, it's literally, they used a sky blue background for their background, as opposed to like what you usually see with like green screen. I mean, I'm sure there was some green screen stuff in there, but for the most part they had that. So there was always like this, I don't know, like almost like a glow or a hue that kind of made and then not to mention just the lens choice for the cameras. I mean, last week when we were talking about the Flash, I mean, Stephen Colbert, who comes on here, who's very familiar with lenses and stuff like that, is like, yeah, some of that, I think with Andy's choice of just using a specific lens with certain scenes, it just kind of did make things look a little wonky, and maybe that's what he wanted. And but you know, obviously when you look at it, you go like, oh, it's all the VFX. Like, I think it's a combination. I mean, even when it came to Batfleck and his costume, like, it looked cool when he was on the bike, but when he was standing there, that thing looked so freaking uncomfortable. I was like the chest piece was like way up here, and he was just, it just didn't look right.
Yeah. It was not. I don't understand why you can't just, if you can't make a suit and you're like, I'm frustrated.
Yeah.
Just go into your store's facility, break out the BVS suit, and let him wear it. It's the best bat suit we've seen on screen. Just
totally
let him wear it.
It totally is, but I think what it is it was from the information I gathered from it. It was a stunt suit, and you know, obviously Ben Affleck's not in the movie all that much, but so what they were just wanting to have him just in action. So it was just a stunt suit, which it is underneath the, you know, the added layers. Obviously it's a stunt suit, and then they're like, well, we're gonna have now a scene where he is talking with everybody. We want to put the scene in. So like, I don't think that scene with Wonder Woman and Barry, and you know, a scene that I don't really care for. I'm just like, all right, it's funny, it's a cool little bit, people laughed, great, but I didn't really care for it. They added that scene in there, and they're like, okay, so now Ben has to get in the costume. And I mean, sadly, I mean, from what I gather, is like when it comes to the costume designer, I mean, he was more focused on the Flash costume and the Supergirl costume and Michael Keaton's costume. So then you have to like, all right, well, now we got to get this kind of costume. And I do like the concept of like, or at least the theory, and I don't think Andy Muschietti's talked about it, is like, well, if he's wearing the blue and the gray during the day, that's what he does, as opposed to the black and the gray. Like, okay, I get that. And like you said, I would have preferred, like, yeah, just put him back in the freaking BVS costume. Why not?
Yeah.
But then I'm just kind of going like, well, but in that, would it look good in that scenario? Maybe.
I mean, they could have taken the BVS suit and just put the blue on.
Yeah.
just switched it out, you know?
Yeah. I don't know. It is going to be interesting to hear those behind the scenes featurettes when it comes to the Batfleck costume, because yeah, like I said, I mean, I thought that too. I'm like, yeah, they could have just tweaked that one, or even the Justice League bat suit, because essentially it looked like it was almost like the Justice League costume underneath the other stuff.
It did, yeah, with like the ab padding.
Yeah.
So
I'm kind of wondering, I don't know. It's all very, when it comes to costumes and like the new movies, it's like they always feel like they have to tweak it and make it better. Like if you watch any sequel, you notice that like they always do something just like a little bit different. And that's why I appreciate when Christopher Nolan, when it came to Batman Begins to Dark Knight, he actually showed like, oh yeah, we're gonna have the old costume in the first opening Batman sequence. It's going to be the costume that you saw in Batman Begins, and then he's going to request to get a new costume, and we're going to see that being made. You really don't see that in these superhero movies. You just get a sequel, and it's the costume looks the same, but you could see, oh yeah, the design's a little bit better. It even happened with Cavill's Superman costume. It got a little bit more, the chrome inserts got a little bit more, extravagant, but which was worked in Snyder's favor because he could actually tweak the color post credit. That's why there was never an actual physical black and silver costume, and then he was able to change it in post production because he's smart.
Yeah. I will say the suit, because obviously Snyder was told, all right, you can't use a black suit, and that's why he had to go and make the suit he chose, which obviously is in Justice League, but that suit is amazing.
Yeah.
Like the light blue colors, the red, it really pops. Like he chose a perfect suit for Superman to come back. You know what I mean? If it wasn't black. Obviously, I love the black, but I feel like maybe in a Man of Steel 2, that suit would have been perfect. Yeah. I don't know. Honestly, I think all it would have taken to really get the world kind of like back on the hype for just everybody being like, all right, we're back in this for DC, is we bring Henry back. They did for Black Adam. And in Man of Steel 2, all you had to do was give, like, in the trailer, say executive producer Zack Snyder. And everyone's like, all right, like, people who weren't going to go see this movie and were going to hate on it and trash on it now literally can't do anything. Like, they have to go see it. And then whatever director you're bringing in, because Snyder's busy or whatever, you make sure they're doing the right job and you have them set up new things for the future. But
yeah, I mean, it was funny too, because obviously we want Zach to be making what he's making right now. He's building universes from the ground up with Rebel Moon. And that's what I love. I'm like, all right, yeah, keep on doing that. This shit's still messy over here. We don't need that quite. We don't, later on, if he's going to come back to DC, sure. But as of right now, I'm like, all right, he's telling a story that he's been wanting to tell for 20 plus years. And I'm like, that's what I want him to do right now. But, and even before, like after the Snyder Cut came out, and it was just kind of funny because, and I think I even personally asked him this one time, I'm like, okay, so if you were to, if the story, your story that you established were to continue, would it be okay if somebody else like took the steering wheel and you were just on to like, look over like, okay, yeah, and then of course use your ideas. And I think he would have been totally okay with that for sure. And then I even thought, like you said, it's like, yeah, slap his name on that shit. Because, I mean, you had Zack Snyder's Justice League. He has now established himself. Like when you see Zack Snyder, you go, oh, I know. Okay, so there's a chance this is going to be visually awesome. Some slow-mo shots, some great slow-mo shots. You're going to get that. And then I even said, like, okay, so if they were to do the sequels, like maybe in like stream form, like series form, because they would have been really long, you put it on HBO Max when it was called HBO Max, and then you put like, Zack Snyder presents Justice League Part 2, even though he's not directing it, it's still him and his ideas and things that he's put out there, and he would be like looking over it. And I'm like, I would be okay with that. I would have been okay with that too. I mean, I think there are still fans out there that are like, it's either Zach doing 100% or nothing, which I'm like, you can't. Yeah, I'm sorry. That just
as long as there's that blessing there.
Yes.
I don't care who you are. Like, come on.
Yeah. And, and yeah, you have, I mean, if he hires like trusted directors to like direct these episodes, or just like, because I mean, I'm imagining that Justice League 2 and 3 would be probably around 4 hours a piece as well. And you could divide that up. He wanted to divide up the Snyder Cut. I mean, he basically sold it to HBO Max of like, hey, we got chapters here. We could do it like that. But the logistics of it were prevented that. But when you watch it, you could still just be like, all right, we're done with part 3. I'm going to stop right now and I'll continue tomorrow, because it's a long epic, even though it does not feel like it. My God, is that fucking flow just...
Oh my God. Those 4 hours go by. They feel so like quick. 2. It's crazy. I'm thinking about it now. Those people that would sit there and be like, yeah, like it's either Snyder directing or it's not him. Those are going to be the first people to give him complete credit for Wonder Woman 1.
Right.
Like, no, who's Patty Jenkins? That's all Snyder. Now, obviously he wrote it, but still, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, exactly. Well, no, I mean, well, that's the thing is like, and that's, there's just some diehard fans out there that get a little too crazy with it. I mean, I'll every now and again I rile them up a little bit with certain tweets that I put out there, but for the most part, I'm just like, well, I mean, Zach is very much, he's a collaborator. He wanted to do his thing and then wanted to set the foundation. And then it was all about like, okay, other directors come in and, hey, we're going to, do what you want to do. I'm just going to set this right here. I mean, it's such a weird thing, because as for me, I'm such a nerd and film enthusiast, like, hey, something like I hear about, hey, maybe that's gonna be cool. So I'm not one of those like when James Gunn came in, it's like, yeah, I was disappointed that the whole Cavill situation, but I don't put the blame on James Gunn. I actually put it more on Dwayne Johnson, to be honest, because at the same time, it's like, okay, he was trying to get his whole thing going, which I get totally 100%. And I would have even said like, okay, let's see what you got, Dwayne Johnson. If Black Adam was a success and they went that route, where they were gonna like build up more of a Black Adam, and then Black Adam was gonna take on the Justice League, and we're gonna get that Superman fight. I would have been 100% on board with that.
Yeah.
But then at the same time, I was like, okay, but if you're bringing Henry back, man, you better like lock him in, sign him on. There's got to be a contract, and apparently there just wasn't a contract. And I'm like, damn, Cavill really just got kind of screwed right here. And so that, you know, and then I don't blame James Gunn coming in and just being like, hey, I'm just gonna do my own thing, because everything that's prior is just messy right now. There's too much stuff. There's too much.
I feel like to be James Gunn though.
Yeah.
Right. If it was just a messy situation and it was only Black Adam, it's like, all right, that's messy. But you also have this time frame of you have the Flash coming out.
Yeah.
You can set up, fix anything you could possibly want, and just literally take the universe and literally slide it into your own vision. That way, general audience, people that know, like, because obviously there's comic book nerds and the people that love and know these movies, but you have to think about how many people in the general audience that are going to be so confused when they go to see Superman Legacy and it's not Henry Cavill. Like, the world has come to see these actors as these characters, like Gal Gadot's Wonder Woman, Jason Momoa's Aquaman. Like, it's like they're all, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It would not work. So, I mean, obviously, with time, James Gunn's universe is going to prosper. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, it's just not going to work. Because, I mean, it's James Gunn. He's literally only produced success. So, it's just going to take time. It's really just patience. But I really do hope some way down the road. I mean, Zack Snyder set it up beautifully. He can come back and do something with the Nightmare timeline 8 years from now, and it wouldn't matter because everyone was older in the Nightmare timeline.
Right?
It's like you can continue that anytime.
Yeah,
But
see, that's what I'm hoping for too, and that's what I keep on trying to tell people. I'm like, all right, right now, I mean, like, I remember even last weekend when the Rebel Moon poster came out, and I'm just kind of going like, all right, and I had people in my mentions that were like, you know, talking about the Flash, and obviously it's not doing well at the box office, and I was just kind of like going, you know, I was like, okay, let's not bring Zach back right now. Let's let him cook over here right now, because I want more of this. I want more of the original stuff that he is cooking up, because it looks awesome. It looks great. And until they fix things over here, and maybe James Gunn can do it, or at least help it, or at least do the most he can, I think he could do, he'll make an impact for sure. But we don't know if it's going to actually, until Superman Legacy comes out. But I'm like, all right, okay, and we just never know what could happen. We have this multiverse concept, or multi-pasta concept, I guess you could say, where everything just can zigzag, and they've already put that out there. And even Kevin Smith said when he was talking about the Flash, he goes, I wouldn't be surprised if Ben ends up coming back 10 years from now. You know, they just back up a truckload of money into his driveway and say like, hey, we want you back as Batman. You're 60 years old. You're going to be an old grizzled Batman. And you know, we want to do some concepts when it comes to that. And yeah, I mean, I hope
seeing Keaton come back, I mean, it's like the door for.
Uh-oh. I think we lost him. You there? Oh,
am I back? Am I back?
You're
am
back.
I good?
You have a little.
Okay, sorry. I gotta here. Let me.
Your camera? Was it your camera?
No, I had to put it on do not disturb. I got a call randomly.
Yeah. It happens. It happens. Don't worry. What were we saying?
I don't even know. What was I talking about?
I don't. You were talking about like Michael Keaton coming back. Uh-oh. Got another call. It must be an important one. Uh-oh. Yeah, so I guess you got it. Oh, there you go. You're back.
Okay, am I back?
You're back. You're good.
I don't know how that call came through. That killed me. Okay. I'm on do not disturb.
Okay, you're on do not disturb. Now your audio is kind of staticky. Uh-oh. Talk right now?
Do you want me to leave and come back?
Yeah, leave and come back and see if that'll fix that. See what happens. Looks like that phone call was like, made things go crazy. And you know, we'll start getting some of the panel in here in just a little bit as we do. Let's see if it comes back. But yeah, I know it is kind of, man, everything's, I mean, it's It's always it is fun. It is fun being a DC fan because there's just so much madness. You know, there's a lot of madness that happens with it, and especially when it comes to the Flash. And I mean, let's face it. I think a lot of us kind of thought that the Flash was going to be, somewhat a success. I mean, I said it had potential to be $1 billion movie, but I thought, maybe it'll get to like 800, something like that. I think the hype's kind of there, and then it just did not. It's just such a weird thing with all the hype, and then the last that 1 week where it just kind of all just went to shit. But okay, well, as we're waiting for Lex, we're just gonna bring in Andy.
I wasn't on my phone. Sorry.
It's okay.
I need a preparation before you throw me.
I know, right? Sorry, this is what I do. I just bring it right on, man.
It's okay. How are you?
You're looking like Lex Luthor right now.
Yes, it was. I didn't know he was coming on today, so it was not because of that. It's just for the young kids out there. So at some point you start aging and you start losing a little bit up here, and I've been very insecure about my hair all year long. So, I just shaved it all off. So
nothing wrong with that, man. I mean, you don't have to worry about it now.
Exactly. Yeah. I will take any Lex Luthor comparisons as opposed to a certain other bald man who is actually a villain in our society. I'm not gonna say the name on YouTube because I love Dave. I don't want to get demonetized. So, but if you know, you know.
If you know, you know. I mean, it's always hashtag if you know, you know. All right, and then we're also gonna bring in Paul. What's going on, Paul?
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yep, you're good.
All right, awesome.
You're good.
Yeah.
All right, Lex is back too now. So now we got a panel with Lex Reviews. So Lex, Andy, Paul.
Nice to meet you, Andy. Nice to meet you, Paul.
Nice to meet you. I was just before I came on, I was like, I think I've heard this kid somewhere before. So I started going through like my saved reels, and I found I'm like, oh, he's the guy who you did one of my favorite Smallville TikToks of all time, where like you basically go like this knockoff Superman dare to question the GOAT, and like anytime it was like, I love Superman Lois, but
yeah,
Smallville is what I grew up on. So anytime someone slams Smallville and just all gushing about Superman Lois, I just text them just that TikTok with no words. I'm just like, that's my response.
Smallville is my favorite piece of superhero media ever. And I've met Tyler Hoechlin. He's absolutely amazing. Superman Lois, great show. I've only seen the first season, but yeah, man, nothing hits like Smallville, man. And I'd love to see Tom come back at some point. And I mean, he had his chance in Crisis, but
it was just like him like on the farm, right? That was it.
Yeah.
Dave, not just him on the farm.
Okay.
Listen to me. Sorry. That farm was with us for 10 years. Things happen on that farm. So
there's a story behind it.
So for me, I think he kind of got like an Alan Moore, whatever happened to the Man of Tomorrow kind of ending there in my mind. Like he was able to retire and like live his life with Lois. So I like that. And also Tom has never been a fan of the suit, and I didn't see him coming back in the suit. So,
that's right. Yeah. He was always kind of against the whole suit kind of thing, and then he essentially wore Brandon Routh's Superman Returns suit, right?
He wore the top half of it just to rip open his shirt.
Yeah,
that's it. Yeah, but I mean, he would have looked great in that suit. Like the Superman Returns suit, man. Like it looked a little wonky on Brandon, but the way they extended the emblem for Tom, it looked like, wow, like this could look really good. And then
I fixed the colors as well because I hate that dark red cape.
Yeah, it was the brighter red, and then they also had the yellow emblem on the cape. I was like, dude, this is gonna be crazy. And then
that was it.
Yeah,
Tom seems more open these days now too. I think like if Tom got asked today, I think he would do a suit, or I think he would do the black, not the Death of Return Superman suit, but he would do the one. Oh, what's that comic book storyline called? It's when John Kent first gets introduced, and it's like it's from Dan Jurgens. He has like a beard, and he has like the black suit and a silver. It's no cape, but like it's just a bodysuit.
Right. It's like a stealth suit or something. But yeah,
Tom recently, and I follow him, Michael Rosenbaum, the cast of Smallville, like really heavy. And so on a recent podcast with Michael Rosenbaum, Inside of You,
he literally said that he wants to play Superman. He wants to put the suit on. He feels like he could add an element to the character that really hasn't been done in the movies. So I'm like, man, like, bro, one, you should have did it. You should have came back in Crisis to at least give us a taste, but now he's open at least. So we might get some sort of, maybe down the road with James Gunn, he'll do some sort of Crisis event and bring him back. So
yeah.
I don't know.
Never say never, because that, you know, people when he came back for Crisis, that was the thing. That was literally all of us going like, he's actually back.
You can never say never. I mean, guys,
Look what's happening right now.
Nicolas Cage was Superman. Like, come on. You can never say never.
A CGI recreation, possibly. Apparently, he was there to have some stuff filmed with Helen Slater, I guess, or something. I'm
that was the whole like Christopher Reeve and Helen Slater shows up. Yeah, that was always like that was a big thing that got leaked out, was showing those shots, and everybody was like, "Look at how awful it looks." But then if like it's the context of it's in the Chrono Bowl, and that's the style of they wanted. It's not supposed to be real. It's supposed to be like a Speed Force Chrono Bowl projection kind of thing. So that's why
objection. As the guy who does the Flash podcast and has studied the Speed Force for the last 10 years of my life. If a television show on the CW can do Speed Force stuff and show us visions of other Earths with archive footage, but you're telling me a $300 million fucking movie can't? I'm sorry. I'm like, listen, I love Andy Muschietti. I love him to death. That man was full of shit when he said that.
I think the stuff in the Chrono Bowl when he's running and it's going through time, I think looks great. But when it shows the other universes, I think that was a big letdown, because that's not memories anymore. These are people peering into your universe, and it needs to look real. Like Grant should have been in that. They should have had it should have been Brandon Routh instead of Christopher Reeves. It should so many different things.
John Wesley Shipp.
Yeah, John Wesley Shipp. But hey,
they needed Jay Garrick. They needed Jay Garrick, but for some reason they did a AI version instead. I'm like, you have John Wesley Shipp right there, and John Wesley Shipp, he loves the Flash mythology.
Yeah,
so
he would have come back in a heartbeat. Yeah. I mean, he would have. Hey, we'll pay you $10. He would have shown up, because John Wesley Shipp is just that guy.
He probably would have done it for free. No, I don't. Yeah, there's some things where I go like, all right, so why wasn't Grant Gustin? And I thought, when he said that he wasn't in it, I was like, all right, this is an Andrew Garfield thing again. That's all. Just say you're the wolf or whatever the fuck. That when he said when he was doing that, I'm like, I really thought, I was like, okay, there's no way that they don't put Grant Gustin in it. And then of course they don't. And then they talked about how Linda Carter was gonna be like making an appearance, and Jack Nicholson's Joker, they were gonna put that in, but they cut. There is some things where it's just you just kind of go like,
the fuck?
I get the stylistic choice that he did for the Chrono Bowl, because it didn't bother me, and I was like, okay, I get that choice. And I've talked to the VFX supervisor, not about specifically that, but I've talked to him before. Obviously, it's DJ who did the whole mic drop at the Full Circle event, and just talk, and having conversations with people behind the scenes, and like, all right, that was totally a stylistic choice. And then of course, the memories thing was a little weird, because when, like you said, Lex, was like the fact is like when the multiverses start kind of coming together, it's like no longer that. So they didn't keep that choice.
The memories, it's like the Speed Force, the way they did it, I really love it with the way he runs through the memories, because it feels very clay and water-like. It feels fluid. It feels like he's literally going through memories, and it's all just shifting the entire time. It can't ever look real. It's impossible to actually do that. It would just
it looked personal to him too, which is like, again, it wasn't like, at least he wasn't surrounded by these, because I know you watch the show, but he wasn't surrounded by all these Force children.
Oh god. Oh god.
Listen, I love the show. But
wait, there were Speed Force children?
No. Okay, so
yeah, it's forces, and honestly, after season 6 of The Flash, the rest of it is not canon. Okay, that's not even a thing. Okay, after Crisis, that's it. That's it. That's Barry's final run.
I dropped off after the Thinker season, which I think was season 4. at that point,
I
I
dropped
was
off after 3, so
yeah. So
Hey.
I saw the CW like formula. I mean, I came back to see the Crisis stuff because I'm a huge Crisis fan, and I had to see what they were going to do. And I love Grant Asbury. I think he's a great version of that character and stuff. And I mean, the show started off so strong. I mean, I would put season 1 of The Flash against like anything in terms of like DC or Marvel. Like I was watching Daredevil at the same time, and I was like, these shows are doing 2 entirely different things, but yet still being true to the comics, and I love that.
Yeah.
But cut to like years and years later, and from what you just said, basically, I'm seeing stills from like Legends of Tomorrow or things from The Flash, and I'm just like, what is happening on CW? Like this has to be a money laundering scheme.
This latest season, I'm actually a huge advocate and a fan for season 8. Like it felt like seasons 1 through 3, except with a little bit of Eric Wallace twist in there. But season 9 was a 100% atrocity. It was a horror. Like watching that as a Flash fan, knowing this is the end, and then getting your hopes up. You're like, all right, at least the final episode is going to bring back all the villains that we know and love, and they are tarnished forever now. Like that finale is the worst episode of the entire show.
Whoa!
It is.
I mean, I think you can make a case for episode 6 of that season being like the worst one, where like Barrett is not even in it at all, and we have to follow Miss Cecile.
Oh God, yeah. The luck girl is running out of.
Here's what I will say about season 9. Man. It's not a perfect season. There's definitely there's enjoyable aspects of that final season, but it's like
episode 10 is one of the greatest episodes in the history of the show. When he goes back to the night his mom died. Like, are you kidding me? Like,
Matt Lecter comes back, and also we had the big Oliver episode right before it. So sadly, what I think the Flash's biggest weakness is, aside from a lot of questionable writing choices, was the fact that you don't want to make a TV show under Next Star, because there was budgets being pulled everywhere from all the shows this year.
Isn't that going to happen with Superman and Lois? They're going to cut the budget.
They get 10 episodes funding from Max, I believe.
No, that was a rumor that someone made up, and like even the show when this came up was like, we've never been funded by HBO Max.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Okay. Where do they get the budget from? There's no way.
Okay, so it's called favoritism. So CW just like, you know what? We love Superman and Lois more than all the other shows, so we're just gonna give them more budget.
That's crazy.
I feel like this is like my version of telling someone that Santa doesn't exist. I'm sorry.
I mean, The Flash is a shortened 13 episode season. You should have dumped everything you could into that last season. But...
yeah, they lost budget in the middle of the season.
Can we be happy that at least Gotham Knights was canceled? Because
I actually love Gotham Knights. So
really, no, Andy's he's a fan of it. I mean,
wow, all right, well,
it is actually interesting too, because I heard some people go, "Wow, it's actually not that bad." I saw that on the timeline.
Really?
Like,
imagine if people just chose not to just watch a poorly edited 2-minute trailer and actually watch the full episode.
I watched the premiere for it, and I gotta say, I had a relatively good time. It kind of felt like a worser version of Gotham, which I am a huge Gotham fan. So I was like,
I love Gotham.
It seemed like it was like that. Yeah, it's like this is Gotham, but not so Gotham-y. I don't know. It's like,
exactly.
Guys, I think we do have to be serious though about budget and about money dealing with this company though, because
they have.
I mean, I was listening to the stuff earlier, and realistically, I mean, in terms of what Zaslav just did after the Flash bombed, I think we have to assess the truth here, which is that yes, these plans are in place, as plans have been set in place before with DC. But I think realistically, Blue Beetle and Aquaman 2 or Lost Kingdom, whatever you want to call it, I think there's a very good possibility that they're going to underperform. And if they do,
what? No,
I'm more optimistic about Blue Beetle than Aquaman, just because.
I think Blue Beetle has a better chance because as far as we can tell, it's semi-disconnected from just about everything. Even though Gunn is still technically bringing over Peacemaker characters into his new DC. And anyway, it does. The point being is that I think if the next 2 movies underperform, which is very, very likely, they're going to have even less of a budget to work with. I think that there's a very good possibility Legacy obviously will get made. But I think if Legacy itself even underperforms, because let's be honest, like, I think there's going to be a lot of differing factors. I think Gunn is a competent filmmaker, but I think that the DC brand has been hurt really, really bad at this point. And I feel, too, that between the Donner version in 78 and the Zack Snyder version, I think you have two like iconic versions of the character that Gunn is going to have to try and in a way top. And I don't know if he's going to be able to get it to that point personally, but regardless, he could make a competent movie. But the question is, will the general audience give a shit? That's the real question. And if that underperforms, the Legacy movie, at that point, with whatever is going on financially with Warner Brothers Discovery, are they going to really want to double down at that point and still continue to even, have Gunn's DCEU even exist?
They're going to rip apart DC Studios and sell it for parts. That's probably what they'll do. I don't know. I mean, like, I wouldn't be surprised if, like, what happened with Marvel in the late 90s when they were like, oh, we're bankrupt. Here, you can have those Spider-Man movie rights. You can have X-Men. You can, and it's like, yeah, it is. You better believe that. I'm kind of even wondering, like, when it comes to Superman Legacy, it might have a lesser budget than Man of Steel at this point. Because Man of Steel, I looked it up, I think it was $225 million budget. And I'm going, I think Superman Legacy is going to be under $200 million because they just have to pinch every penny. But I did like the fact that on the Rosenbaum podcast, James Gunn did say that he always comes in under budget when it comes to his movies. And I'm like, all right, so he's resourceful. Snyder's like that too. Like, he'll utilize his budget and be, he won't go over budget. It's not going to go crazy or anything like that. So I do like the fact that Gunn said that. I mean, is it true? We won't know, but we're just going to take him on his word. Of course, that's what we got to do. But I'm just hoping, like, okay, so if that's the case, that he always comes in under budget, then he can work with a small budget. And there, obviously when it comes to actors, he's not looking for the big name. Usually that's a studio thing. Oh, we have to have a name. We have to have a name. And usually the director's like, no, I like this guy. I mean, when it came to Zack Snyder casting Darkseid, you better believe that Warner Brothers probably wanted a name attached to it. But he was like, have you heard Ray Porter's fucking voice? I mean, that's the guy.
You're gonna hear it now.
Yeah, you're gonna hear it now, and it's amazing. And I don't care. We're not gonna have like this big name. We're gonna have that guy, and hopefully that's what Gunn does. Obviously too, when it comes to building his universe.
I think the advantage I think Gunn has is that I think Aquaman 2 is definitely not gonna do that great because of a lot of factors.
Not going up against Avatar though. So
they're not going against Avatar. I think Blue Beetle again because it's a bit of a small film. I think that will be fine. Plus now they're starting to push the whole it is DC Universe, it's part of DC Universe, blah 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 blah. The thing I think once people because again let's go back to that day when they announced all their films and shows are coming up, and then just seeing the excitement and just like all the comics that they were like promoting. Also, that I think people know once they know okay, this is part of a new shared universe, I think those people are going to show up there because I think that one, James Gunn has he's beloved. He's beloved in the world of cinema. So I think that if they know the guys who did the MCU is now crafting his own shared universe, I feel people are going to show up for that. Again, are they all going to be $1 billion hits?
No.
They don't need to be. They don't need to be.
They don't have to be.
The main question is, will they be profitable? That's what really matters.
I think they'll be profitable. I just don't. I think they will. Look at basically phase 1 of MCU. Like look at before Avengers. Look at all those box office results. They were profitable. Not amazing, but they were profitable. And I think that's what we need for DC. Like we don't we just need profitable movies, and I think that's what they can do with Gunn's stuff. I think it's just we're just gonna have to go through these damn shaking motions right now. That is the studio. Glad not to be working there.
Right. I agree with that. We got Mr. Axel that's joining us from the land down under. Hey, what's going on, Axel?
Hey, yeah, I'm going good. I've just been listening to your conversations, like that's been happening right now, and what we're talking about again? Right. So will Superman Legacy make $1 billion?
No.
Well, ChatGPT told me it did. So,
oh, really?
Well, Yeah.
Okay, well, I mean, by that time, I mean, ChatGPT is going to be running our lives. So, I mean,
Oh yeah.
ChatGPT will
I mean,
be hosting Vodka stream.
oh, I know, right? I'll just be sitting there just sipping vodka, like
Yeah.
okay, what are we doing now? It's gonna artificial intelligence.
No one can replace you, Dave. No one
I'm
can
try,
replace you.
yeah, try to be as human as possible. No, but thank you for joining, Axel. Yeah, we're just kind of just we're getting into the whole. I mean, when it came to this past week in the box office, it was I mean, it's and obviously when we see the box office the second week, and it's probably not going to be 60% drop, probably more. It's just kind of crazy. I really thought when I saw people's reaction to just Michael Keaton returning, I thought, all right, that's going to warrant a pretty good box office. I think I thought that was like good enough to be like, okay, it'll get. I wasn't thinking. I was like, yeah, it has potential to be $1 billion, but I was going maybe late 700s, 800 million, and then but just people just kind of just went fuck.
I think what ruined it was the fan screenings. They had
the fan screenings were bad. Too many.
Yeah.
Way too many fans.
Too many.
What leaks?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know
What
exactly.
what
They're not and it's funny too because when I went to my fan screening, 2 weeks after I tried the first time, I thought, okay, are they going to make people just? I mean, obviously they tell you not to use your phone, and like, oh yeah, we got a security guard. He sees you use your phone, you're kicked out. It's like, how? First off, there's a lot of people. Are they just going to be looking like the entire time at everybody? Like, anybody got their phone up? And then you get kicked out. It's like, okay, yeah, you kicked me out of a screening. I'll go see the movie next week.
I mean, the screening I was in, like, I just had to put my phone in a bag. That was all.
Yeah. They made you put your phone in your bag.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So they didn't make us. When I saw mine, I don't know if when it came. Anybody else see a fan screening here?
I didn't, but I have seen fan screenings before, and they've made me put my phone in a bag.
Interesting. So
I went to see Rings of Power like a week before it came out, and they made me put my phone in a bag, which is crazy.
Well, I mean, not really crazy when you think about like people leaking shit all the time. Because that's the thing.
There was really nothing to leak with Rings of Power, though.
Yeah.
Besides, look at this excellent cinematography. That's literally it. Like, what spoilers?
But yeah, I think that definitely had a problem. That was a big issue with it because I mean, like I said, that the week of, especially when it came to the week of, and all of a sudden like everything got leaked. I mean, I remember it showed up on TikTok first. Whole scenes were on TikTok. And people were screenshotting it, and then all of a sudden the videos were, of course, showing up on Twitter, and it just kind of, I was like, okay.
And now people are admitting online that they are pirating this movie. I'm like, okay, don't
That's weird.
Don't say that.
What a flex.
Like you are literally admitting you are breaking the law.
Exactly. Yeah. It's like you're stealing something. You're going like, hey, I'm gonna steal this movie. It's like. It's just kind of funny when people make that proclamation, they puff up their chest and think that they're, cool or something. I'm like, you're admitting to stealing, dude. That's all you're doing. I don't know.
I don't see how the opinions on this movie fluctuated so crazily. Because I remember when these screenings came out, it like everyone was like, oh, Tom Cruise, like whatever. And then the content creators went and saw this movie. 10 out of 10, 10 out of 10. This changes everything. Oh my God, one of the greatest movies of all time. I know people personally who went to see it, and they had to pay to go see it.
Yeah.
So
he was like a joke.
But I mean, for sure. But I'm just like, it's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, obviously I liked it, but still, just for it to drastically change that much to now being like a box office disaster and one of the worst superhero movies of all time, and like, what were they thinking with this? It's just. I don't know.
Worst superhero movies where that's from I go like. No.
Have you not seen Jonah Hex?
Sorry. Have you not seen Eternals? Have you not seen Green Lantern?
Yeah, I mean, there's so many. Have you not seen Superman Quest for Truth or Quest for Peace, whatever?
Quest for Peace.
Yeah.
Nuclear Man.
Christ.
Come on. I mean, but what's funny is I did like when I was a kid, I liked Nuclear Man.
I did too.
Dude, same. That fight with Nuclear Man on the moon when he's pummeling him in.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh my God, this is amazing.
He scared the shit out of me as a kid. I was
I
don't know why.
Freaking nails and shit.
Well, didn't he have Gene Hackman's voice?
He did. They dubbed him over. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you watch it now and you go, "Oh my god, this is terrible." When I was a kid, though, I was like, "This is badass," you know.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. I would. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Paul. Go ahead, Paul.
No, I was just going to say, as far as the Flash reception, as far as the general take is, I think it just, again, it comes back to general audience, because we think about it in terms of comic book nerds. We think about it in terms of like our age group. You know, I'm almost 35. You know, so for me, my generation was, you know, Kevin Conroy and, you know, Michael Keaton and stuff. But like I was saying to you earlier, for a lot of kids, it's Christian Bale, who clearly wasn't going to come back because he's kind of a Chris Nolan guy, and I totally respect that, and I get why he didn't do it. But we're looking at it and trying to get excited in some sense, but for kids, or, you know, at least like teenagers, they're looking at it and going, I don't know who this Batman is. This looks weird. I don't understand why this is happening, basically. And for them, you know, they're just looking at it at face value, and they're going, I'm good. And then that's it. And then that's basically what happens.
And you bring up the question that was even brought up right at the beginning when I started the stream. Somebody said like it should have been Bale over Keaton, and I'm just kind of going like, man, I mean, it's an interesting, and I wish we could travel to that multiverse or that multi-pasta verse where it's like, if Bale was that Batman that ended up coming back, would this movie have done better? Because you're talking about a Batman that came out 30 years ago, and I mean, even like today, when today was the anniversary of when Batman '89 came out.
I watched it last night. It was good.
Yeah, but I was like, I saw Batman notes. Batman notes on Twitter was like, "Did you go to the theater?" I said, "Yes, I did." And then I was like, and then people were like, Jesus Christ, I didn't even exist then. And of course, that made me feel old as shit. But hey, you know, it's the way it is. But I was 6 years old. I was 5, 6 years old.
You existed back in 1989?
Yeah,
I thought you were. I was
born in '83. I was born in '83. That's right. Turning 40 this year, guys.
I don't see it. I don't see it.
Exactly. Yeah. So I got those Mexican genes in me. That's what it is.
I saw The Dark Knight in 2008. And at that point,
I saw it 3 times. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I saw it a bunch. I love Dark Knight, but I remember thinking, because I grew up on Batman '89, and at that time in 2008, Batman '89 was, I think, 19 years old.
Yeah.
Right. And now, you have Batman Begins, which is 18 years old. So
crazy to think about.
But that's what the teenagers are thinking about. They're thinking about Bale. But I don't know if Bale being in this would have made it that much better, because, you know, I mean, you're talking about taking it from a Chris Nolan type universe to the DCEU in terms of also Chris to Andy, and I still don't think that would have gelled that well.
And you know, like sorry to like cut anyone off, but like Bale's Batman has never fought anyone like a General Zod before. Like he would not have gone. He would
what
not.
You took on Bane. Bane's pretty big.
Yeah, he
got a
but
he took on Rachel Dawes bullshit.
All right.
Well, to be fair to Keaton, he hasn't taken on, as at least last time I watched the first 2 movies, he didn't take on any kind of aliens. He took on crazy penguin sewer men and a guy who was a gangster who went in some chemical waste, and
that was more
and a crazy
than
girlfriend.
what Bale ever did.
Yeah.
Wow.
Look, I mean, I think his version, the Burton version, is a little bit more, I want to say, ethereal. It's more like, it feels more comic book. I think it could have, there's a little bit more gelling in terms of jumping over to a Flash type movie. So, but regardless, what I found funny, like looking at from what I've seen of clips and stuff like that, Keaton's Batman is jumping on top of like the Kryptonians. And I kind of can't help but laugh a little bit, because like these things were killing Superman, like they were like destroying him in the Man of Steel, and I'm just kind of amazed
in theaters. But
okay,
yeah, I mean the scene where you actually get Keaton's Batman like jumping on what's his name. I mean, he tries, but you know, you go, oh, it's not going to go.
And again, guys, remember, it's been over 30 years. We don't know what he's been up to since Returns, because again,
scuba diver suit. He's like, ooh.
The thing I wanted to add about Bale, by the way, before I just wanted to say, because I was asking the same thing on the Flash podcast when we did our review. Why didn't they bring back Bale? He's the more favorite one, and one of the guest hosts I had on brought up the idea that putting Bale in there could have given the idea that, oh, this universe is somehow going to still continue. Like with someone Clooney, like you know they're not going to fucking continue with the George Clooney. No disrespect. Love George Clooney, but you know that motherfucker is not going to go back in some bad suit with bad nipples, especially.
He knows people don't like his Batman.
So it's like, again, with Clooney, it's like, this is clearly not happening.
No.
But if you think Bale is coming back, to thinking, oh my god, Dark Knight 4, like the DCEU still lives, because Bale, again, he is a more reputable, beloved Batman, so people will take that more seriously, and then that would give people false hope. So like once I heard that, I'm like, okay, I get it, but it's like still Clooney, like I
want to add something real quick, because now, granted, I understand that they're taking cues from Flashpoint, which is about merging universes or distorted universe and stuff like that. See, when I originally heard the thing of both Keaton and Affleck being in the film, like not knowing anything about the plot, just that those were what was being put out there, my original thought process, which I think would have actually been probably a more successful idea had they done it, would have just been the Flash just dealing with the multiverse, period, like just traveling throughout the multiverse, and he goes from his universe and then he jumps into the Burtonverse, right? And we catch up with the Keaton Batman and what he's been up to for the last 35 years. There's like a small introduction, because clearly maybe he's formed a Justice League, maybe he's dealt with a different Flash, because if that's what's happened, and we get to find out more about what his life has been like, or is he in a good place? Is he in a very bad place? And maybe the Flash helps him get to a good place, or whatever the case was, or maybe you find out that him and the Chris Reeve universe are the same universe, or whatever. It would have been.
Well, that's what DC said was. That's it. Like they right 2 months ago in like some DC comics list, and
that's right. They try to make.
Oh, that's right. You're correct. Yeah. Yes, yeah. That they are the same universe. So.
What about
Superman 78 and Batman 89 comic books were trying to make that. Right?
If you wanted to do nostalgia, that's how I would have handled it, because that way you have the Flash visiting this separate universe, having fun in that universe, and then he goes back to his, learning more about himself and about time travel and multiverse aspects, and he's helped this Batman maybe come out of a slump. Then that's there to now do, say, a Batman Beyond or whatever you want to do.
And I think maybe the Flash 90s show could have been the Burtonverse.
Exactly.
Version.
And I don't know.
Could you imagine if Barry had met another Flash in a Flash movie?
That's what could have happened,
right?
See,
Alex
that was a big letdown. That was a big letdown when there was no other Flashes. I was like, "Come on, ship."
I can't get anything. Like I had to wait 9 years for this damn movie, and I'm like, "Are you actually fucking kidding me?" Like the least we got was some AI fucking Jay Garrick running around. Why did they have to make it look like Teddy Sears? Because now everyone and their mother is like, oh my god, is that Zoom from season 2? No, it's not. It's nobody. It's no.
Yeah, they messed
Alex Ross, I know for certain, because I follow his stuff. He drew a fully formed, completely, not like a sketch, like a fully formed painting of Chris Reeve, Michael Keaton, Linda Carter, and the 90s Flash. You could have just used that picture as like a newspaper clipping, like of some newspaper artist drawing up the Justice League, and been like, this was them. This is
now,
what
hold
this
on,
version
Paul.
was.
I'm sorry, but
okay,
you're trying to apply logic here.
I know, right?
That doesn't you're trying to think the easy way out of things. Have you not learned anything from this company? They love messages. They love they are the living definition of multipastas.
You know what? Yeah, I know, right? Multipasta, which that's a shirt, and I thought I might get that shirt because I think it's funny. But when it comes to these studios tackling multiverse, I mean, I tell you what, some of it's the fans that are just hyping themselves up, and we're not done with it. I mean, obviously, when it came to Spider-Man: No Way Home, I don't think there was any kind of backlash when it came to that. Everybody was pleased with that multiverse because
there's always going to be those nitpickers, but it was meant.
But when it came to Multiverse of Madness, people were disappointed because they thought, we were going to see a Tom Cruise and Iron Man. I don't know. It was all ridiculous. Now, we got Deadpool 3 coming out, and now everybody. I mean, even today they were talking about. There's a rumor that Ben Affleck's going to show up, and that has Matt Murdock or Daredevil.
They
it's like,
honestly, with Deadpool 3, they could really do anything with it.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
like, I think that movie's going to be successful either way, because at the base of it, you have a buddy cop movie with Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman.
so good. Yeah.
Like, and there's rumors that the villain of this movie is going to be a distorted Wolverine variant. So it's like they're gonna have to like go up against that. So that's gonna be interesting to see.
I just want like the scoopers to like just be quiet. Like I just
That'll
want
never
scoopers
happen.
to,
But
you know,
Axel,
because, like,
Axel, I just said to Paul 2 minutes ago, you're trying to apply logic.
I
It's not gonna
know,
happen.
but like,
Like
I'm just seeing
boys, like I don't know
scoopers,
what
like,
I don't know what Twitter you're
why
living
scoopers
on.
movie?
Yeah. I think because there's been now so many multiverse type movies, both animated and live action, Deadpool 3 will just benefit from that, because Deadpool works best when he satirizes the genre. So I think that alone will be also a part basis, dealing with an actual plot, probably dealing with the TVA and time travel and multiple variants and all this other stuff.
And Owen Wilson.
Oh
wow.
shit! I didn't think about TV.
Wow.
That's a good
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Like,
So
Yeah.
many different variants. Wow.
You know what I
wow,
just
there's a
realized?
variant of me where
know
I'm a
what-
car. Wow.
You know what would be the biggest fuck you to us Flash fans is if
Huh.
Grant actually shows up as Flash in Deadpool 3 and is like, why didn't he appear in the Flash?
That would be the most insane crossover ever, just for the sheer
Oh.
fact that it's DC and Marvel. Like, I mean, no one can assume that. That would be crazy. But
Like
My
I may actually need like a year worth of therapy after that, being like, I don't understand. Why didn't this company do the thing that is so basic, but yet this Marvel movie gives us that one thing?
No.
You know, they will put in all the Flash. They will bring in Bard, Nora, Wally, Jay, everyone. Just have them in there, and be like, hey, shouldn't you guys have been in that other movie? And Grant just like shrugs, like, yeah, I know.
In No Way Home, what does Flash call his book, Flashpoint?
Oh,
And I groaned
Oh,
because I
yeah.
was like, I know the movie's gonna come and it's not gonna be what I want. I mean, like, again, hoping for the best, and sure enough, it's gonna come right back full circle, probably with Deadpool 3. I wouldn't be
No,
shocked.
that happened a few weeks ago. Full circle. That ended.
Oh yeah.
What do you guys think about the idea of there being a crisis movie down the road for DC, but in some way, shape, or form, there is some sort of Elseworlds project where there is a continuation of like Snyder's work, saying about 5 or 6 years, right? And then it kind of, you have these Elseworlds projects and also the main like theatrical releases building up to this crisis event where all of them have to come together to stop this multiversal villain, which ultimately could be Darkseid, because we know that he's conquering the multiverse. At least that's what he said in the Snyder Cut. I feel like it would be a cool tie-in.
Well, when
And
you say
it would make
crisis, do you mean like which because there's listen,
Crisis
DC
on Infinite Earths.
Okay,
You
so
could
okay,
incorporate the
Identity
Snyderverse,
crisis.
the
No,
DCU,
Axel,
the
not like-
Arrowverse.
Axel,
It
not
could
the identity
all come
crisis.
together.
Yeah, I know.
I think
Hero
I-
in Crisis. That was good.
No, not why are you choosing violence, Axel? Stop.
I'm not. I'm sorry. Sorry.
I think
Crackle for you.
realistically, because I know you guys were talking about this earlier before I came on, and I think realistically, it's down to budget and it's down to finances, because realistically,
Crisis
I don't
on
even see them.
Infinite.
I don't see them getting to a crisis type, like movie wise, realistically, until they know like what they're going to do and like where they're going to go at this point. In terms of like taking it by like year by year, essentially.
It's
Also,
gonna be a Crisis on Limited Budget. That's what it's
Yeah.
gonna be called.
That's like a Spaceballs.
But
I think in terms of
Search for more
Snyder,
money. Sorry.
I think in terms of Snyder, I think that there's a better chance of them selling stuff off to Netflix to do whatever. Because look, realistically, Netflix probably has the money, and
They do.
they've already shown that they're letting Zach just
they?
go buck wild and just have fun. Which
Netflix is like the number one like money maker right now in terms of streaming. And then imagine adding powerful IPs like the DC universe to your arsenal.
Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman.
I mean, that's
Right.
like it's unlimited. Unlimited.
I mean, so you have Joker and you have the Batman 2, but that makes sense because the movies were successful. They made profit, so it makes sense from a stockholder's position. Those things are going to keep getting made. But realistically, in terms of the main DCEU or whatever the fuck you want to call it, they're going to wait to see how these things perform. They're going to wait to see what James Gunn does. And if the James Gunn thing falls through, they may just concentrate purely on Elseworld stuff, mainly at Warner Brothers. But in terms of everything else, you're going to have to hope that they license something to another company, and the company goes with it and tries to create something. Now, if Zach's a genius in terms of planning ahead, as we've seen. I could see Zach trying to set something up more so before the Warner Brother executives figure anything out.
Yep.
Also, if we're talking true multiverse, I mean, we're talking everything, right? I mean, Crisis on Infinite Earths has already happened. So either we're going for an infinite crisis, or you're going to start talking about the Omniverse at that point, because you could have Grant Gustin coming in, talking to whoever's going to be Flash, and be like, this has already happened. Crisis has already happened. Like, what are you talking about? And then that becomes a whole other thing. So, I mean, there's multiple
on the CW.
They could do Final Crisis.
There's so much that they can do, but like I said, it's all limited and down to the finances of the companies and just how much they want to plan and how far ahead they want to do all this stuff. And we've seen so far Warner Brothers and DC and how far planning actually goes and how much actually comes to fruition. So right. I'm not putting. Yeah, thank you. I'm not putting any eggs in any baskets just yet. The only thing that I know for certain is that Blue Beetle and Aquaman 2 are coming out, and that the sequels for the Batman and Joker are coming out. That's all I know.
That's going to be It's going to be interesting to see. I mean, obviously, when we talk about Blue Beetle, I think Blue Beetle could possibly maybe be a sleeper hit. It's a lower budget, it's lower tier. Maybe it can gather an audience where it makes something, but I'm not banking on it, of course, especially after.
Don't worry. I'm gonna bully everyone on the internet to go see.
There you go. Yeah. Just we're gonna bully everybody, and be like, hey,
I'm gonna be atrocious.
I think it also dealing with like diverse communities, it's probably going to have a huge push on that way too. So
go see Jaime.
Yeah.
I mean, you got that going for it, and so I'm kind of hoping but when it comes to Aquaman, I mean, now it's not going up against Avatar, so they have a little bit of more luck on their side. But at the same time, I'm just going, what is this movie going to be now? Like, is it actually going to be like the? And then I'm worried too. Like, this past week we just found out that Jason Momoa was doing more reshoots, and I'm going, the clock. I mean, you want to talk about visual effects that need to be, worked on for a long period of time. Underwater VFX. My God,
I know a lot of people worked on that film, but but this is the one part where I'm like, that needs to go just right into tax write-downs.
Yeah, I know. I don't think they'll do that though. That's what. And then of course you got somebody leaking some more, Batgirl stuff, and at this point you're just like, just fucking release it, man. I mean, now we understand. I think now we understand the concept. Even though they changed the ending in the Flash, it's like, oh, okay. So the whole spaghetti, multi-pasta thing is
I remember the directors. When you fuck
up with all this stuff, you have like different characters from different universes intersecting with each other. So now that explains J.K. Simmons with Michael Keaton. Okay, now I want to see it. Now I kind of want to see it.
I remember before Batgirl was canceled, the directors were saying, we didn't know why Michael Keaton was here. We just added him. It's a bit of a spaghetti verse.
Yeah. There's a quote from that because they're just alluding to what Andy was doing. Yeah, I saw that too. Like somebody retweeted that. It was from the end of 2022 or before it got canceled, and they were talking about like a spaghetti kind of thing. And I was like, oh yeah,
you all make me fucking hungry. The more you keep talking about spaghetti,
I know exactly. Who wants to get some pasta? No, but. I mean, that's the thing. It's just, it's, I don't know. At this point, I'm just kind of going like, man, I don't know. We got a writer strike happening. We got the Schumacher cut talking about right now. We got the Ayer cut that everybody's still wanting. I mean, there's so much stuff that could fill in for the next year and a half before we get this new DC slate, and I'm just kind of going like,
there's the original Titan season 1 finale. There's so much original versions of stuff that we can just I'm sure. Hey, you know what? Lex, we talk about Smallville before. I'm sure there's unreleased episodes of Smallville we could just drop out there on the internet.
Hey, just come back for a revival, quick
season 11.
Not even a full season 11, bro. Just a 2-hour HBO Max original movie. Yes. We get to see him in between the finale and Crisis on Infinite Earths. That's my dream right there.
So much. There's so much you can actually do with some of these characters. See, I like where your head's at, Lex. Is like the fact that you could just be like, oh, there's a
Jesus! I just saw Axel's like floating around.
Yeah,
I'm like, why is there a head looking at me?
Yeah, I know. That's pretty
it's
cool. Huh?
distracting.
Put
Yeah, but
it
I
on,
was just saying,
put
like,
it
there can always be like a chunk of a timeline that, hey, what if we did a story about this or something? And you just wonder how many times they get fed those, like, get pitched that, and then
those in between times for stuff is some of the most interesting content ever. Just look at Star Wars. That's their sweet spot. If they find 2 movies that are just phenomenal, they fill in that space. They're like, it's
Rogue
just
One
a great
is
time.
fantastic. I'm just saying.
Andor is fantastic. Yep.
Andor is fantastic as well. So
Ahsoka is about to be the real deal. It's completely written by Dave Filoni. It's directed by him. I mean, this show is going to be unbelievable. I can't even imagine.
I can't wait.
But yeah, you just gotta. I mean, like when you can, and I like it when they do that with stories. Is like, oh wait, what about this? Like a story right here or a story right there. I mean, man, it sucks that you got these suits getting pitched this stuff, and then they start wanting to change things because they think like, oh, they got these people over here running numbers, and it's just, I don't know, and that's where everything just gets fucked up. That's what happened with Snyder. I mean, after BVS, the reaction was, oh, you gotta lighten up Justice League. I mean, as much as we got the Snyder Cut out, yeah, fantastic, and it's it's what Zach wanted when it came to this version, but at first it was going to be darker. It was going to be like not as light as it was right now. He's even talked about
that. I think the truth is that Warner Brothers or Warner Brothers Discovery, I kind of put them in the same thing at this point. They can't get out of their own way. I think it says a lot.
They reacted too quick.
They're stuck in a cul-de-sac. It sounds like.
Overreact.
The 2 most successful DC movies in recent years has been The Batman and Joker. And
Aquaman. Yeah.
Well, yes, and Aquaman.
Yeah.
But
and
yeah, the Aquaman's kind of interesting because for me, I loved it, but you can tell that it was still kind of a mismatch of a movie. But it did help that the VFX looked great by the end of the film. Let's be honest with that.
Yeah.
But then
it's a gorgeous film.
It's great. It's great. Great final act. The Joker movie was almost canceled a number of times. Todd Phillips fought for the movie. The fact that it had a $35 million budget helped him greatly because he was able to just basically tell them to fuck off and let him do his thing. And it ended up being one of the most successful R-rated movies of all time, one of the most profitable movies of all time. Yeah. The Batman, we were lucky because Matt Reeves clearly had a vision and he told the executives, I don't want to be part of James Gunn's thing. I don't want any of that. Like, let me just do my thing. And he did. And it's not my favorite version of Batman, but I know a lot of people that would live or die for that movie. And it's still a solid Batman flick.
Yeah.
And I just think
it was made during COVID, which is like amazing. That we even got it because when the shutdowns happened, they'd film like 25%.
Yeah.
Imagine if they had not been able to continue after that. So it's a miracle that film happened.
Yeah, and I just feel more so that studio notes need to live and die basically by like, hey, we make sure to follow this continuity, and then they just walk away and just kind of let them do their thing. Like maybe, look over and be like, well, we can't have this happen because we need it to line with this. And like, I feel if you just kind of did that more or less, like the movies wouldn't hurt as much.
I think that's what James Gunn wants to do now. I mean, I'm like, that's what I'm hoping for. Like just listening to him. I mean, anytime that he talks about this, I mean, he even talked about he wants to get different directors in here. He doesn't want everything to be the same tone. I know that was always like the biggest gripe is like, oh yeah, it's just going to be a bunch of movies with dick and fart jokes and all that kind of stuff. It's always going to be that. It's James Gunn style. And I'm like, well, I mean, have you just watched the Guardians movie? I mean, James Gunn, he's been involved with numerous things and they've been some, different, but he's talked about how just like getting the different filmmakers in here to not have one consistent tone, but like you said, Paul, is like just be like, hey, okay, do what you want to do. We're all aboard, but we just want you to link this one little part right here, like maybe with James Mangold. Oh, well, I'm just making this, monster / guy movie. He said that earlier this week too. He had a quote saying like, yeah, they're talking about franchise. I just want to make a movie about a horror type movie that has to do with this creature. And it's like, cool, do that, but we're just going to have a little John Constantine right here. That's it. just fit that right there, and that's it, because we want to do Justice League Dark. So just that. But other than that, knock yourself out, man. That's all.
The thing with something like, looking at the new DC universe, I'm not saying the air was always perfect, but one thing they always did well was that they could have all these shows coexist, but they didn't have to depend on like references every week or having cameos, and so again, like they still, like Legends felt like it had its own tone. Supergirl felt like it had its own tone. Flash, Arrow, etc. Like all these shows felt like they're all unique, but they're still part of this great shared continuity. And I think that's what James Gunn needs to do, of like, yeah, you know what? You don't need a bunch of Infinity Stones to draw a red line throughout all these. I swear, to God, if there is like another like MacGuffin that I had to sit and wait for like 6-7 movies, I would be like, James, we already did this. So, but again, like I love what James Mangold said this week, that he's like, yeah, like it's in the same universe, but I'm just gonna focus on telling the story of Swamp Thing. But then maybe they're just like, maybe like a casual reference of like, oh, this detective from London, who deals with the supernatural, aka Constantine, just again, make it subtle. You don't have to don't shove it down our throats. So
yeah, anytime that an MCU movie was like always like, basically it felt like a filler to lead into the next movie. That's where it was
always like that, pretty much.
Yeah, it was
like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Iron Man 2 was phenomenal.
There's a phrase for it, because they did with a lot of Star Wars stuff. It's called the Glub Shido cameo, basically. You're not. Basically, it's a character that no general audience member will understand, but it's something for the fans. But it also doesn't add anything to the movie other than like a surprise, like come see the next movie, basically. So I mean, you gotta just not do that as much, or hold back on that if you can.
See, and then when it came to like Multiverse of Madness, when I was all aboard, because I was like, I'm a Raimi fan, been a Raimi fan forever. He's, Evil Dead's one of my all-time favorite, movies in general, but it's my favorite horror movie. But when I watched that, I'm just watching and going, oh man, there's so many Raimi-isms. It's so great. But then that mid-credit scene, I went, the fuck was that? I was like, what? Like, you had to fit that in there because you needed to make somebody died off.
Lex disappeared.
Oh, it's okay. But yeah, it's like when you see that mid-credit scene, it was just kind of like, man, we just had the ending where it was a perfect Raimi ending where, he just, Stephen Strange just goes, and then he just like the eye appears, and just the way that it was filmed was like, that was total Raimi. And then all of a sudden we get a mid-credit where he just walks out again. And then of course, what's her name shows up, not Scarlett Johansson.
Charlize Theron.
Charlize Theron. Yeah, wrong blonde. Sorry.
Wrong blonde.
Oh, I know, right?
Do all women look alike?
Okay, they're both beautiful.
Do all blondes look alike to you, Dave? Is that what you're trying to say?
I know, right?
Oh, that's a fan sub.
I know, exactly. Oh, jeez. Yeah, I'm canceled now. Am I? No. But no, I'm just saying, like when it just kind of took me out of it. I was like, oh, you had to fit that in there, and that took away from the actual ending. And I was like,
I almost feel too, and I love Multiverse of Madness, by the way, because I'm a Raimi guy. But I almost feel too that they hyped it up in the sense of like they gave it the wrong. I mean, it's a great title, but it's the wrong title for that movie. If it had been called like
You're right.
Yeah, like Dimensions of Doom or something like that, I think would have been more
that's a
fitting.
good one.
Yeah, because I mean, the Multiverse of Madness sounded like a fucking theme park ride. I mean, I will always make fun of it. The Multiverse of Madness. It was like, yeah, it could have been something a little bit better. Yeah, there could have been a better little subtitle when it came to that.
We were talking about it with Across the Spider-Verse. That was a better multiverse movie because you actually went to multiple dimensions, like or different terms of reality within even just a small amount of time, more so than the Multiverse of Madness. So I mean,
we got a taste of everything.
Huh?
We got a taste of at least a few different universes. But like again, I think the biggest, again, I don't love Multiverse of Madness, but again, I love the sequel more than I love the first Doctor Strange movie because again, Sam Raimi is the GOAT. But for me, I remember like when I watch Multiverse of Madness and then I watch Across the Spider-Verse, the only time where we really go through all of these different universes is literally when America Chavez and Steven are just traveling through, just we can see different. We get to see different styles. But in Across the Spider-Verse, we actually get to set some roots in some of these different universes. Of kind of like theoretically, Spider-Verse just set up a bunch of spinoffs that he could do if they wanted to. So I think that's why I'm like, when I look at something like Across the Spider-Verse and then I compare it to Multiverse of Madness and even the Flash movie, I'm like, I feel those two are gimmicks, and Across the Spider-Verse is like, it feels like there's a thought, there's a plan with this.
There are movies that are made sometimes where like it may seem like random, but almost everything that's there, it propels the story forward. Back to the Future, you know, granted different type of movie, but nothing in that movie goes to waste. You know, like everything has a point to why it's there. Yeah, I don't know if it's exactly like that with Across the Spider-Verse, but almost everything kind of comes back around to, we're showing you this because this is adding to the story of Miles and like how he's viewing everything. And like even throwaway jokes where like he comes in and the Spider-Man India has the wristband, and he's like, really? Even he's only been Spider-Man for 6 months, but that's the joke. But it's also back around because you find out like the twist with Miles at the end, and so it's like, yeah, I don't know, but yeah, I still agree though that the stuff in Multiverse of Madness feels more like throwaway, whereas Across Spider-Verse it's story focused and story oriented. So. Yeah.
I will say that. As someone who like loved all the original Marvel TV shows, you know, it was great seeing Haley Atwell as Captain Carter, and you know, listen, I do not support that Inhumans TV show whatsoever, but I will support the daddy that is Anson Mount as Black Bolt. So that was
awesome.
Well, they put him in the actual costume, and everybody was like, "All right, that's."
I just wanted to punch Reed Richards so hard when he was like, with a single blast of his mouth, and he's like, "What mouth?" And then you see like how it should have ended, Skid, and it's like,
yeah.
Why is this smarter than a fucking Hollywood blockbuster movie? And it was like, you don't do this to Anson Mount. So
to be fair, there's a few things. One, how it should have ended, or they're always they're just really good. They always do that with almost every movie. They're almost always smarter than the blockbuster film. And the other thing too is like I think we all knew going in that the version that they're going to visit or whatever, we knew that something was going to happen to the I want to call them the Illuminati, because they're not the Avengers, so to speak.
Yeah.
And we knew that they were going to probably bite the dust regardless. So I mean, it was one of those things where it's like when people were disappointed that they got killed off so quickly, it's like, they weren't. But I mean, it was going to be like a gag, and everybody.
But they killed all of them. We didn't need to kill all of them.
Yeah, but I think. Hey, I mean, Xavier lasted a little longer, and he had a little bit more screen time, and it was.
I mean, but we've seen him die like. We saw him die in Logan again.
I know.
If Deadpool 3 is smart, there'll be other remaining members, so that then when they go into that universe accidentally, and they're like, were we here before? And then they'll find out, Scarlet Witch, and then they'll just get the fuck out of there before they get killed by the other one.
What's great though? What's great about remember the first Deadpool, where they literally make the joke of like, it's funny, it's a big house, and it's funny we only see two X-Men here. Now, almost like the studio couldn't afford more X-Men. Now we're gonna get to the third one, and everyone's gonna be like fucking back. It's gonna be it's just cool how much that franchise.
I just hope it's gonna be again. I am excited for Deadpool 3, but like if there's a scenario like that, I want it to be like a clusterfuck of like where there's like mixed actors from like the First Class franchise and what do we call it? Like the original X-Men film. I didn't want to
the OGs in the First Class.
Like it would be just so funny.
Like make a cameo.
Yeah, there'd be so many different things going on, but
I kind of just want to see that with Jennifer Lawrence and like Rebecca Romijn. I can't say her name. What they said. If them they just met and they're like, why the fuck do you get a body? So I had to go around like blue naked. Like, I'm like, again, that I feel Deadpool 3 they will be able to do a lot of things that I feel like I missed with the Flash. Because like Paul, like your idea of like literally, why didn't we just go to? Here's a great way to tie him back into Crisis on Infinite Earths that we literally visited Earth 89, which is the home of Michael Keaton's universe. Why didn't we bury to go there? It's
but again too, like there's the thing too is like I'm trying to think way ahead. I'm trying to think almost like Zach and what he would do. But if you do the Omniverse too, you could have it be that like everything is a tangent of a tangent. So even the version that we see in the Flash is just a tangent of the original 89 universe because it got meshed in with this other thing and became another, variable or variant type thing. I mean, there's so many different avenues, but like I've said before earlier, it all depends on budget and about people being creative over at Warner Brothers. So, good luck.
when I think if we get anything more with Zach, at this point, I wouldn't be sure if it's a big if. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't be sure if it's actually all done in animated style. Because again, I think, yes, I mean he has great relationship with some of these, some of these actors and people and so on. But it's like some of these actors are also getting older. Like again, I don't know how much longer you can actually have Ben Affleck come back as Batman. So I think that's, and I mean, with animation, you don't have to worry about budget as much. That way we can get our completion. We can have these actors come back and voice them. Zach can pick out a great, new art style of animation, Again, I mean, I kind of hoping that he would pick the one he did for Teen Titans Go with his Titans. I kind of wonder who that animator was.
I mean, personally, I think that whatever Zach wants to do, if whatever happens, I'll be there. I'll be there to check it out.
Of course.
But I feel honestly, I don't know if animation's the best. I mean, again, it depends on how much time has passed by the time that if something like that even happens. So you have to factor that in too. But I know Zach, and I know he loves his characters enough that whatever he ends up doing, he's going to try to make it the best production he can. So I'm there regardless of whatever ends up happening. But I almost feel like it's almost impossible at this point with if he were to say come back that he doesn't make some sort of like joke about the whole situation basically in some sort of like not fourth wall breaking like a Deadpool scenario, but in the sense of just like making.
Oh my god! I would love if Zack Snyder, Zack Snyder in Deadpool 3, and Deadpool just like, so Zach, Zach, how do you cope with getting fucked over
by Jeff Johns?
They could totally do that too. I mean, there was a joke in Deadpool too. There was like, he was like, you must be from the DC universe or something like that, DCU, or it's like you must
Snyder Spider.
Yeah,
exactly. I know that Ryan definitely does seem to be a Snyder fan himself, though, or at least a fan of Zach's movies because he's mentioned it multiple times. I think they even did like an exchange on Twitter at one point. I think they were definitely making a joke about Jeff Johns though in that situation because, I mean, word of mouth travels, behind the scenes and everything. So I wouldn't be shocked. Yeah. But yeah.
Didn't Ryan Reynolds like that one post by Wayne Tika like showing the Green Lantern image?
Yes. Yeah. He liked that. I mean, and I think the exchange you're talking about, Paul, is like I think he mentioned the Snyder Cut. I forgot exactly where it was, and then I think Dwayne Johnson mentioned something about the Snyder Cut, and then he responded or something like that. I don't know. There's something like that, but at the same time, I mean, Zach even said himself that, if he was going to choose a Hal Jordan, he probably like, well, why not Ryan? He's already there. Why not just bring back him? And it was like that whole thing because I remember a while ago that was like it was like a thing where, and I remember hearing about it because I was told. I remember putting it out there, and other people put it out there too. I think Grace also put it out there as well, saying that if Zach wanted to have a Hal Jordan, he might bring back Ryan Reynolds because why not? And so then I was like, oh well, how deep does this go? And as far as my information, it was like, there was like talk of it. There's a possibility Ryan did want to do it again. Like, hey, let's give it another shot because that thing back there was a complete fucking shit sandwich. So why not just do it again? I mean, it was just like a whole thing, but I mean, would have been sweet if something with that could also,
Ryan could be like an older Hal Jordan now, like having mentoring the whole.
Why not?
Stewart.
Yeah.
I personally wasn't a fan of Ryan personally as Hal, but at the same time, like under different direction and different writing, you never know. Like I wasn't huge on Andrew Garfield being Peter Parker, but in Spider-Man No Way Home, I knew if he was, because I love him as an actor, and I knew if he was given the right script and the right direction, he ended up being one of the best things in that movie. So I could see the same thing happening for Ryan if that ever came to fruition. But again, it's just us having fun just talking about it.
Well, but I mean, but you bring up a good point. I think Tom Holland's Spider-Man. I think Tom Holland's Spider-Man's better under others. I think like in Civil War, he's better. Infinity War, he's better. I don't know. There's just, to me, Tom Holland Spider-Man, it seems like it works better when he's like not in his own movie.
Yeah.
Who directs the actual movies? I forgot his name.
I think it's John Watts, I believe.
Oh, John Watts. There you go. I couldn't remember. I almost said Mark Webb, but I was like, that's the amazing guy.
Personally, I don't mind the John Watts movies in terms of Spider-Man.
I don't either. Yeah.
No, but it's interesting though too, because they've been sort of like a litmus test, I feel, for like hardcore Spider-Man fans, because like I didn't always agree, but but again, I wasn't a hardcore Spider-Man guy, but looking back and stuff, when they were complaining about, before No Way Home came out, they were complaining about Far From Home and Homecoming, and one of the biggest complaints, which I ended up agreeing with, is that there's not too many consequences for Holland's Spider-Man, which is one of the the main things of what Spider-Man is about, is consequences. Like the Raimi version, consequences happen for him like instantaneously, like on the spot. Yeah. And I'd be like, no, you know what? They have a really good point. And then like No Way Home was like, okay, you want fucking consequences here? Like it was almost like making up for the last two movies in terms of that. And so but again, I don't mind in terms of Tom Holland's version of the character, at least with his own movies, because for me, I feel he does act closest to what I would imagine the character to be. Granted, most of my version of the character is the Ultimate version by Bendis, so I feel like he's closest to that. If you're going more 60s versions, probably Toby, and if you're going more like 90s version, it's probably more Andrew. So. But again, it's all about different tastes. Like, like I said, like earlier, like I'm not a Pattinson guy, but I know a lot of people that love the Pattinson version. Personally, I'm more Affleck and Keaton. And that's that's understandable too. So
which is what's great. I mean, we're all so spoiled when it comes to all this stuff. I mean, my God, I mean, that's when it came to the Flash movie, just to have like you said, I'm with you. I mean, when it comes to my favorite Batman, it's Ben Affleck, it's Michael Keaton right next, and they were in a movie. The only thing that was a letdown was like, if they could only just had one moment where they were like together, it
would have been fine. It would have people would have wanted that. Like we just got it in No Way Home. Like everyone's favorite scenes in those movies wasn't all of them fighting. I mean, yes, they loved that, but it was them talking in the school and then talking on the statue.
Yeah, and then of course web slinging, like when they were all three web slinging, my God, that thing was just like, it was just magical,
iconic.
It was so iconic. I mean, I've watched that anytime that shows up on my feed, when I see them when they're running out there and then like they just start doing the web slinging thing. It's so freaking awesome. Oh yeah. It's just, but it's just like one of those things where it's like, when it comes to the Flash, and I think when we all heard that Ben Affleck and Michael Keaton were going to be in there, the first question was like, are we going to get a scene together and they're going to fight? Mm-hmm. And then when you watch the movie, you go, okay, well, you can't see how that could be possible. But then at the same time, it's like, well, why couldn't it, like something? And that's where, it can be but at the same time, it's like, well, Ben Affleck was just like, he wanted to do this and he wanted to do it, but obviously it was all minimal. And, going back to even talking about his costume and stuff, I mean, that's where he definitely would have had to been. He would have had to be in that BVS costume if they were going to do something, because as much as I was okay with that the costume in the Flash, like I said, it only looked good on the bike. It didn't look good off the bike.
And it wasn't even him sitting. It wasn't even. I mean, that was like mostly his.
No, it was. Oh yeah, anytime on the bike, that was not him on the bike. But when it came to him, on the bridge, he was standing there, and it just looked so freaking awkward.
You know what I just realized, Dave? I think that's why. Sorry, Paul. I will make it short.
No. Go ahead.
I think the reason why it also angers me again, because for me, like I had maybe I was demanding too much from this Flash movie just because I'm a Flash content creator, but like for me, the fact that we not only did we not get to see Ezra and Grant meet each other, which again,
that would have been great too.
There's a scene they could have literally looped in somehow, like maybe explain like how did Flash get his own name, but I'm just a reporter. I don't make these movies, but it's like the fact that we didn't even get to see Affleck and Keaton meet each other, and again, it's like this is why I'm like, I don't want to see Flashpoint ever adapted again, because like it's like if you're gonna do Flashpoint where like at some point there's a connection between these two Batman, whether it is through Bruce getting a letter from Thomas or Batman of Earth DCEU and Batman of Earth 89 getting to meet each other. Like the fact that we didn't even get that, the only thing we had was Barry meeting Barry, but it's both versions of Ezra. So it's like,
Guys, I want to ask you something, because someone who actually hasn't seen the movie, other than what I've been spoiled with and seen in stills and videos. Is there a scene with, I guess, either Affleck? Well, no, I guess not afterwards, but I guess is there a scene with Keaton at least where, I mean, there must be a scene where like the Barrys or somebody tells him, "Oh, you're not the Batman that I know." I mean, is there a scene where Batman realizes that Batman always kind of happens? Like essentially, there is. Okay,
there's a scene where like when they first meet Bruce, he talks about like, because they don't know who he is when they first come across him, because it's kind of weird because they go to Wayne Manor and the door's like open, which I'm like, okay. I mean, it's all old and everything. So
Alfred never
dead.
Alfred never teach Bruce how to.
Apparently, Bruce Wayne doesn't know how to lock a door after Alfred. But so they're in there and they're in the kitchen. He starts it, and then they do mention he was like, wait, you're Bruce. I'm like, well, yeah. You're Batman and you're Bruce, and he does say something like, yeah, but you're different. And there is a mention of like, yeah, you're not the Bruce that I know. And he even says like, oh yeah, we're like best friends and blah, blah, blah. And so there is like kind of something like that, Paul,
but not as deep as you're probably thinking.
No, not as deep as you're thinking.
Because if I'm doing a multiverse type of movie, or if I'm thinking about this as like a fan, I mean, the first thing you want to do if you're dealing with this in live action is, even if there had been a Keaton Affleck scene, the first thing they would have noticed or thought about probably is the fact that like, fuck, like, I'm glad that I'm Batman in the sense that I'm helping people, but like, is this a thing? This is a thing across multiple dimensions, possibly, that Bruce Wayne always has to become Batman. Like that. Think about that. Like, that's really fucked up.
Does my parents die in every timeline? Am I destined in every universe to suffer? Like, is Thomas the Marvel always going to be killed by Joe Chill no matter what universe I go to?
Well, they do kind of briefly talk about that, I think. Right, Andy? They kind of talk about that, because they talk about oh wait, I'm thinking. Never mind. I'm thinking about Spider-Verse. I'm thinking about Spider-Verse because Uncle Ben always has to die, and then the sergeant.
Right.
I can't tell if Dave was making fun of it or if he genuinely forgot.
I don't know. I think Dave's being genuine here.
What the hell? Yeah.
But no, like, again, they asked that question, and it's a question that comes up with Batman too. With Batman, because this has happened in the comic books, Batman realizes if I had become
total brain fart, and
that's totally fine because your brain is automatically thinking of better things, so you want to go to that point.
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I remember people were asking me, "Is it better than Cross the Spider-Verse?" I'm like, no, it's not. It's still enjoyable.
You were honest. You were honest. You were honest, and you didn't go believe the hype consistently over and over again.
No, I wasn't one of those people that's like, oh my god, it's the best DC movie ever. I'm like, no, it's enjoyable. I can enjoy it.
Yeah,
I can enjoy it, and it's and I enjoyed it both times, and everybody who I was with the second time enjoyed it, and it's enjoyable. But at the same time, I'm like, Across the Spider-Verse. That's just
no masterpiece.
It's a fucking masterpiece. Yeah, it's not a masterpiece.
Quick question: is Lex all right, or is he not coming back?
I don't know.
I don't know. I haven't heard him. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I was gonna message him, so maybe.
I just want to make sure to ignore him, but so that people.
No. He's not backstage or anything. I don't see him. So.
Okay. Well, if he's watching, Lex, I'm also located in Mass. So if you wanna hang out and talk DC, always down for that.
There you go.
Yeah, check out what I found.
Nice. Nice. That's nice. That's the closest
kind of small, but
the closest they ever got outside of TV.
Yeah, I mean, I'll never understand that whole thing of not. I mean, maybe we're gonna find out more stuff because I thought they even said that they might have done something with Grant Gustin. But
no, I think they did, or
they had a list of options. But this is where Andy was getting basically ticked off the entire fandom was that. Because he said something like, we had a list and basically anyone who's a DC character was fair game, but they just it didn't work for us. But I think what is just so infuriating is the fact that we had this whole idea in Crisis on Infinite Earths where they met each other. That again, there's again because the way Jim Lee was talking about it was that scene had to be written so carefully because of the Flash movie that it's like. So you clearly had a point to make here. And again, it's like you could have had almost like as a prologue. Like, how does Barry in the DCU get the name The Flash? Even in the Snyder Cut, Barry is never mentioned as the Flash, and this could have.
Yeah, it could have bridged.
Axel, are you okay? Jesus Christ.
What's happening over there?
I think I made him choke.
Axel, are you okay there, buddy?
Is he miming something?
Yes, I'm okay. I'm just
Okay.
Did I say something that upset you?
No.
See, this is what happens when you eat on a stream, man.
Oh my god.
I'm not gonna lie. It would have been fucked up if we were talking about the Flash and Axel's just like choking in the background. And he just falls over, and we're just going on about Batman.
Well, I remember
like,
the first time.
God.
I remember the first time, like when I was on Vodka Stream and he came on, but he didn't realize that Dave had put it on, so he was just like,
"Oh shit!"
Yeah, on my phone and shit. Yeah, oh, funny.
Yeah.
And it was like to like 3 minutes. We were just kind of like, when he's gonna look up because he's just like,
yeah, he was not paying attention. It was funny. It was a good moment. It was a good moment. No, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say on the scene in CW with Ezra Barry and Grant Barry. I mean, this is me just projecting, but I remember distinctly he mentions Cyborg. He talks about
he said Victor was right.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, let's be honest.
I have a theory.
Well, we don't know what they were doing in terms of the pre-production at that time, but Cyborg plays a part in Flashpoint, and Cyborg and Barry were meant to be friends in the DCEU, and I think that they wanted him for that brief moment, and Ray Fisher was like, "No."
There's my theory. That's
right.
Yeah. I think big time the fact that Ray Fisher dug his heels in the ground. Again, it's one of the if you ask like a diehard, if you have somebody who has "I stand with Ray Fisher" hashtag in their Twitter handle, which has been plagued, now you can't say that unless. But if you were to use that hashtag on Twitter, they go to the Flash. They will dogpile you. That's why you can't use that.
They don't even know the facts. Anymore. They just said, "Oh, he was erased. He was written out. He was fired."
No.
But I think it was kind of shitty though. Like when in the Flash movie, because there's one reference of Victor, but instead of using like a photo of like Victor, because they have like old pictures they could use. Instead, they just use like stock images of football players. And it's like,
but at the same time, the thing is like Andy and Ray met with each other, and even Ray admitted it. Like there's a quote out there where he goes, "Oh yeah, I met with Andy Muschietti. We were clicking. Everything was good." But Ray dug his heels in. He wasn't going to be in a movie that had Walter Hamada's name on it. That's the thing.
Like, I think Ray could have maybe filmed a scene. Well, like when Walter Hamada was gone.
But you could
have filmed the scene there.
But the problem is that it still has like even if Hamada is gone. This is the Hamada's like one of his name production. That's the thing. Like the principle is that he will not put his name. He will not have any involvement that has a film that has any involvement with Hamada whatsoever. So like which I respect him and support him on because
100%.
Yeah. There's also a stigma I think still at the company to a certain degree. It's just weird little things. I remember when they relaunched or Max or whatever the hell you want to call it now, and you have the icons that you can put in your thing. The Ray Fisher Cyborg was gone from the Justice League lineup, and they even had the Cyborg from Doom Patrol, but not his. And I was like, that's fucking weird. And then finally they did put it in when fans like bitched about it enough. But why do that? Like even so many years later, I just think that there's a stigma with Ray because Ray called them out on their shit, and I think that's just it.
Totally agree. I totally agree, but it just sucks because Andy did want to have him in there. I mean,
when people blame Andy for like.
You can't blame. Yeah, don't blame Andy. I mean, he was just trying to be like.
No, Andy's not the problem here. It is Mr. Cole. It's Mr. Cul-de-sac's fault.
Oh yeah, Mr. Cole.
Even in Peacemaker, like Cyborg wasn't Cyborg meant to be in that Justice League scene?
Yep.
And they cut him out.
They were supposed to have a silhouette, but they cut that out because of the regime. People who like keep wanting to throw their fucking shit at James Gunn. James Gunn was like, no, I wanted them all to be there. I mean, like he was trying to get it all, to happen. And sadly, he only got Momoa and Ezra to show up. But yeah, I mean, but they even removed even Batman, right? Batman was supposed to be in that scene too, because if you see
one
that,
of the tactical scenes,
if you
I
see
remember,
that
like,
field shot, there's like
Yeah.
spaces that are just empty.
Empty.
And then I remember I was like, well, fuck it. Like one Saturday, I just decided, and other people did it too, but I put like a Batman and a Cyborg in that shot because you could totally tell, like, they were supposed to be standing like right here.
They weren't
And I
standing
think
apart.
they had stand-ins. They definitely had a Batman stand-in because you saw the stand-in dude take a picture of himself. So it was just
we never saw an image of the guy, the stand-in for Cyborg.
Yeah, they didn't have. I don't know. Did they? They didn't.
I think he just didn't want it out of respect.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah,
I don't know. It's just,
and what's so sad about this whole thing is that I don't know how many people are noticing it, is the fact that it's specifically the black guy they're doing this against too. Again, like it's you know, as a man of color myself, like it hurts because again, like Ray is like he's a shining light in that fucking Justice League movie. He's like
he's the heart. He's
arguably the breakout star of that film. And again, it's like the fact that these executives cannot man up enough and just apologize and take a responsibility for their actions. It's just like that's why I'm like, the amount of pride like I could not imagine having so much pride that I can't admit, you know what, Ray, we fucked up. We invested. We interfered. We did things we should not have done. We apologize. Can you forgive us? Would you be willing to come back and work with us? If like, what can we do to make this safer this time? But instead, it is just erasure, and it's like, it's. You know what? I'm glad Ray is thriving without the shitty company.
It's hilarious because I follow certain people or whatever, and I look over and they keep track of everything. But it's karma in a sense that when the Flash is crashing and burning, that Rebel Moon is getting announced with behind the scenes and like the poster. Ray is doing fantastic on Broadway. He's about to take one of his Broadway plays he did with Samuel Jackson and make it into a movie. Like it's karma.
Make that bags, bro. Make that bag.
It's just it's sad. Like the Flash was always cursed. It just seems like, because ever since it was put on that initial slate, I still remember back in 2015, it was before BVS came out. Remember that whole like CW thing that they did with Kevin Smith and good old Jeff Johns, when they were talking about their, and they had all the concept art and they had like the 3D like animation with that concept art. Like you saw like the Flash concept art, you saw the Cyborg concept art, and they were essentially doing their version of like, okay, we're announcing the slate. We're going to, Zack Snyder has built this foundation, and then we're going to have these solo movies. Yeah, we didn't have them at first, but now we're going to branch off and have
What's
these.
The greatest lie in history?
I know, seriously. My God. Yeah. I remember being so excited watching that on my little TV.
I remember that. That was like, because they were doing it in front of the premiere of tomorrow, which I'm like,
it was one of
the Justice League thing was like far better, of course. Yeah, and I just like, I still go back and watch some of those old clips because I'm like, because I still go back and think like we never get to hear a screenwriter for Cyborg or anything. But I'm like what ideas did he have for that film? I'm almost wondering if, again, this is just me like conspiracy theory time, but I almost wonder if was Zach gonna maybe be more involved with that film as opposed to
I mean he was set up, I think, to be either a producer or executive producer the same way he had been with Wonder Woman 1 on all those movies.
But I think he was gonna be more involved with Cyber for some reason, because I was like we never heard anything about a director or a script. I was like, maybe Zach was going to take him after the Snyder Cut and after Man of Steel, I will do Cyborg.
Yeah, so Cyborg was so far down the line, it's hard to say, but I think we do know that the Flash would have come out before Cyborg, and he was already geared to be buddy with Barry, and he's the one he connects with probably the most, other than maybe Wonder Woman, in terms of that team in Zach's cut of the movie. So at least that's what I saw happening. Zach seemed more focused primarily on the Justice League sequels. As to Man of Tomorrow, I'm assuming it would have been called Man of Steel 2. It either would have been probably him or it would have been another director that he had.
It would have been another director. There's no way.
Yeah.
I mean, I've had people in my audience go like, "Man, he would have directed the sequel." To I'm like, no. He after like obviously when Man of Steel 2 came out, obviously they were always thinking about a sequel. But as soon as he went in the meeting, well, what about Batman? That just went, okay, now you're the guy that's going to expand the universe, kind of thing. And so like a direct sequel to Man of Steel where it could have had Brainiac or Metallo or anybody and it's just been a direct sequel, that was not going to probably ever be Zack because he was just going to go forward and just tell this Superman story this way.
It's got to be Zack or nothing.
Yeah, that's what some people say. But yeah, I mean, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I mean, personally, I think that, it's like you were saying. It's like you were saying earlier. I mean, the company has had multiple chances between getting bought out and different people running the show, or the Snyder Cut coming out. Like all these different chances to basically pivot and be like, okay, let's go this way, and they always go the opposite direction, and they continuously get bad results. And at this point, like I'm just, as a fan, I'm tired. So like, I'll
where are the real DC fans at, huh?
I know. Where's the real DC?
Yeah.
They're not in theaters. That's for fucking sure.
Yeah, I know. That's what's so like.
They're not in theaters. Us, the Snyder cultists. We're the pro. We're the.
But
problem.
I mean, but it's funny because like I enjoyed the Flash more than recent DC movies. I mean, it's not top tier, as it's not BVS, it's not Man of Steel, it's not Zack Snyder's Justice League.
It's not Dark Knight. But
no, it's not up there. It's not up there with like the top tier. I would say it's like it's in the tier with Aquaman, and because I really enjoyed Aquaman as well. It's right there with Aquaman, and I'm trying to think of like another one in that
Black
tier,
Adam.
Yeah, Black Adam is a little lower. I would say
if they had just worked like. If they hadn't remade the movie like again, it's the same type of deal almost with Justice League, except they kept the same director the entire time.
Wait.
They with the Flash, they reworked the movie probably three different times. It's kind of this Frankenstein thing, right? Happening with. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. I'm sorry. I got distracted because I saw somebody in the chat, like
people are mentioning that. I'm like, wait, what?
Jeremy Renner. I saw like Miss Nighthawk.
Oh my god,
that girlfriend. Yeah. She all of a sudden I looked at her and she like looked at her chat and said, "Holy shit, Jeremy Renner passed!" And I was like, "Wait a minute,
wait, what?
No,
he's fine. He's fine.
Oh, okay.
It was there was something that happened. Something earlier it was trending on Twitter. I saw it earlier today where it said RIP Jeremy Renner, and then I clicked it. I was like, wait a minute, and then it was like one of those things where it was like it wasn't a thing, and then I was like, all of a sudden it was like back again. I'm like, what? Was it actually true? And I'm like, I just searched for it right now.
I'm going to his Instagram right now because you all got me.
No, he's fine. He's good. I don't know why that happens every now and again where like. You'll just see like a trending thing that says like RIP somebody, but don't worry, Jeremy Renner still good.
The first Google article literally said he's not dead. He
posted a story 12 hours ago, so it's
okay.
What the fuck is wrong with some of y'all out there?
I don't know. Yeah, that's what happens with social media. I tell you what. So
okay,
but I wanted to double check. Yeah,
on my stream, I have it on. I have it on private chat. I didn't have it on the comments, so I had no idea what was happening. Okay.
Yeah. We're good.
Okay. All right. Well, Jeremy Renner's alive. That's cool.
Some fucking people.
People suck, man. What were you saying? Sorry, Paul.
I was just saying as far as the Flash production goes. I think the biggest problem, the story didn't work for me really overall. But on top of that, just in how it was made, they clearly reworked the movie like probably on three separate occasions, like retooled it and reworked it. Had to do new VFX every fucking time. I mean, I would say Aquaman is, I guarantee maybe when I actually watch The Flash in terms of story, I'll probably like it as much as Aquaman. Maybe, I don't know yet, but I mean, it may not be that. But in terms of production, it's a Justice League, because if the VFX had just worked out a little bit better, it may have just sold people more. because like every time I saw the VFX or any type of thing within the trailers or whatever, it just looked off. It looked like a a PlayStation 3 cutscene or something, and
It had like a fishbowl lens where everything
it had
was
the
zoomed
fishbowl
in.
lens.
That's
You know what's so
what
funny
did it.
is that in the trailers, it, like for me,
Like
again,
this.
it's like, oh Jesus,
It was like that.
get that out of my face, Jesus, that was close. And in the trailer, like if it looked fine, that's the thing. But like once the film, like once we you see the film, like there's so much where I'm like, are you sure you're done?
Yeah, I knew for certain the movie was going to be in trouble when the trailer came out and it was the Supergirl and the two Flashes in the battlefield, and they all come up indirectly like in front of the and it does the zoom in, and I saw that and I was like, oof. Okay.
It didn't look that bad. I don't
know. For me, I mean, I'm spoiled on Zack Snyder visuals, so that's me.
That's the thing.
Which part of it was it?
And I even talked about that, with Lex at the beginning. Was like, I mean, let's face it. When it comes, I mean, that's when I rewatched it again. I don't have any problems. I thought the effects when it comes to the Speed Force and when it comes to the Chrono Bowl concept, I thought, all right, everything's fine with me right here. But when it comes to the Zod battle, that's where you start seeing like, okay, because it's daylight and maybe the way they shot it. And again,
I think it's just because like it's an
lenses.
empty field. Like it's an empty field, and like you got to use an empty field properly. Like,
but the problem with that is the fact that we saw this 10 years ago, and they made it
like
work.
this. Wasn't like this though.
But it was in broad daylight, and that's the thing. I'm like, how can? But you shouldn't have fuck up this much in just the field.
Yeah. I see what you're talking about, but at the same time, when it comes to in Man of Steel, it was like we didn't get a battle sequence during this, Zod visit in the desert. We got Superman, showing up, and then we got them walking out, and then he goes onto the ship, and then we're on the ship, and it's darker lighting and shit like that. See, that's the thing. It's like when it comes to the Flash, it is heavy with. I mean, obviously, you got two berries that are running. You got a Supergirl that is like, also doing some shit too. So, just doesn't help. Like everything's bright and there's like a hue around them.
My biggest head scratching moment that because I'm agreeing with all of this, is that like they chose continuously to keep shooting Keaton in broad daylight, and I just thought that was hysterical because like. Look, I love '89 Batman. Like that's one of my favorite movies of all time. But Burton was smart to do everything at night and to keep him in fog and And granted, this is a more updated costume. I mean, I think they could have done more with that costume personally, but like continuously in broad daylight and not just that, in all of the promos. So it's just like
A simple little like story. I mean, obviously, it's not the same exact thing that happened with Man of Steel. So just a simple like time change where maybe it was dusk,
darker,
or
something.
Yeah.
They
like
they
have it
like that.
Like,
they just been
it should
fighting
have been
for
set
12
in the
hours.
city because like we all know why they didn't want it to be in the city.
Yeah. If it's like an intersection, like intersecting multiverse thing where it's like, okay, Zod is showing up in a universe that Michael Keaton's Batman. Oh, okay, cool. So then just have it where the sun is going down. I mean, that's like again, I think that's where I really saw certain things. Not everything looked terrible. I mean, I'm not one of those people that thought like the visual effects was like, but I see the seams more in those scenes than anywhere else, because it's just so brightly lit. And I'm like, man,
I'm gonna
just like waited a little bit where it was like it was just dusk and then going into night, it would I think I mean I can just I'm thinking about, imagine seeing that whole sequence when if it was happening at night, and maybe I don't know. I think
And I think
like why I've got a bit of a question. When Supergirl arrived at the desert and then she flew back, why didn't General Zod follow her? Like that's what they're looking for. So like, why didn't Zod
that was a little weird. It was a little weird.
Forward to on deleted scenes of the home media release.
Something missing right there, but we got Mr. Phil joining in right now.
Hey,
What's
Phil.
going on, man?
What's up, fam? How you guys doing?
We're
doing well.
pretty
How you
good.
Doing good.
correct me if I'm wrong. You guys talking about The Flash?
Yeah, a little movie that just came out,
Yeah, oh yeah. I saw it in IMAX last Friday.
Yeah.
It was, you saw it with my fellow 4 nerds, Andre and Ryan and Jason, Rhea. It was all cool. Yeah, with the Esquire IMAX downtown Sacramento. I hadn't been there in 20 years, and I saw The Flash there. And beforehand, I got Blue Beetle in front of the movie, so that was nice.
Yeah, I got that. Yeah.
That is arguably probably one of the only superhero films I'm really hyped for the rest of the year now. Kraven the Hunter looks good, but yeah, Flash.
Hey, we haven't even talked about Kraven yet.
I know.
We'll get there.
Oh. But Flash, man, the Flash. You know, it's funny. I talked to Sean O'Connell at Full Circle, and I asked him about the Flash because I was curious. And I had also talked to another friend of mine who had seen the Flash after CinemaCon, but one of the earlier fan screenings, and he got the same cut. Basically where the movie ended at the point where you only saw Bruce Wayne's foot. I wish that was the ending of the movie.
You didn't like the Clooney bit?
Nope. Not a fan.
The screening I saw, they didn't even show Clooney. It just ended with Barry saying, "Who the fuck is this guy?"
Yeah.
So wait, can anyone explain to me, because I've seen that clip a bunch of times now, why does Barry's tooth fall out at the end of the movie?
When Barry okay, so when he has young Barry, and of course young Barry has no powers, and so obviously conveniently when it comes to movie whatever, it's like, oh wait, tonight's the night that you were supposed to get I'm supposed to get my powers. So he has to basically take Barry to where, to the lab to get struck by lightning. And then you saw that shot in the trailer, right, Paul, where like you see both Barrys, like you see the thunderbolt going through. Yeah. So that's what happens. That's the lightning bolt, not thunderbolt. The lightning bolt that gives the powers. And so it's a cool scene. I really enjoy the whole fucking scene that happens. But yeah, that it essentially knocks older Barry's tooth out. So he uses like super glue and puts it back in. It's kind of gross, but it's funny. But yeah, the lightning bolt took out his tooth and also took away his powers.
Okay. And on the CW, he just gave him abs.
Yeah.
True. Lightning gave me abs.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Hey, I mean, a spider bite gave Peter Parker abs too.
True.
I mean,
very true.
Anytime you get like superpowers, you just get shredded.
Yep.
That's all.
I wouldn't mind it. If I had to get struck by lightning, I wouldn't mind.
Yeah, might hurt a little bit, but then you wake up and you're like, "What the?"
Yeah, just 9 months coma.
just real quick, because I'm a stickler for details. When he gets struck by lightning, please tell me he's surrounded by chemicals?
Yes.
Okay.
They didn't stray from
that. Are there
that.
chemicals? Are there chemicals there? I was like, what the fuck is he standing behind? Like, that a red liquid? Like, I was like, as a flasher, I was going like, excuse me?
Yeah. So like when he sits young Barry in the chair, there's like a whole thing of chemicals right in front of him. So
okay,
the lightning bolt goes through the chemicals and then just like that. And then even when they try to give older Barry back his powers in a Flashpoint sort of way, same thing. They got shit like chemicals around him because he knows he's all right. I know which chemicals were around me and blah blah blah. So yeah, they got those aspects. Don't worry. They got those aspects to the.
Had that not happened, I would have just stood up and been like, "Andy, what the fuck?"
Yeah, exactly.
It's not that hard.
From one Andy to another, what the fuck?
Yeah. I would have like flown to LA and been like, "Bro, what the hell?" It's like it's so basic. Just get some props and then like whoosh whoosh whoosh, like whatever.
Yeah. So I saw a clip of the movie. That's and again, I don't know if it's edited a certain way or whatever.
Did you pirate it?
No. I didn't pirate the movie. I'm gonna probably wait. I mean, at this rate, it'll be on digital in about 2 weeks, so we won't have to wait too longer.
Good guess. Yeah, given the way things are going.
Yeah. But I saw a clip, a promotional clip that they had put out, and it was the two Barrys talking to Keaton in his kitchen, where he's got the beard and the long hair and everything. And I think as a Batman fan, now granted, we don't know what's happened to this version of this Batman for 35 years or so, but they're talking to him, and I think he basically says, "Oh, I'm not really Batman anymore. Gotham's now one of like the safest cities in like America or something like that." And I just started laughing for multiple reasons, because one, this Batman. Now, granted, I'm going off of the '89 universe, and I know it's different because merged timelines, but like he inherited the hellscape golden age, like Tim Burton Gotham. That's like hell ascended from Earth. So you can't to picture that as like a picturesque city makes me.
I'm with you on that, Paul. When he said that, I was kind of like, all right.
That's questionable.
Yeah,
I was like kind of like, all right.
Yeah,
second, I don't know about that. Like that was a little too much. Where it was like, he could have said like, well, Gotham's better than it was. But yeah, to say the fact that he said is like now one of the same. I'm like, that's a little. That's or like so you've been what? You've been like at work and you just like accomplished your goal and then you just got driven mad. I mean, like, yeah, I didn't really like that line. I did not. I'm with you on that. I did not like.
He's working from home.
Like
there's absolutely no way a place called Gotham City could be safe.
COVID happened. The pandemic happened in Earth '89. That's why I'm like, crime just died. Everything is fine.
Yeah. That was the other thing too, is what I know, and again, it differs between different Batman, but usually Batman retires when there's like a traumatic event of some sort that happens to him. You know, a partner dies, or in the animated universe, he held someone at gunpoint. He had like a existential crisis, right?
Right.
But if not that, if not like a Dark Knight scenario, like where he's like, okay, I'm the realistic Batman. I established order. Now I'm gonna retire or whatever. But like this Batman particularly is one who's clearly obsessed with being Batman. Like how Batman usually is in most iterations of himself. Which is like, I'm thinking like Kingdom Come, where like, yes, he's too old to move, but he's still sending drones to Gotham to survey and protect, or to look over Gotham to see that it's still going okay. And like, for me, for Michael Keaton's version, this is a guy at the end of his first movie where Vicky Vale is like, let's forget all this, let's just fuck. And he's just like, no, he's out there. Like,
let's just fuck.
No one else will. I have to. So like, you can't tell me that version is like, no, everything's cool. Like, I'm just
everything
here.
is fine. It's been 35 years.
You know what I thought when I first saw Michael Keaton in that long hair and beard getup?
CW quality?
No, I was like, he looks like Oliver Queen from The Dark Knight Returns. With both arms.
Yeah, a little bit. He's got the.
He's got that look. He's got that look.
And it's even wearing a green jacket over it too.
Yeah,
it was green. Oh my god, I didn't even pay attention to that.
Yeah.
But by the way, can you guys hear the fan, or am I good?
No, you're good.
Oh, you're good.
Okay, because it was getting really fucking hot in here. So
no.
You don't want to see an anime that is just like everything is fine,
shining, glistening. Yeah.
Yep.
No, but you're right. I mean, I didn't mind the long hair and beard. I was just kind of like, again, I wanted to see the point where it's like he was actually shaving it off and cut it, because it just kind of goes
deleted scenes.
There probably is a deleted scene, because it goes right to, after that it goes to the Batcave, both Carries, and then all of a sudden you see like how are we gonna get there? And we see the Batwing, and then all of a sudden, we get. I mean, it's awesome.
Although he cut himself really well, like for being by himself. Although I should say something, because I did this all by myself this morning. So I was like, perfect, like it's trim, like like.
It's definitely the '89 Batman universe. He's probably got like a super Burton gizmo that comes down and does the hair for him or something. And then he's all set. Or something.
Very well could be.
The Pee Wee Herman music starts up, and it's the whole.
I love that. I love that more we talk about this movie, there are so many more questions about this that I'm just like. Dave, can we make a commitment? When the Blu-ray comes out, we, as homework, everyone goes through the deleted scenes and special feature, and we talk about it on the show.
Of course. I mean, we're gonna be talking. I mean, this is one of those movies we're gonna be talking about for a long time, just like, because it's again, there's a discourse, and there's questions, and there's, I mean, as much as like I enjoyed it, even watching the second time, I'm like, there's things where I'm going, and I said that the first time too, where I was like, man, I want more. I wanted more of Michael Keaton's Batman, and I was like, hey, let's start talking about where you've been for the last 30 plus years.
I wanted more Supergirl.
Exactly. Same with Supergirl. Yeah.
When I was saying earlier about like my original idea of what I thought they were going to do, I mean, again, to just have it be in its own separate universe, and then you leave it to not have been tied to anything in the DCEU. Again, Elseworlds, like you have. Again, he could have reestablished with the Justice League, and then the next arc is about him dealing with Terry and maybe dealing with Selena from Michelle Pfeiffer. I would have paid immediately.
Logic. You're trying to apply logic.
I know,
but you're also applying
like
Michelle Pfeiffer coming back. That was another hope that I had, that she was going to make some kind of appearance in here, and nothing. And then I was like, there could have been hope.
Yeah,
we needed to have George Reeve, and we needed to have bad CGI Christopher Reeve and George Reeve, etc.
It feels almost...
fuck the people who are actually alive so can come in and do things. It's like why don't it's like we had to wait. We had to see the MCU waste her in two shitty Ant-Man movies, but like we couldn't even get her back one time as Selena. Like it's just I hate it here.
This timeline
I don't
sucks.
want to live on this planet anymore.
No, but I mean, I was kind of, I was hoping there was going to be a Michelle Pfeiffer, maybe something in there too. But at the same time, I'm still kind of going like, well, I mean, that's just me and my nerd brain.
I mean, we got Boba Fett as a cameo, so that was cool.
We got Boba Fett
in the Flash.
Aquaman's dad.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Right.
We did get that. Yeah, that's right. He calls Thomas. That's right. I almost forgot about that. It's not whatever. It's an interesting scene too. They were going for.
You know what would have been funny if he said, "What you want to call my fish?
Is your wife a beautiful sea queen?" Oh my god.
Yeah, that was a weird.
Wait. Are you guys talking about the thing where, because I saw this leaked and stuff? Is this the stuff with him and Aquaman drunk?
No, that's the post-credit scene.
Yeah,
which I don't really care for either. Yeah.
I saw that, and I'm like, what's happening? Like, why is this happening? Like, what's like why?
I think they just wanted to put that in there because they wanted some connectivity. I mean, it's funny in the sense like when he falls into a puddle and he's like, "Oh yeah, I'm just gonna be right here because okay, Aquaman, water, sure." But yeah, it's a throwaway thing where I've even told people like, "Hey, is there a post credit?" I'm like, "Yeah, but just leave."
Just leave.
It doesn't do anything. Yeah. It's like
I'm going from 2017, where again, Aquaman movie is clearly, it was meant to be one movie and then it got morphed into another one, but it worked. It just, for whatever reason, it worked. But I'm thinking of that like third act where he's in the fucking comic suit, he's on that seahorse, and it looks awesome, right?
Oh yeah, it looks amazing.
You're doing this whole sequence. He at the very end of the movie, he rises to the top of the water and does the shot, like the comic book shot. Movie ends. You're like, awesome. Cut to so many years later. Now we're back to fish fucker, and he's drunk in a puddle. And I'm like,
it doesn't erase anything.
I know, but why?
But it relegates him down to just
IP?
being
like
because Warner Brothers doesn't know logic. They don't know. They love chaos.
Well, on the other end of that, Jason Momoa did agree to do it.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
I was gonna say that.
I'm also pretty sure if you throw enough money at Jason Momoa, he'll do whatever you want him to do. Like it doesn't matter. I love the guy.
What's sad about it? What's sad about this whole thing?
Anything?
Yeah. What's sad about this whole thing is like Aquaman was always like a joke. He was always the butt of the joke. Like when it came to the Justice League, and then Zack Snyder said, "Well, I'm gonna, cast a badass, and he's not gonna be the joke anymore." And then it does turn in. Now it has slowly he has turned into almost like a joke again. And as much as like I didn't, when it came to Peacemaker, it didn't bother me. I was like, all right, fine. It fits Peacemaker.
And like people complain about, they're disrespecting Superman. He has a poop fetish. I'm like, okay, I can't believe I'm defending Peacemaker. Like, like Superman. Like, didn't they make a joke about that in Peacemaker?
Peacemaker made a joke about it in Peacemaker about Superman having a poop fetish.
Yeah. I mean, people
was he not joking about
that? And I'm like, how many times does Deadpool make fun of other superheroes?
Exactly.
But that's Deadpool. But Dave, here's
that's their view. It's not like that's...
You know what solution they could have done if they had let the chef cook this entire time. If Zach had just been able to finish his course meal. Again, we got an appetizer. We were on the main appetizer.
Yeah,
I
right.
don't. Listen, I don't do formal dinners,
Yeah.
formal dishes whatsoever. But it's like, again, it's like almost like as if Zach had a plan, but these like moronic executives are like, I'm gonna pretend to be a filmmaker now because I think I know things. So it's like
It always is, sadly.
Yeah.
No,
I mean, I'm going to be directly honest with you guys because in terms of discussion, I did hear it got better. I made it through 2 episodes of Peacemaker and I gave up. And I
Yeah.
say this in that I like John Cena.
It did get better.
I think he's fine,
got better.
and I think the character is whatever. I'm weird when it comes to satire because I feel like certain characters are better with it. Like
You and me
Deadpool.
both.
Yeah, Deadpool is Deadpool. She-Hulk was that in the comic books, but the show definitely got mixed results, to say the least.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, if I'm looking at like the Harley Quinn animated show, I love that show entirely for what it is because that show right from the get-go explains to you what it is. It's not really connected to any other ongoing DC universe. It's its own, thing that's going on there, and it makes sense because you got brave and bold Diedrich Bader voicing Batman, and that's kind of intentional, But they bring everything. They bring Michael Ironside voicing Darkseid. It's this love letter to DC. But if they're making fun of Aquaman in that show, that one doesn't bother me really at all because I know what the idea of the show is and like what they're doing basically.
And that's the gist of the show too. Is like they clown on everything in the universe,
like,
and it's great. It's really well written too.
Bats. So I'm like,
well, it's almost
no.
like
Not only that, they went so far as to make Bruce Wayne so to the point where he brought his parents back to life. That's how satirical the Harley Quinn show is.
Right.
So
they make a point that Batman is a cool character, but by the end of like the 3rd season, you're realizing no, Batman has like extreme problems. And especially this version of him is like completely off the rails. Yeah, right. But it's that
Harley Quinn season 4 premieres in July.
Dude, I can't fucking wait. Can we also? I don't know. In all of the discourse, we always forget where things originate from. Can we just go back real quick if we're talking about the show? Is that the cunnilingus portrait that Zach got made was done because of that show, because of that whole controversy?
Yes,
and they copyright striked it off his Twitter.
So freaking good, so good,
dude.
No, but I was gonna bring up a point. It's like it's almost like when it comes to Aquaman, it's like they did the opposite of what happened to Thor. Thor in his own movies, when it came to Ragnarok and Love and Thunder, became a fucking joke. But when you see him in like an Infinity War, and the crossovers, is like he was like taken a little bit more seriously, which was so like when it came to these crossovers, now they're making Aquaman a butt of the joke again, as opposed to, well, I mean, I guess when Zack Snyder Justice League, it's a crossover too, but it's taken a little bit more seriously. But even in his own movie, he was like taken more seriously. But yeah, it is interesting. I don't fully gripe about it, but yeah, when it came to that post-credit scene where we see that, I was like, it's whatever.
And like, what was even the point of that post-credit scene? Like,
it wasn't for anything.
I have a conspiracy, but
I'm just saying I know where it was originally supposed to be. Dun, dun, dun.
Wait, when you say where, like it was supposed to be early in the movie, or like what?
Yes. It wasn't supposed to be a post-credit scene. The post-credit scene was supposed to be Ben Affleck contacting Barry.
That was the same. Yeah, that's why I'm like, it felt so shocking.
Wow.
See, I'm sorry, but that was what I was being told too. I'm like, because it felt so weirdly edited. I'm like,
yes,
this. There's something more after this. We're not supposed to end this. That's why I'm like, I said, like everyone was starting to leave the theater, but I'm like, no way, there's more.
Yeah.
I'm like,
that was supposed to be like a mid-credit, like, okay, cool, whatever the hell. But the post-credit was gonna be like Barry at his apartment, his monitor start going crazy, and then all of a sudden,
Barry, am I too soon?
It was going to be like something like not a too soon, but hey, like, what did you do? Find us, Barry, kind of thing. Almost like a callback to BVS, where he says like, find us, kind of thing. So yeah.
Okay.
You just look defeated.
I wonder why that might have been taken out.
Every time a new DC movie comes out, it underperforms or bombs, and then I find another announcement about a thing that, hey, we would have done this, but then we just chose not to do it. And I'm like, okay, cool, great, thanks, awesome. Another great.
I would
Another
like to
great time.
remind everyone the Blue Beetle comes out in August. Please support that film.
Believe the hype.
Don't believe the
I don't know.
TikTok influence to go see it. Like, believe like the fact that Blue Beetle is a great character, and Jaime, it's his time.
I like
Time.
Jaime the character, and I love that actor. I can never.
Zolo
Solo
He's
Maridueña.
getting his own Zolo movie.
Ooh, look at Dave rolling that. Do that one more time, Dave. Roll that Dave.
Maridueña. That's right. Got to roll.
I love Cobra Kai, and I think he's a great actor, and I think he'll kill it as Jaime. But like again, I'm just my hype for DC is just like at an all-time low and stuff. Like I'll see what fans say about it and just kind of go from there. Basically,
you're going to see that film in theater. You're going to pay for a ticket.
Are you going to hold me at gunpoint? Like what? Like what is?
You're going to pay for 2 tickets just in case you want to bring a friend.
I'm not gonna hold any weapons because as a man of color doing that on YouTube, that is not a good look. And I don't want Dave to get demonetized because otherwise Shane's gonna be like, Andy, what the fuck did you do last week? What I will say is that people did not go support Black Adam, another brown superhero movie, and I'm just like, okay, you all fucked up. It like mistakes can be made. But Jaime, you do not fuck over my Jaime. It's like it's time. So yes, Paul, you're gonna go to great theater. You're gonna do you like popcorn or chips? You know what? It doesn't even matter. You're gonna get something to eat. You're gonna get comfortable in that seat. And you're gonna watch Blue Beetle, and you're gonna contribute to the box office so that we can get more Blue Beetle and also Blue Beetle and Boost to Gold because that's what I want.
All right.
Honestly, I think of all of the ones.
I hope it leads to that.
I think of the 4 films this year, if any of them have a chance at success, it's probably going to be Blue Beetle.
We all thought Flash would, I remember how much crow do I have to eat because I said the Flash is going to be the most successful one.
How much crow are all of us going to have to eat?
I know.
I know a few of us were saying it for a while because it felt like a win, right?
The Flash podcast gave no predictions. We were just like, on this episode of the Flash, Barry does this, what Flash movie? We don't even know if there's a Flash movie. So
I wasn't rooting for the film. This isn't a shocker to Dave, probably.
Yeah.
But I think even my estimates, I had it coming in somewhere around 500 million worldwide, and the fact that I estimated too high even shocked me a little bit. So
is there any big countries right now that it hasn't opened up yet?
Is it open in China yet? I don't even know.
I don't know if it's open in China yet. Maybe I don't know.
Flash movie.
I'd have to look that up. Look it up and see. I don't know. I don't know. It's all a weird thing, but then at the same time, it's like China is always weird too when it comes to certain things. Sometimes things can blow up, and sometimes things can just fall flat there too as well. But I don't know. It's one of those movies where
they already debuted.
Oh, that's right, they did, huh?
According to Variety on.
So yeah, this movie's fucked. The movie's fucked.
I saw some estimate that it's estimated to come in roughly around 350 worldwide. So
yeah, that's barely its budget.
Yeah, there's a chance that the Uncharted movie is going to make more than this.
Oh my god,
that's rough. That's fucking rough.
Oh man, yeah, it was rough watching that movie. I never really played the game, but it was just the movie was like, oh god.
Oh, I saw that trailer and I was like, I'm good.
That was dude.
Probably at this point, Kraven
it's so generic. Oh god,
Kraven will probably do better than the Flash.
Oh yeah, how are we feeling about Kraven out there?
Yeah, I did it just for you, Dave, because I know he will jump on it.
Yes, I know we would jump back on that. But yeah, first off, they just announced that Benjamin Wolfish, the score? Wolfish, yeah. He the one who did the score for the Flash, which when you listen to the Flash score, sounds great. When you watch the movie, I didn't find it as distinct. Yeah, let's see.
Well, what's his theme? Because fuck did I know? Because I'm like, when I thought it, I was talking to Rebecca. I'm like, oh, good. So Kraven is gonna have a forgettable score. Good.
I think there's if you listen to it, there's some really good things in there. But yeah, now he's gonna be
for Batman. Yeah, but tell me what Cara and Barry's themes are.
Barry, I could hear that a little bit.
For the Flash movie, did they use the Junkie XL theme from Zack Snyder's Justice League?
Why would they want to choose a masterpiece when they can have Target? Why go with Chanel when you can have Target?
Okay.
Yeah, they didn't use Junkie's
Well,
at least they didn't
yeah.
use the Elfman theme from Justice League.
Yeah. They
All
just he did a good job with incorporating Elfman's score.
Batman stuff, yeah.
Yeah, when it came to that, he did a good job incorporating that within the score. I mean, I what I've said about the score is, I thought, it might not be like the most memorable thing unless you actually just listen to it, the tracks. But within the movie, it just had like a Steven Spielberg-esque vibe, and that's why this movie, when it comes to, I could see myself just like putting it on, and it's like one of those where it's like it feels very summer blockbustery because it's time travel, it's big, it's got Batman in it like crazy, and I'm like, all right. So for me, that's why I really enjoyed the movie, because of certain things, like just because it felt like that. It's not at the level of like, Man of Steel, BVS, and all those. Like, it's not up there. Wonder Woman, Zack Snyder's Justice League, those are like up top tier for me. This one is with Aquaman, mid tier. I hate using that mid. I'm not hip like the kids out there.
What like the Gen Z crowd? It's so mid. This is giving mid vibes.
I know. I hate that. I hate it, especially when people older than me start saying that. I'm like, really? You can't pull that off. I'm like, stop it.
I have a feeling that when I do see the Flash, I'm still going to come away probably liking Aquaman way more. I mean, I really enjoyed Aquaman more so because of the third act, but that's how I felt overall. But
Aquaman's number 4 on my letterbox list, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, so even more than Wonder Woman.
I've got Wonder Woman at number 5.
Do I have to get a letterbox to be part of the cool gang too? Because I'm like, everyone.
I don't have a letterbox.
I don't have one, but I should make one.
I don't have a letterbox either.
I review movies enough as it is.
Aquaman's at number 4. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Kraven though.
Yes, Kraven. How are we feeling?
Should I start? I guess.
Yeah. Go for it.
All right. I know you already.
I think we all kind of feel probably the same.
No, I like that.
Okay. Hold on.
Okay. Honestly, I'm not feeling it personally.
Okay.
I see a trajectory. He has the weird leather vest, and then he's clearly going to have the lion vest by the end of the film.
Yep.
So they're doing that arc. The trailer was kind of weird at first, but it really lost me when he gets the magical lion's blood in his veins. And again, I'm not a hardcore Spider-Man guy, but I'm like, checks notes. He is the world's best tracker at peak human condition here, and I'm not really I'm not getting that from the trailer. Also, this is the biggest thing that I saw that people were talking about that I agree with, and it's more of a Sony thing than a Marvel thing. It's like they keep making these villain movies and making them anti-heroes or heroes, and I don't know why they're compelled to do this when it'd be a way more interesting and cooler thing if they were just flat out villains. Like, I don't know, they're fucking supposed to be, in terms of like going after and killing Spider-Man, like I don't know. I don't think heroes go and kill Spider-Man. That's my thought process.
Unless this world Spider-Man is evil.
I don't know. I think it would have been hysterical. This is my headcanon. This isn't like their actual plan. But I think it would have been hysterical if after No Way Home, like they just had Garfield come back and do Spider, but they gave him like every worst version of his villains ever, and it was just, that's the running joke with his universe, is that he just gets the worst versions of like Rhino, and because Rhino's at the end too, right? Yeah, he gets like an injection or something, and then he's becoming.
But they didn't want to do. They didn't want to do the guy in the actual the suit. They were just like, oh yeah, he just
he just injects himself, and now he's
biological.
Yeah.
You know what's really ironic about like the Sony universe of Marvel Spider-Man villain movies is like Venom, Morbius, and now Kraven. They're all in some way they've gotten their power, minus Venom, but like Morbius and Kraven specifically, like they've gotten their powers through some kind of biological means of another animal in the same way that Garfield Spider-Man did. And it's just like, I don't understand why they don't just slot his Spider-Man into this mature.
I think he's
universe.
I think this is his universe. So.
It would fit with his universe. I think the best. I think Andrew's Spider-Man would benefit from facing off against any of these villain movies. But to Paul's point, like in regards to Kraven, I wouldn't call myself a huge. Oh, I mean, I love Spider-Man, but I don't know how huge of a Spider-Man you can call me because I don't own that many of Spider-Man comics. And I don't know that much of like the deep lore of all the villains. Kraven's one in my blind spot in regards to comics. But as far as the whole lion blood thing, I don't know that that's a canon. I don't recall if it's canonical or not. I don't think it is, but it might be somewhere else.
The only thing I do know is that I think in the Ultimate Universe, he's got like he gets like lion or something kind of DNA, and he becomes kind of like in Batman Beyond when those guys are putting in the animal DNA
Splicers,
themselves.
yeah,
splicers, kind of something like that. That's as close as I can think. I guarantee you, I'm already going to call it. His pelt that he has at the end is going to be from the lion that gives him the magical blood.
Oh, that wouldn't shock me.
You're probably right.
You're probably right. Yeah,
Wouldn't
shock me.
Well, I mean, it's Kraven. It's R-rated. Let's go for it. That's what I'm seeing the executives.
The movie. That's the shining light about this whole thing is they finally, after 2 Venom movies and a Morbius, they're like, let's just fucking make it rated R.
That means that Venom 3 needs to be R-rated in that case.
Do you guys know who they got to direct Kraven the Hunter?
No, off the top of my head. No.
J.C. Chandor, who did Triple Frontier for Netflix with Ben Affleck, Oscar Isaac. So,
that guy?
Yeah.
Wow.
And that's why
I like Triple Frontier.
I haven't seen it yet, but I heard it was actually pretty entertaining.
Ben Affleck confirmed as Spider-Man.
It's really well shot. It's a really well shot action film, and I think that based on the trailer, that trend kind of continues here. I mean, I can understand the criticism of not being a fan of Aaron Taylor Johnson's accent not being Russian because a lot of people
I didn't even catch that the first time. When I did my reaction, I actually thought the trailer was better than I anticipated because I was like, I think it was because it was a Red Band trailer and I saw all the R-rated, like him just fucking people up. And I'm like, all right, well, this was actually better. I actually don't hate this. But then at the same time, I'm like, I just feel like it's still probably going to be
Spider-Man. Where's Spider-Man?
Like a Red Band trailer hasn't surprised me since the first Deadpool movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Red Band trailers are usually better. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm agreeing, but I feel like there's I mean, it depends what kind of R they're even going to go for too, because like technically, the Deadpool movies and like Birds of Prey are R-rated, but or even Peacemakers are rated, but I can't explain it. They do this R rating, but it's not like a gritty R. It's like a fun R. It's like things explode, and it's like it's fun and like.
and there's more than one F-bomb.
But this one bites someone's ear off, so I think
kind
of
nose. Yeah, he bites his nose. I thought.
Yeah,
I
don't know.
Looking at it.
I'm feeling that the violence might save the movie to some degree. Like it'll make it somewhat entertaining for the adults that come to see the movie and they won't fall asleep or whatever they're doing. But like, I mean, I can tell you this. I have a buddy. You guys he's never been here on this thing, but I have a friend Dan he's a hardcore Spider-Man fan. The way I am about Batman is how he is about Spider-Man and Spider-Man lore and all that stuff. And he was nothing but furious about this trailer. Like he was beyond upset. He's like, this is the plot to Catwoman, but with Kraven. And I was I can't argue against that. So he was looking at Russell Crowe and he's like, Russell Crowe is more of a Kraven than the actual guy playing Kraven. And he's like,
wait, Catwoman in what way?
Well, doesn't she get her powers from cats?
Yes, she gets like in the sewer and she washes up in something. I totally forgot how it's actually. Yeah,
I haven't seen the Halle Berry movie ever.
Oh, no one should.
No,
it's really bad. Or just watch it for the sexy outfit. Yeah,
but
it's just random to me. But I'm queer, so what the fuck would I know about?
I was like, well, a little different preference. Yeah.
I'll say this: if I go to see Kraven, it will probably be with him, and we'll probably be drunk, and I won't even be able to give a cognitive review because that's the only way I'm probably going to be able to fully process the movie at that point. In terms of
understandable.
I mean, again, I'm not. It could come out entirely different. Who knows?
I mean, you have to find a joy in the viewing experience. I mean, I went and saw Venom based on hearing a review from Zach Hassan and Brian Hall, the Movie Film Podcast, because they were like, look, this film knows exactly what it is. And if you are a fan of Venom, at the very least, you should at least check it out. I was vehemently against seeing it, but then I was like, you know what? I like Venom enough. I'll go check it out. And I actually had a lot of fun with the first one. Let There Be Carnage, not so much. And Morbius, I didn't see because I was just like, I'm not sure. Waited till Netflix on that one. But this one, I like JC Chandor. I like Aaron Taylor Johnson. I think it's definitely not perfect because, again, he doesn't have a Russian accent.
Yeah, that's the big thing.
That's the biggest thing, right? Like, because I go back to Spider-Man the animated series and that version, and that version of Kraven had a pretty thick accent. I don't know if I'd necessarily call it Russian.
He had a pretty thick everything. If I had to say something,
they watch Age of Ultron and are like, no, we're not gonna have you do that accent again, there, Aaron Taylor. Sorry,
man. Yeah,
you didn't
get killed off the same way.
I didn't even think about that, but that's a great point. Yeah, he does have kind of a Eastern accent, and
you're
right.
I think at best, like I take your point about Venom. I don't care at all for the Venom movies, but I will say this: they are entertaining schlock.
Yeah, they are.
Yes,
they are.
Yeah, and
I think they're pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, again, they have an enjoyable quality to them, but not in a way.
Tom Hardy,
of like,
I love Tom Hardy.
Same.
Yeah.
Tom Hardy's the biggest sell for me for those movies.
Oh yeah, he's one of my all-time favorite actors. Right.
I also think of all the things that weren't necessarily great with that film, I do think the Lady Venom nod was actually really well done.
Yeah,
that was pretty. That was pretty cool.
And Tom Hardy is the same thing with like Andrew Garfield. If he was in a different production, I know he would be an amazing Eddie Brock.
Sure,
like in terms of like an actual well-written.
Dude, they got to put them two together. Can you imagine that? Imagine Amazing Spider-Man 3 with fucking Andrew Garfield and
I will make
Tom Hardy.
Yeah, I'd actually pay to see that. That'd be
you know what?
That would come out.
A lot of their motivations are even similar because he lost Gwen Stacy and Tom Hardy's Eddie lost. Oh damn! What's her character's name?
Michelle Williams.
Michelle Williams, right? But
whatever her name is.
Anne. There we go. Anne. Yeah. So they're both just like fuming and raging. So it's just like, let them fight.
It almost shows the quality of the movies. You're like Gwen Stacy and that other girl that was in the other movie.
That other blonde girl. Should they both blonde? Oh my god, they are both blonde.
Yeah. Oh god. But but no, like I think I think with Aaron Taylor Johnson, if they can make it entertaining schlock, it might do okay, but like I mean, I don't know. I mean clearly I think there's a way bigger pull with say the Venom character than there is necessarily Kraven.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree completely.
But yeah, so I mean
yeah, they're just gonna bank on Aaron Taylor Johnson's abs in the poster. That's all.
Listen,
Jesus Christ.
Listen.
Well, it's interesting because
I am not the main demographic they're going for. But
it's interesting because I think
I'm just saying, there's
we have two super unique superhero movies here in that we have two actors who are now the leads in superhero movies. And I use that term loosely, especially more so for Kraven than I do the Flash. Yeah. And we've seen what happens. The question has been asked, can Ezra Miller carry a film for the general audience? Doesn't look like it. Now the question is on to, can Aaron Taylor Johnson carry a film for the general audience? That's the question.
Well, I mean, he did with Kick-Ass.
Kick-Ass was the first Kick-Ass. The second one didn't do as well. I thought it was pretty good.
Right.
I thought it was all right because I like Jim Carrey in it. But yeah, it's just kind of funny. Like, the evolution of Aaron Taylor Johnson from Kick-Ass to Quicksilver and Age of Ultron, and then now
almost
he's Bond. He was almost
rumoredly almost Bond.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like in the comic book movie world, like he went from like a comic book that nobody really knew about, but it was a cult hit, and it's great. And then to Age of Ultron, which arguably that's where things started kind of when it came to Phase 2. Well, I think Iron Man 2. It was, anyways. But Age of Ultron, everybody was kind of like, what's going on here? You know,
Yeah.
and then of course now we got Kraven, and it's like okay, well,
I think
Let's
Kraven
see.
will be probably. I
Let's
think
see.
Kraven is going to be his best hit, though. To be honest, I think it's going to be one of those things like, yes, they're doing obviously different things from the comics, but I feel like in some weird way, because I've always been like, I've been okay with this whole like Sony Spider-Man anti-hero universe. Like, you know, for me, I'm like, listen, I just want to see fun movies.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I'm like, I just had a thought right now. I mean, what if they did pull a fast one and all of a sudden, like, I mean, obviously there's gonna be some kind of mid-credit, post-credit scene when it comes to this. Yeah. So, like, what if they did pull a fast one where we actually do see a Spider-Man, and then all of a sudden he takes off the freaking mask, and it is Garfield? That would people would lose their fucking shit.
Yeah,
I mean, it's interesting because the official synopsis came out for Kraven this week, and it's. I can do a live reading.
There you go.
I can do a live reading. It's not compelling at all, but I will do it. I will do it for the Film Junkies verse. Kraven the Hunter is a visceral story about how and why one of Marvel's most iconic villains comes to be. Said before, his notorious vendetta with Spider-Man, Aaron Taylor Johnson started as a digital character in the R-rated film. This is the first time Sony has directly used Spider-Man like in like the descriptions or any
bold-faced direct marketing. Wow. Yeah.
Okay.
Huh.
Well, I mean, if they want, it seems like when it comes to Andrew Garfield, I think he would be down to continue with his Spider-Man, but I mean, I know he got like his Spider-Man got fucked over big time when it came to what they were trying to do with Amazing Spider. Even though, like, when I did a rewatch before, or not before, but I just did a rewatch because my girlfriend hadn't seen any, like, she's seen some of the she's seen the Tobey Maguire ones, but she wasn't aware of like some of the stuff, and I was leading her into No Way Home, so we rewatched all of them. Yeah, which was great because she had no idea, like, when it came to No Way Home and stuff like that. So, so revisiting the Andrew Garfield ones, it's like I actually appreciated Amazing Spider-Man 1 more watching it again after not seeing it for a while, because I was like, okay, this movie was trying, you know, and I dug what they were doing, but then when it came to the second one, there were so much they were trying in that movie, and then of course,
when I watch the Amazing Spider-Man 2, it doesn't come to mind any of the things that they're trying to do later on, like Sinister Six. It doesn't come to mind when I'm watching.
For me, the Amazing Spider-Man 2 is where the Warner Brothers vacation happened. Well, like, there's too many cooks in the kitchen, and you know, like, they're trying to do Sinister Six, they're trying to do Black Cat, you know, because, you know, for people at home, remember Felicia Hardy was somehow in this movie.
Oh, that's right.
Not only that, Shailene Woodley was cut out as Mary Jane Watson.
Yeah, that was a whole big thing that they just removed.
And the dad being in the graveyard for something, that was a whole subplot. That was
that became a deleted scene. That became a deleted scene on the Blu-ray for some reason.
Yeah.
And I remember I even showed her that scene. I'm like, yeah, they cut this out. And she's like, why did they cut that out? That's a great scene. I'm like, yeah, I know. It was actually, there were.
So she didn't ask like, how is he alive? She was just like, no. Why? Oh, okay.
No. She was all about it. She was like, that's a cool twist, and like, why? Because the scene is very dramatic because Andrew Garfield's such a fucking awesome actor, and he's just like, you know, and the way that he reacts to that, and that scene will bring your fucking, you know.
Tell me what you want to say. Tell me what you want to say.
Oh yeah, it's a great scene.
Sony probably just wanted to leave it where, like, you know, Peter's parents are just dead because it's kind of how it is in the books. But on top of that, too, I mean, for me, and I mean, again, I don't care for the Amazing Spider-Man movies that much. I will agree with you, Dave, that the first one is most likely better as opposed to the second one. The second one, for me, the only thing that really sticks out is basically, you know, the costume was way better. More accurate. The Dane DeHaan is a interesting choice for Harry. I think again a same thing, a different production. He would have been a perfect Harry and something else. And it was interesting how they handled Gwen's death as in a giant fucking clock tower as opposed to the bridge, which I thought was a weird choice.
I think the only reason they didn't clock time was because again they were always not gonna like do it for real by that bridge. But I think again, if they had done anything by that bridge, people would have been like, "Oh, she died," because again, it didn't help that Emma was walking around in that fucking same outfit as she had in the
that she
comics.
dies in.
Yeah,
So I mean,
dies.
that's the big fucking giveaway, regardless. So I mean, but yeah, it's just, but someone actually did point out earlier. I should mention, because we were talking about the Rhino and Kraven and stuff like that. Someone's like, "Well, Rhino already faced him in Amazing Spider-Man 2." And I'm like, yeah. Now, if you really want to get people talking and making a big, like, if you want to go full schlock, you cut to that Rhino injecting himself, and it's fucking Paul Giamatti. I'll just fucking die.
The problem is we've already got an actor cast for him. So.
Okay.
But I think it could be, a different person becoming the Rhino. I think it should. So,
you know what? I will fix this for everyone right now. Flashpoint.
Spider-Man.
You know what's funny? You know who the actor is who's playing Rhino?
Who?
Yeah, I will.
Oh, it's the actor who played Pollux Troy in Face Off. Cheers.
I've never seen it.
I haven't seen Face Off.
You've never seen Face Off? Come on, that's one of the best actors.
I haven't seen it in so long.
It's a long time
remember
ago.
who that is.
But
Alejandro, I don't know what his name is. But he was also in Jurassic Park 3. He was also in Jurassic Park 3. Mm-hmm. He was Alan's like assistant dude in Jurassic Park 3.
That guy. Okay.
Yeah, that's the guy who's playing Rhino. Yeah.
Interesting.
But he played Pollux Troy, Castor Troy's, Nicolas Cage's, brother.
Brother.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Interesting. All right. Mm-hmm. Well, that's a choice.
There you go. There's your little movie knowledge right there.
So Russell Crowe as another iconic comic book
dad.
Yeah. He's now trained, or
Did you see his tweet? He like quote tweeted because somebody was like, and he's all, I'm like fertile or something like that. I forgot exactly what he said, but yeah, he's obviously he was Superman's dad, and then he was he was Zeus. Yeah, he was Zeus, and then of course, and then now he's Kraven's dad. So yeah, he's just like he loves
to take all the daddies. So. Yeah,
exactly. He's the ultimate daddy in the CBM world.
Oh, I just saw the tweet. Fertile across time and space.
Exactly. So
there you go.
Yeah. But I think like the only thing that's gonna save the movie for me is just like, all right, if you're gonna have some pretty cool, and the trailer shows it's like you're gonna have some pretty cool like close combat stuff, which I thought when you see that, I was like, all right, sweet. Yeah, that was like, okay, you're some John Wick in the jungle vibes almost a little bit. And then, of course, adding a little bit of the fact that he bites the dude's nose, like tip of his nose off and stuff like that. I'm like, all right, I'll go for that. But this character, I'm like, again, you're doing like the whole like we were saying, the anti-hero thing. It's like, is there going to be a point where these three characters are just going to join forces and be like, fuck this Spider Boy, like this guy, fuck him. Like, what the hell? What is he?
That sounded a bit
what's funny?
Weird.
It's like, Kraven. Weird, I think Kraven can be used against any one of the three Spider-Men because it would work well against an aged Tobey Maguire. It would work well against a spry, young, wonderful, amazing Spider-Man. And then it would also work against a Tom Holland Spider-Man who's now freshly all by himself and have no idea what to do with himself and is freshly in the I need to be a solo hero for a while. And what better way to do that than someone hunting him?
I have a feeling that Feig is protecting the Tom Holland Spider-Man away from all of this.
See, I'd agree with that too until I saw Across the Spider-Verse. Across the Spider-Verse basically kicked every single door down and anything is possible.
I think Marvel Studios had. I think Marvel when they made the new agreement for No Way Home and beyond. I think that new content looks way different. Where they're like, hey, let's do some more stuff outside of the MCU. I mean, Amy Pascal, you're barely keeping it together. Let Uncle Feige help you a little bit. That woman is a mess. Did you all see what came out about Spider-Man?
I saw the thing and basically they weren't a big fan of what Phil Lord was saying, I guess, but Amy was like, well, that's just how movies are made, and it's like, ooh, that's
that whole thing, yeah.
Yeah, let's look at those leaked emails again from 2014 when she was basically shit talking a bunch of her stars and being
Yeah.
Remember those days when all those emails leaked?
Oh no, she tries to forget those days. I'm sure.
To say what she said now during a writer's strike is probably one of the dumbest decisions you could do as running a studio or running whatever you have to be running right now, pretty much. So she should have just been like, "Hey, we're gonna work on this." Like that. That's all she had to say. She could have just been like that, and then and given herself some time.
But Paul, again, I see we keep coming back to
logic. I know logic.
Like I'm worried. Like, were you hurt as a kid?
I'm sorry. I go into situations and I'm blunt, but I'm just like, I guess I just want to make sense of things. I don't know.
You foolish boy. But I'm trying to find like, who's doing the stunt. Like, who's the stunt coordinator for Kraven? Because I'm like. That's some of like the better action stuff we've seen in comic book movies this year.
The action was decent. The Magic Lion and everything, but yeah.
Oh no. Wait, hold on. One of the fight coordinators from the Snyder Cut is doing this.
Oh, okay.
Michael Lambert. Mike Lambert.
Okay.
He is listed as an action designer and fight choreographer.
Okay, that's not too. Again, that's what impressed me about the trailer. It was like, okay, this is better than I thought it was going to be. I thought it was just going to be way more ridiculous, but the fight choreography really got me. So, well, that's a plus.
But it looks practical. It's not all about just CGI. Well, like, again, like, okay, I can tell that that's either Aaron or he's a stunt double. Oh, although he did do the fight coordinator for The Flash.
What was wrong with that?
Well, that movie's cursed, as we've said. So,
you know that? I thought the hey, the Batman fight choreography was great. Let's face it.
I just feel that for someone who worked on this on the Snyder Cut, and let's see what else has he done. Now watch this. He's gonna say Man of Steel. I'm gonna be like, what? He did Game of Thrones. He did Kick-Ass. Oh, wow, this man has done a lot.
So he's already worked with Aaron Taylor Johnson. Okay.
Well, there you go.
So, but what I was gonna say was that for my problem in The Flash was that the way Kryptonians were fighting, I was like, okay. I didn't hate it. I wasn't impressed, but like in the Kraven trailer, I love when they get practical. I love when it's not just like a CGI figure just moving around, and
yeah. And
also like guys, like Aaron looks like really hot. Okay, like he looks really hot in this role. Like. When that post came out, he sure did.
I wondered how long his hair was going to be. I'm kind of surprised they went with a longer hair for Kraven.
Yeah.
I thought they'd keep it kind of short.
I thought it'd be like this length at best.
Yeah.
But yeah. Interesting.
That's what I thought too.
Can I just want to say though too, like I really do like Aaron as like an actor. I just think he is better to some degree in like more supporting type roles. Like, I mean, I think we talked about it on here before, but Bullet Train, like him and Bullet Train.
Excellent.
One of the best characters in that movie, period. Like just very, very, very charismatic. So I mean, I hope he can bring some of that to Kraven. I think that'll be fun.
He was the star of a movie called Nowhere Boy, where it's kind of autobiographical, not really autobiographical, but it's like semi-autobiographical about John Lennon. He plays a younger John Lennon.
I haven't seen that. Wow.
Oh, it's a good one.
That is the movie that his future wife directed him in.
Yep.
And
You were correct.
And they got married later, yeah.
Yep. And it is a hell of a movie.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
I'll definitely check it out. I'd heard about it, but I couldn't remember the title to save my life. I was like, John Lennon movie.
Yeah, it's where I first discovered Aaron Taylor Johnson. Matter of fact, it was like right before he had been cast as Quicksilver. So,
okay.
I saw him first in Godzilla.
I saw him first in Kick-Ass.
Yeah, Kick-Ass for me too.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Well, but Godzilla was good too. Yeah.
He played, the husband to Elizabeth Olsen, and then they played
siblings. And then they were brothers and
or
siblings in the next. Yeah, that was funny.
You know what other character I'm excited to see in this film? Chameleon. Like they're just throwing in a lot of Spider-Man characters here. I'm just kind of like,
So they're half siblings, right? In the
half siblings.
The books, yeah.
So
clearly, the kid that's sitting next to him in the car when they're talking to Russell Crowe, that's got to be Chameleon, or he grows up
correct
later, right? I'm assuming that's
yes,
yeah. So
then this movie includes Kraven, Chameleon, and the Rhino from Spider-Man's Rogues Gallery.
It seems so, yeah.
And we have Venom, we have Morbius, and we have
So we have
Vulture,
a
and that's how
Vulture is-
Sinister 6. There we go.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is.
Well, they already had
Six.
3 Spider-Man fight 5 villains, so yeah, why not? Let's just do a version of
But
Sinister
Sinister,
6.
bro, Sinister 5 does not sound as cool as Sinister 6. Okay,
Right.
we're finally getting a do-over with Sinister 6.
I'm
It's
kind of
like-
surprised they didn't just include another villain in No Way Home and just have it be like a multiversal Sinister 6. It was quite
I mean,
the choice
didn't
to
they?
only do 5.
Wasn't it planned to be Mysterio or something?
I heard Mysterio, I
They
heard
did one
Venom, I heard a couple different ones, but it
I
turns out
heard Walter Hamada. I heard
Amy Pascal,
Jeff Johns.
Avi
And with a
Haddad,
plan.
yeah.
Back.
What's his name? Avi, whatever the hell.
Avi Arad.
Avi
Rod. I said
Avi-
a rod. Yeah.
Avi asshole.
Yeah.
But
So that guy's fucked up. That's
Well,
the
I
guy
mean-
that fucked up Amazing Spider-Man. All these
His last name says it
and
all.
Spider-Man
Arad.
3. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Spider-Man 3, right?
Avi,
Yeah.
You know, that
Avi-
was he was actually the one who said, "Hey, let's add the Spot to across the Spider-Verse,"
And which worked big time.
Yeah, which worked.
good. He
So,
farted out one good idea in 20 years.
yeah, one good idea. So
I don't.
yeah.
I wouldn't even give that to him because it was the animators that made that fucking work.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Avi, from what my understanding, and again, I could be wrong on this, so don't quote me, but like he's kind of like where John Peters is always credited in like Superman movies because he did a thing a long time ago, and then finally people were like, no, and then but he's always like going to be credited as a exited producer regardless.
Yeah,
no matter,
you know
no
what's
matter what.
funny? I actually showed the girlfriend because she had no idea about Nicolas Cage as well. So I'm like, all right, well, I'm going to show you a documentary to get the whole
Superman
lowdown.
Lives. Yep.
Yeah, and watching that, the Death of Superman Lives from John Schnepp, may he rest in peace,
Yeah,
did a
that
great
guy's
job on it, and it was just like, it's just crazy how the shit that we've been talking about recently was happening back in the 90s
awesome.
when it came to suits trying to make decisions and telling people who are more in the know of the source material. I mean, like, I love it when you see Kevin Smith, who was like way chubbier in there because obviously this was before he had his heart attack, before he like lost all the weight. But it was just like, you know,
And
when
he's
he was
looking
talking
great, by the way. He's looking incredible.
yeah, and it was just like his talking about his script and talking with John Peters, and I mean, it was funny because I remember even when the doc came out, which was in 2015, everybody goes like, well, the villain of this doc is John Peters, and it's when you watch it, you go, yeah, I mean, that's the
Giant
thing.
spider. Yeah, he wanted a giant spider, and like he didn't want him to fly, and he used the F slur for some reason about like why Superman shouldn't fly.
Yeah.
So,
Wait, which?
So-
Okay, not fuck. Okay.
No.
No.
The F slur against my people.
Yeah.
Fuck, it's not a
Yeah.
slur.
Oh, right. Okay.
so
They say that a lot on South Park. So yeah, no.
So I have taken I think it's like a 20-minute monologue because I used to watch the old Q&A Kevin Smith and his whole 20-minute story about John Peters.
Yeah.
I've taken people to me because like I studied how movies worked with superhero stuff as the more I got into this, and people would be like, well, why is it taking Warner Brothers and DC so long to figure this stuff out? And I would just show them that clip and I'd be like, watch this. I'm like, that's how
the TLDR.
yeah, I'm like, this is how superhero movies used to be made. And I'm like, before Marvel Studios, basically. And like, even they still probably have to do a few, oh, we'll make this movie, but make sure this and this are in there. But and that's pretty much how it goes, I think. But yeah, like I would show them that to explain this is what crazy producers will do. They're the people who have the money and are insane enough to take this on, and they don't know anything about the material. And then they have to deal with people that do, and they have to explain to the producers who are the money men, you need this in here because this is what fans want to see, basically. And that's how a lot of it would go. And unfortunately, Warner Brothers, in a lot of ways, are still doing things that way, honestly. And every fucking time they get something built up, that they start to build something good, they fuck it up. The only thing that has evaded that process was the DC animated universe, and even then, almost.
Which one of them?
The original, the Bruce Timm, Paul Dini.
Okay.
Yeah. And even then, almost that got kind of fucked because they wanted a young Batman, and they pivoted and made Batman Beyond, and then finally they were able to make the Justice League cartoon.
But like in the Justice League cartoon, you couldn't use any Batman villains.
Yeah, there's and that whole weird thing that they had going on with that, like in their own company, which made no sense. Like it was, So, but
it's just one of rewatching that, I was just kind of going like, my God, I mean, and she was even going like, we were talking about it, like, yeah, this shit's still happening now. Like, we're talking about almost 30 years later. I mean, it's 25 years later. And the fact that they just like, they were about to even shoot, they got everything together. And even watching all that and all the concept and everything that went into that movie, and I'm just kind of going like, man, can I travel to the multiverse that has that movie? Because it either would have been like a fucking masterpiece or a pleasurable disaster, and I don't care which one it was. I don't think it would have been.
I wanted to see it either way. I wanted to see it. More, I remember the documentary is so good. The more I keep rewatching it, and then after this, I may actually go rewatch it again. But like the more I rewatch it, I'm just like, fuck, like this would be a good movie to get high for. So I want to see this. Like again, I will say this: one of the good CGI models in this film, in the Flash, was the giant spider. Ironically,
yeah.
But that's what what's funny about that. It was like that was such like a call. That was such for nerd culture because again, general audience goes, "What the fuck why is there a Superman that looks like Nick Cage with long hair fighting a spider?" And nobody knows that reference. But I when I first saw it, I was like, oh, well, I already got it spoiled for me. And I was like, oh, they fucking did it. And then
it got leaked. The Flash got leaked. No.
What? Yeah.
Dave.
It's almost like they did a month's worth of fan screenings. Yeah.
So crazy.
But yeah, I mean, but then of course I had to like explain that to like people around me, like, oh yeah, there was a Nicolas Cage, Tim Burton Superman movie that was supposed to be made that was paying homage to it. But I mean, as much as like it was strictly for, and I love that Kevin Smith, of course, loved that, and when he saw it, he was like, man, that he's been always making movies that talks about pop culture. Now, like, there was something that referenced something that he did at one point, and he even said like, oh yeah, both, like the first time he watched it, like he turned to his wife and he goes, that's my Superman, and she was like, yeah, I know. It's like, of course I know, you've been talking about it so many times. And then when he saw it with his daughter, he goes, that's my fucking Superman. It's like, yeah, everybody knows that. It's like, it was like one of those things where like if you watch his stream when he was talking about
God bless Kevin Smith. God bless Kevin Smith.
I love Kevin.
God bless Kevin Smith. His partner,
Bernard gets on my nerves. That's why it's always
dude.
Funny. When I watch that, when you watch that stream,
wait, what happened?
I love it when Kevin Smith just talks and Mark Bernard just sits there and drinks this little drink for a long time, and then all of a sudden it's like, all right, now it's Mark's time, and I just go fast forward to the Schumacher stuff. I'm like, I already know.
Wait. Okay, wait. What's the tea? What did I miss this time?
What? No. So on the Kevin Smith, or what I think is it still called Fat Man on Batman, or is it
Fat Man Beyond?
Now? Fat Man Beyond. That's right. Yeah. Okay, so now it's Fat Man Beyond. Yeah. But yeah, for a long time now, not originally, but later on, he got Mark.
Oh yeah. Bernard, I'm caught up in it. But like, what happened on this league?
No, it's just Mark is always like, I can't explain it in so many words, but basically Mark is always kind of like super negative. He's kind of like Kevin keeps him there, I think, because he finds it more of like a balance, because Kevin gets overexcited about everything, and I think he feels that Mark kind of like brings it back down a little bit, and like, but for me, and I think for Dave, like we talked about this once or twice, like he's just kind of, he's kind of a Debbie Downer about like everything, and about like he kind of down talks everything, and it's not like he's not like celebrating it. It's more of just like, oh, I'm better than this, so I'm going to talk about this way.
Like,
and
you know what? Is he being like a realist about it?
No,
I mean, I wouldn't say even a realist. No,
he's not. And what really bothered me with his assessment of the Flash film, number one, he completely mixed up the race of Maribel Verdú. He called her a white lady. Number two,
what? She was speaking. Okay.
Yeah. That's how you know damn good.
Very noticeable that she is not.
Yeah, that's how you know damn good well Mark Bernardin did not pay a lick of attention to the Flash film. Number two,
Wow.
his biggest problem with the Flash, why didn't he just try and find out who killed his mom? And it's like, dude, that's not the point of the movie. Oh my god.
Yeah, he wanted a TV. He wanted a TV. He wanted a
Next.
TV show. He wanted a TV show retold again. It's like
he wanted things to look like the comic book, and it's just like, dude, you have no imagination whatsoever. No wonder DC canceled your comic. Oh, sorry. Whoops.
Yeah.
I will say for real, I did meet him once at a comic at a WonderCon. He was super nice. But
I'm sure he is. I'm sure
cool.
he's great.
Yeah, but now that you guys mention it, like, because I'm trying to think back, because I've heard Batman Beyond so many times, and I think about like, he does kind of lean towards like
Negative.
Not, I don't want to say because I don't want to slam a fellow critic. I don't want to do. He is more critical, I think, than Kevin is.
100%.
I have a buddy Leif and stuff like that, and he's always whenever we talk about movies, he's way more positive than I am, and and he's called me more of like the realist. But I try with myself not to be like overly negative. I try to just be like assessment of what the movies do, like what a movie's doing, and what and where the filmmaker might be thinking of when they're doing a thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it just we've talked about it, but yeah, I guess Bernard just kind of doesn't. It's like he goes kind of like further than that, and it doesn't feel like it's not. When I talk to people about criticism, there's what's called constructive criticism, and I feel like when you're being a realist, that's what you need to strive for. And I don't feel that Bernard does constructive criticism. I feel like he kind of just is like, well, no, like this is bad, and I say it's bad, and so it is bad, and like that's kind of how
he's very smarmy and pompous in a lot of respects, and it's honestly
that can be off. That is actually off-putting.
Yeah, that's how he comes off. That's at least how I think he presents himself, and I feel bad because he's probably a nice guy, like you were saying, and stuff like that. He's probably. I mean, Kevin. Sorry, I was saying Kevin doesn't usually associate it with assholes.
No.
Usually. So like it makes
well,
sense.
I think that there's there's assholes like where again I think you can be overly critical, and then you can be Max Landis kind of type of bad.
Oh yeah,
Max Landis.
There's a guy.
So, Dave, I'm sorry if I said a name that I should not have said.
No, I just find it funny because I used to think Max was entertaining, and then
you find out everything
he's
about him. He's total slime ball.
I had to sadly breathe the same air as him for a Comic-Con where I'm just like. I almost wanted to jump him, because I was getting ready for a press room at Comic-Con, and suddenly I hear this loud mouth in the hallway, and I'm just like, what the fuck is going on? So I go outside and see he's on his phone going back and forth, and I'm just like, he's a white guy. He's a white guy. I'm the brown guy. That's me because he's white and I'm brown. I can't freak out at him because then I'm gonna get thrown out somehow, and he gets to stay. Yeah. So I'm just like the press room is gonna start any minute now. And this mouth, I don't know what he was even yelling about. Whoever that poor person had to listen to his voice, But yeah,
probably his assistant or some shit.
Do you guys know his background?
Yeah, I know.
John Landis is good.
Dad. I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean,
he's a spoiled brat when it comes to.
Yep.
That's
accurate.
All I know is that two human beings on this planet thought it was all I know about it is that two human beings on this planet thought it was a good idea to have a kid, and that became him.
And it was funny too because he was going to be doing a remake of his dad's movie American Werewolf in Paris.
I remember
he was going to do a remake of it, and I remember hearing, I'm like, please don't, because that movie is iconic, and you're going to fuck it up. Do not do it. And then right after that, all the scandals came out. I'm like, there it is, you piece of shit. We knew it. But now he's doing did you see what he was doing now?
No.
I'd heard that he's trying to do like a Tony Robbins or some kind of he's selling his skills or something like that.
You know what he's also doing? He's making his own versions of DC films himself. He can't use any logos or anything like that, but you could literally find a trailer where he is making like these really shitty, like independent DC films where he's playing Superman, he's playing Lex Luthor, he's playing the Riddler, he's playing. Yeah, I came across this on my feed like 2 weeks ago. I was gonna cut it out for like a Film Junkie shot, but I was like, no, I'm not even gonna touch this because fuck this guy. But yeah, there's a whole trailer you can watch online.
So I remember way back because when Chronicle got really huge, which he obviously was involved in.
Right.
Yeah. And I remember, because what he had done is he had his YouTube channel, and because his dad is John Landis knows all these people, so he would have famous people be in his videos talking about histories of like DC Comics or about wrestling or whatever the case or whatever he was into that week, So
he was into that week.
Yeah, so I could see him doing and using that platform to do whatever the fuck that shit is. That sounds like almost like he's trapped almost like in a I don't know what you would call it, but like some sort of weird hellscape of his own ego, I guess. I'm not really 100% sure.
That's about right.
Yeah. I knew something was off about Max in terms of like him talking about DC or reviewing the DC characters when he was discussing BVS, which he obviously hated. And which at the time that was pretty common, so I was like, okay, I guess he doesn't like the movie. But what it stuck out to me was that he was dissecting the Wayne's death in this version of the movie as opposed to the other versions of Wayne's getting like killed or whatever the case is. And what was funny to me is he was describing like, well, Thomas Wayne basically is the reason why they're dead. It's because he tries to jump the gunman and he gets killed. And I was like, well, first off, like it was Thomas Wayne's fault also in Batman Begins. Let's go with that first. Second off, he directly adapted Dark Knight Returns by Frank Miller, which is a widely regarded comic book. So you're angry at Frank Miller if that's the case. So it's like he wanted to be angry at but okay, here I'm going to show you guys this real quick because I have to. This is it right here. Oh boy!
You play like you're one of them.
Oh Jesus!
Oh God!
What the fuck?
Is he Tim Cook? What's happening?
What is up with his hair?
Tim Cook.
Weirdos.
Look at that! Him trying to be Superman. Really?
I think I might just get away with it.
Look at that bad.
I'm not here as Clark Kent. I'm here as Superman. Fuck you!
Bruce Wayne.
This is what he's doing right now, folks.
Ollie, look out! It's some kind of crackdown price fighting alligator man!
Oh my God!
Wow!
What the hell?
Is that Mr. Freeze also?
Is
Black Mask.
You hate Luthor so much. He's Prometheus. And who punished Prometheus?
Aquaman in there too.
It was the gods, wasn't it?
And does this whole movie take place in like the shadows or something?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
There's no background. No background.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I need actual alcohol. I can't.
Yeah, no, exactly. Get a drink after that one. My God.
Wow.
That kind of makes me want to look at my own film and think, I don't want to look like that.
Yeah.
Gotta have
That's what Max Landis is doing right now with Daddy's money.
Do you guys remember that brief time where after Kevin Spacey got caught or whatever, and then like he made a video of himself as Frank Underwood?
Yeah. For like two Christmas in a row.
That had the same exact fucking energy.
It did have the same vibe.
Like, what is this guy doing? The only difference is that apparently he got other people involved with this thing. Like,
yes.
He can't all play this. He can't all play the different parts.
Can't play the female characters and stuff. So
yeah.
Those poor ladies.
Genuinely shocked any woman would want to be within 5 feet of her.
Exactly after all the stuff. Yeah.
Dave, are you gonna pull our reaction? Are you gonna make it a reaction video?
No, I won't do that to you guys. Don't worry.
I wouldn't give him the attention. I mean, other than what we just did. But
I'm so sorry I brought him up.
I know it's funny. Yeah.
Whatever.
We got people like, what the fuck?
Yeah, what the fuck did you do?
Hey, if I saw it, we were talking about him. I had to show you guys. That.
You know what?
Monstrosity.
The fucked up thing is like Max Landis basically paved the way for all these little trolls and troglodytes to talk the shit that they've been talking for the last few years on Twitter. And
I remember the first time I ever heard of Max Landis, like again, because he did this whole like he was mocking the whole Death of Return of Superman.
Yep.
And like and like that's why I'm like, I hate him. Like I never heard of this man, but I hate him. Like I wish nothing but bad misfortune on him, because like the fact he's like people don't really care about Superman. People who think they care about Superman, they don't like. Again, don't tell me how to think. But secondly, it's like he is. Again, like I've seen white privilege in so many different forms, but the way this man constructs it, I'm just like, this is an extra type of whiteness that I just don't want to fuck with.
Well, he's just a spoiled brat. He's a spoiled brat from a renowned, iconic director. He actually blocked me on Twitter.
Probably blocking a lot of people on Twitter.
Yeah, I'm sure he did. But yeah, I remember he was like going hard on the whole thing, and I remember we went back and forth about BBS and everything, and and then he blocked me. I'm like, yeah,
it's always about BBS.
Yeah,
that's okay. Jeff Snyder blocked me on Twitter.
Really?
Yeah.
That guy looks like a buzzard. I'm not
okay.
I'm just
Number one, his Twitter and Facebook photos are severely outdated. Number two,
because he's old.
After he blocked me, he tried to message me on Facebook after I called him out. Number three, I called him out because he basically tried to steal the story of Issa Rae getting cast as Spider-Woman in Across the Spider-Verse. Boris Kitt dropped the story like 5 minutes prior. And Snyder tried to run with the story, and Boris Kitt was like, yeah, thanks for crediting me, dude. And I was like, I think I said something to the effect of, oh, Jeff Snyder, classless thief as always, or some shit like that. And that fool
he blocked me too.
He had
for some reason, he blocked the Flash podcast, and I'm just like, I don't know what the fuck we did.
Dude, that guy has got the most sensitive like ego. Like
he looks like crazy, a fucking buzzard. I'm just saying.
Dude, what's hilarious about that guy, and is like when he was doing the whole FBI, like I remember that whole thing. He had like a meltdown probably like 5 years ago. This is when he blocked
which
me.
One? Which meltdown?
I know which meltdown, but he was having a meltdown of like because he was getting dogpiled on, and he was saying that if anybody threatens, I'll call the FBI or something like that. So I made a video where I was like acting like him. It was just like, and I was just and he blocked me. Of course, it was funny. And then, but then it was funny too, because I remember somebody sent me something from him pretty recently where he was saying like, I think it was for Quentin Tarantino's movie, maybe, or something like that. It had something to do with a critic that they wanted to cast a critic in his like mid to late 30s. And I started laughing because I'm like, Jeff Snyder looks like he's aged like fucking milk. I'm like, yeah, like you were saying, Phil, his picture's outdated. You look at that picture and you look at him now, it's like his hair is like
gray.
Pretty much, he has hair. He looks like he's just, he looks like he drank from the wrong fucking grail.
Yep.
He's starting to, and I'm like, really? You're going to try to pass off for a mid to late 30s? No, you're not going to do that there.
Looks like Big Bird who got fired off the set of Sesame Street.
Yeah, he looks
horrendous now.
But it's sad because he still has connections. He goes on John Roca's and they talk about things. Yeah. So then when rumors start coming out, anytime that it's like from him, I'm like, I always have to have a disclaimer. I'm like, I don't like where this is coming from. The guy's a fucking dick, douchebag, but hey, this is what's being said. And it's like,
I mean, I just find talking about one journal, as a journalist myself, I just find it interesting that how many trades he's been at, but that he's just kind of like floating around. It's almost like
the reason why he's floating around probably because he just fucking burns bridges like all over the place. But then he's, I've heard so many times. I've heard just from behind the scenes and people, bloggers and everything like that. They don't fucking like that guy because he's a fucking weasel. He's a piece of, he's just
fucking
yeah, exactly. So,
I know people. Some of these studios are just like they despise him.
Yeah. It's like how do you continue to, do shit like when you have a
Dave. It's be a white man in Hollywood. That's the thing.
Yeah, but it's like
I could never get away with something like that.
But you get somebody like Umberto who's also the same way, and he's not white. That's the thing. It's like you still got Slee. It's not even just that. It's like you got somebody like Umberto who's also trying to do the same thing, and he's still doing his shit too. So it's like, I don't know. It's just, it's a weird world. It's a weird world.
It's toxic masculinity privilege. I fixed it.
But I don't know. It's just it's such a weird. I hate it. I hate it. But
I will never not let Umberto live down the fact that he built what he has now on a throne of lies. That dude put out so much bullshit in Latino Review, and yet now he is where he is, and he gets some stuff. He doesn't get it all the time, but still, like the fact that he is where he is just by kissing the ass that he's kissed is just it doesn't astonish me anymore.
I mean, luckily, I don't think he's as big as he once was, or something like that. So, you know,
his head sure is.
Oh yeah, his head's gotten bigger.
That
but
dude has an ego too. That it bleeds through in his articles. It bleeds through in his tweets. That dude just has like a fat ass ego. And he
doesn't still do his videos anymore. Remember, he was trying to do like videos. He stopped doing that, right?
Yeah,
yeah. So. Because I mean, they were awful. They were awful because he sounded like because it came out that he didn't know what the fuck he was talking about when it came to things. So I don't know.
Maybe the real soups will help him do TikToks.
Oh, that guy.
I used to remember when he would put out an article, he'd put out some dumb shit like, I have my ninjas going out here and there, and it's like, you don't have any fucking ninjas, dude. Shut up.
He had connections, but then now, like when WBD showed up, same with Grace, and I've said this before, it was like, one of the things, I mean, obviously David Zaslav has been kind of a villain lately, but at first he was trying to plug up the holes with all the leaks. They were actively trying to be like, all right, where are the leaks coming from so we don't have this problem? And they were really trying to do that. And I think that actually caused people out there like Grace, like Umberto, to lose their sources to the studios because those people got fired. Their sources got fired that were leaking shit to them.
Remember that week when like this, I call it Disgrace Rudolph because she's just I do not like that person. But like the week when you could tell that she was having like a meltdown, it's like, oh, she is losing connection. That's why she's like, her Twitter is like panicking.
Yep, exactly. So of course, I don't know. She probably found some new ones or whatever the fuck, but yeah, it's all crazy. But
she's like an unfinished pancake. She keeps flip flopping all the time. So who knows?
I can't even. She follows me on Twitter, which is weird. Why?
I'm so sorry.
I have her muted. I mean, that's what's
she used one of my headline articles from Screen Rant in one of her like recent videos, and I'm like, I think I have to move planets now. I one of my headlines is one of her videos. Like I can't do that.
Can't. I don't want to.
So Kraven's abs looks amazing.
True.
I didn't notice.
Yeah, I know, right? Couldn't tell by the poster right there. Like, Jesus Christ.
I was just going with what his vest was and laughing at it, then realizing that they were holding it off to the very end. So, but yeah.
Watch it be a sleeper hit. That and Blue Beetle.
Yeah.
Well, I will be starting in July. I'm gonna be despicable when it comes to Blue Beetle. I will make at least a tweet a day about like people need to go see Blue Beetle. We need to support this film. Because again, you all fucked me over with Black Adam. Okay, okay, but with Blue Beetle, you're not gonna do that mistake again. So
we'll see. I mean, it would be crazy if I'm sure like the hype's going to be up there at first, which it always seems to be. But then, I mean, I don't think it's going to have a drastic 180 turn like it did with the Flash. I mean, that felt like a jolt and felt like I got whiplash because it was like
it doesn't feel real. It doesn't feel real.
It feel real because it was like everybody was like, there's people that are it's the best DC movie, possibly the best CBM, and I'm like. Really?
The Dark Knight.
I was saying, I hate it when people always have it's the best.
Why is the Dark Knight always the thing that is the
Dark Knight? So up there because it's
the best movies ever. That's
the thing. It is always like up there when it comes to that. But I always hate it when people put that in the reviews. It's like stop it. Yeah. But It's just, but when the week of, man, it just seemed like it just all of a sudden we just and just flipped, and it was just like, what the fuck, my neck, Jesus Christ, like what happened? Like all of a sudden everybody hates this movie. What is happening here? You know, it's like it was so weird.
Not to go into too much controversy, because I've said too many controversial names tonight, and I'm like,
go for it. Bring out the tea. Bring out the tea. And
does the reason the Flash lack of success have anything to do with a certain leading actor?
Yes, a little bit. I think a little bit.
I think it's a contribution, to say the least.
Yeah.
I think I think the failure of the Flash falls on a multitude of different things.
Oh, of course.
Not just that, but I think that is a smaller percentage of it. But I also think horrible release date timing, because we just got one other multiverse film that turned out to be a bigger hit than anyone could have anticipated. I think the idea of a multiverse is starting to show its time at the box office. I think Phil Lord and Chris Miller, I think, said it best. People aren't tired of seeing superhero movies. They're tired of seeing the same superhero movies. So when you have Across the Spider-Verse and The Flash releasing 2 weeks apart from each other, it's kind of like, I can understand families being like, we just saw that. Maybe we can wait for that to hit max, because we also, again, live in a different age where theatrical doesn't just dominate everything. There is streaming. Streaming is an option.
Yeah.
There are a lot of reasons.
I won't be surprised that like once Flash lands on Max, it's going to be a huge hit. Could be, but yeah. Anyways, go ahead, Paul.
I was just gonna say. I mean, again, I haven't officially seen the full movie, but I mean,
go on TikTok. I'm sure it's there.
No, I mean, I'm just I can just watch it all on TikTok. But no, I mean, honestly, across between Loki, between the first Spider-Verse movie, between Across the Spider-Verse, between Multiverse of Madness, between all of these multiverse concept movies, I got a feeling that a lot of them probably did it in a better way, or handled it better than probably the Flash did, to a certain degree. Like I was just saying earlier, like the idea of meshing those universes together, of the DCEU and the Burtonverse, No Way Home, which is also a higher bar to even to compare to the Flash, but like No Way Home did the thing where it definitely messed with time, but it didn't actually affect or hurt the universes that we grew up with. Like in anything, it kind of left them off better in a lot of ways, because we don't even know those characters may have been healed or changed. Maybe it changed the timeline over there for the better. We don't really know. But in the sense, nothing about the legacy of Andrew or Toby were hurt in that movie. Whereas like the Flash, it just fucks with the 89 timeline. It's not even really the 89 timeline, because he's Batman with other characters that he never has associated with before. So, even that didn't help, in my opinion.
Call it a variant.
Yeah, a variant. And again, I feel that could even be the case because of how the timeline worked in that movie, or whatever the case is. So
the thing that's also annoying is that not annoying, but it's also it's a little sad. It's because you look at something like, again, I know I keep bringing up the show, but it's just in contrast. You go look at the Flash season 2, where they literally do the whole multiverse concept, and they do it so well. And then you look at Crisis on Infinite Earths, they do it so well. Then you look at like something like Titan season 4, where they did again, I don't know who here has seen Titan season 4, but like there's a big multiverse episode where like again, like they somehow like a Titans TV show made a Grant Gustin Flash cameo happen, and a Flash movie couldn't. But again, but still, like they still show us a way of honoring what has come before, what exists now, and what might be coming in after. So it's like, and the thing that's pissing me off the most with the Flash is that they had 9 years of being stuck in development hell. How many directors? How many script rewrites? It's unfair how much this movie is problematic. Again, it's a good movie, but it's still unfair. Like, there shouldn't be this many problems in a movie that had a decade long to work on itself.
Right, and even from not even just the Flash standpoint, even if you were going in for Batman, why didn't we have the scene of Keaton and Affleck interacting? That alone would have gotten more ticket sales to happen. I guaranteed it. Like that. Like again, it wouldn't have been Flash centric, but it would have been the multiverse coming into effect. That would have been what people wanted to see. At least that for me as a Batman fan, that's what I want.
Oh yeah.
But again, that to me is why I think it just, because on top of that, like you said, the fan screenings, which they learned nothing from the Black Adam debacle, because if we're being honest, the Superman thing was what everyone wanted to see the most. And what did The Rock do? He spoiled that right off the bat. Everyone could see the scene on TikTok if they wanted to, or Twitter, you know, and it hit the box office without a doubt. And it granted to a much larger appeal, but yeah, the fan screenings, everyone who wanted the you know, the YouTube hits, or to be able to discuss the movie, were able to do it with those fan screenings. They didn't even need to see it opening weekend, or like an early screening, like a few days before the movie officially came out. They had it already got done, so they shot themselves in the foot. But they've been, but again, we that's been our whole theme this whole stream, is that Warner Brothers continuously shoots themselves in the foot over and over.
They do. And then when it comes to Marvel Studios, I mean, do we remember, like, was there people that actually, I mean, obviously back when Infinity War came out, yeah, I'm sure there was like some, of course there was leaks, but it didn't feel like when I went into Infinity War, I didn't know the ending. But I knew about certain deaths, the earlier deaths. Sure, like people like spoiled it, but at the same time, that was still quite a shock. Where, you know, and they didn't do a bunch of fan screenings, obviously. I mean, yeah, I think I'm just hoping that Warner Brothers learned their lesson of like, hey, we shouldn't have this many fan screenings, because look what happened with The Flash. I mean,
hey, you know, I'll take it one step above. I think there shouldn't be much press screens for some of these, and I'm hoping James Gunn will get to control some of that, because it's like, listen, there are people in the press. I am not gonna name names.
I'm
not gonna name names, but like they are dependent on getting some of these things leaked, for their own egos and followings. Again, like not naming any names, because you know
you hear that, Umberto? Sorry, what?
But I will say
Snyder. Sorry, what? Snyder, I should say, not Snyder. Not Snyder.
You know who's a good Snyder? Zack Snyder.
They're
good Snyder.
Zack Snyder. I mean, when it came to Zack Snyder, when it came to Justice League, he just leaked it all himself.
Yeah,
what's so great about it? And we all still were here for it. We were like, oh, that happens. Oh shit! But we still watched it and fucking went, yes. Anyway, sorry.
No, I was gonna say was that's why I feel like with James Gunn, like I think he needs to, again, with the press screenings, again, fan screen. I don't think like Blue Beetle is not gonna have this type of attention with fan screenings, but I'm hoping that, for example, maybe it's time we bring back some more of those like written embargoes. Axel, what are you doing?
I don't know. He's always doing something.
Yeah, he's been like playing with masks and shit all night.
Yeah.
Like, but what?
It's called ADD.
Oh, I got ADD. What I was gonna say, where was I going with that?
No, keep talking.
Where was I going with that? I think that James is gonna limit some of that when it comes to DC.
You should.
And I think it's time to bring back some of those like written embargoes. That, you know, like let's bring back liability within. You know, like here's the thing: if you get the privilege of seeing something in advance, it's like that privilege can be taken away from you, and you can get legal consequences if you mess it up. But that's why, like, you know, like for example, like, I don't know if you guys remember, like I think it was earlier this year or last year when like John Campbell was talking about like, oh, I just went home to like a friend's house and watched his screeners. There's a flaw in the system, y'all.
There is. Well, remember when John Campea leaked out, you know,
the No Way Home stuff, right?
Yeah, with all of them. And I remember I was actually live myself. I didn't show them, but I was like, people in my chat were like, "Hey, a big leak just like showed up. John Campea just leaked like behind the scenes images of Toby and Andrew." And I looked and I was like, "Holy shit!" I'm like, "How is he not getting in trouble?" And then I was like, "He didn't. Did he not get any trouble?
Nope.
Did Marvel Studios want that out there?" I mean, partially when it comes to leaks, I almost wonder if like, do these fucking studios just do that to build hype sometimes too? And I think when it came to No Way Home, I think there's no way that
I will say that there were I don't want to name any titles, but there were a couple of years ago there were a couple of DC projects that certain studios leaked on purpose.
I get that.
It was that looks like a wand that he's holding, like a big wand.
It's a cane.
It's a king now. Now I see.
You gonna do magic tricks for us, Axel?
No.
We want to see a magic trick.
What
were you gonna say, Paul? Paul, what were we gonna say?
Yeah.
No, I was just gonna say, because we're talking still about the Flash too. Like, I mean, from my experience before No Way Home came out, I remember the campiest stuff happened, but I tried to avoid it as best I could, and everything.
And there was that video of Andrew Garfield like hanging on something.
Yeah, the stuff I saw after I saw the movie, the stuff that I had avoided leaking was all the stuff dealing with Daredevil. So I mean, there was more than that apparently. So, but my experience with the whole thing is that regardless of what happened, the leak still made people excited because they wanted to see the movie. They had expectations that certain things were going to be in it that Marvel wasn't talking about. And,
well, I think everybody already collectively knew that Andrew Garfield and Toby were going to be in it.
It was the worst kept secret in Hollywood.
Oh yeah, it was. Yeah. And I felt sorry for Garfield because he was promoting other films
and he had to lie.
Meanwhile, Toby was.
I am not the werewolf. I'm not the werewolf.
Yeah, but Toby didn't have to promote anything. And then, like, I remember somebody was like, "Oh, I just took a selfie with Toby," and then I asked him if he was in Spider-Man: No Way Home. He's all, "Of course," and he just like basically just told him like, "Yeah."
Well, he like winked or something.
Something like that. Yeah, he just basically indicated that he was. It's like, yeah, Toby had it easy. Andrew had it rough.
The thing I remember on Twitter when I was still on Twitter was that a pizza guy had come out and said, "I just delivered a pizza to Andrew Garfield in Atlanta," which I know he doesn't live around here, and then his stuff got immediately taken down. So like, I
remember that.
Imagine getting a tweet taken down because you told you delivered a pizza to someone. That is like the funniest shit ever.
Marvel Studios found that dude's Twitter account, was like, "Look, dude, you have to take this shit down now."
You know what? If that had been me, I would have said this: Kevin Feige, fuck you and fuck you. I don't work for you. I got no embargo signed with you. I can do whatever the fuck I want.
Then all of a sudden he goes, "Well, how about $500?" You go, "All right."
I'm like, $500. I can make $500 like selling stories about Andrew Garfield online. Like you know what?
I'd be like, you collectively made over $9 billion at the box office, and you're offering me $500. Oh, 5,000. I thought I heard 500. My bad.
Well, no, I was just saying, like, maybe up it. I did say 500, but up it to 5,000. Go ahead, Paul. Sorry.
I was just gonna say the hype surrounding the movie. I mean, I don't know if you guys experienced this yourselves, but there was like a running joke on forums, which is like every time someone found a leak from No Way Home, people got excited. Every time someone found a leak from The Flash, everyone got upset. Like that. That's what essentially happened, or at least in my circles, and I'm assuming maybe you guys had a similar experience. But that again goes back to how things were handled with both movies.
When people were trying to compare The Flash to No Way Home, like it was going to be like that, it was just it wasn't the same because we had the three Spider-Men, and we had villains from their universes. We had Toby, who had 3 movies. We had Andrew, who had 2 movies, and then this is Tom's 3rd movie. But at the same time, he was also in crossovers. So it was different because when it comes to DC, unless you're just gonna have like a beyond the fucking Batverse, you're not gonna have that level of hype and everything like that. Like Michael Keaton back, cool, that was sweet. But when it came to like, all right, well, what else is in here? What could they show us? And everybody just assumed they're gonna do some kind of CGI fucking Christopher Reeve, right? And sure enough, they did. They even went to George Reeves, but it was like an interesting concept.
They could have used Brandon Routh. He's a lot.
Yeah, there was that whole thing too. It's like, what if Brandon Routh's in there? I mean, obviously, when it comes to the scene, like I do like the scene, but when it came to, we're gonna go even further, let's do Nicolas Cage, but the fact of the matter is like most people don't even know who the fuck that is, if you're in the community of all things. But
I'm trying to picture a 16-year-old, right? Because let's put aside the fact of the George Reeves, how fucked up that is on many levels, because the fact that his whole Superman controversy from way back in the day, and
he didn't want to do it anymore, right?
Right. Well, he couldn't get any more roles. He committed suicide. The controversy around that,
and the movie came out on the same day he died.
Yeah, on the anniversary of his
death. Oh shit!
Yeah,
I didn't even know about that.
Now I heard about that later, and still, it's another level of fucked up. So what 16, 17, 18-year-old is watching this movie who maybe they are fans of DC, but again, probably not going to be from the eras that we're looking into. I mean, are they going to know who the fuck George Reeves is, let alone Nick Cage? Like,
No, but you know what? They probably might know who Grant Gustin or John Wesley Shipp are.
Right.
I mean,
because that's
the Flash, Flashes in the Flash movie.
Yeah.
Could you imagine?
Yeah.
Like,
Could you
again,
imagine?
I know we're thinking logic again, but I know it's funny.
It's like as the Flash podcast, I'm just loving to see the shared anger everyone has about the show did go up and down, but the fact that people the one consistent thing with the Flash TV show is that everyone and their mother loved Grant as the Flash. And it's like, why was he not in this? And it's time for conspiracy. I think I love Andy Muschietti. I think this man feels threatened by how good Grant Gustin is as the Flash, and I think he was like, I don't want him to overshadow Ezra.
My whole thing, like when it comes to I didn't care. Like, show George Reeves, show Christopher Reeves, show Helen Slater, show Adam West, show all that, show even like the Nicolas Cage stuff. But that's like a cool. I mean, it's literally just like a minute of whatever. It's just like they show it all. Maybe it's a minute and a half of just showing. Not that. It's probably like a minute of just showing that because of all the multiverse, and. But at the same time, I'm like, all right, but this is a Flash movie. So give me scenes where you have Wesley Shipp, you have Grant Gustin and Ezra Miller in the fucking Chrono Bowl, and maybe they're explaining, I don't know, something where it's the three of them. I just wish we had something with the three of them interacting. As opposed, that's the thing. It's like the three of them interacting, I was like really rooting for, but as I kept hearing things, I was like, this ain't gonna happen. There's not gonna be a Grant Gustin. There's not gonna be a Shipp in this. Like why? And it baffled me. I don't mind. Like, again, people were getting all like, oh my god, Christopher Reeve, like he's dead, and how dare they do that? I don't care about that, because obviously they had to like contact the family and the estate and whatever, and they probably approved it. I'm pretty sure that they
George
did.
Reeve doesn't have any relative.
Yeah. So I mean, but I didn't mind that, because I liked that. I did like it. It was kind of cool that it was still black and white and that it looked trippy and shit like that. I didn't mind that.
Okay.
But I just wanted I wanted all three Flashes to be there, and
then all we got was just really generic AI looking Jay Garrick, and I was like, this is, and I was like, this is all I get. I mean, we get fun. Wow, I mean, we this movie is for all of us, apparently. No, but I'm kidding. No, but yeah, I'm like, really, this is all we get. Where again, it's like, you could have had like John Wesley Shipp literally plays Jay Garrick. He could have been in that scene.
Yeah.
So
weird. That part was just weird. I'm like, I keep telling people too, like when I saw it, I'm like, yeah, it's marketed mainly because, oh, hey, Batman. Yep. But it's very much from start to finish. It is a Flash story. It is a Barry Allen story. So
I really love
it. They should have really emphasized the Flash and had those two actors and have a scene where if they had all three of them in there, that would have, I don't know. It just, that was a missed opportunity.
I feel Andy Muschietti, and I think that whole creative team for the Flash movie, I think they felt threatened by what the Arrowverse has accomplished with Grant and John Wesley.
I don't know about that. I don't know about threatened. Maybe I just feel like it was it was not his decision.
Yeah.
To be honest, it just seems like he had. I think what we got mostly was Muschietti's cut of the movie, but at the same time, I think there were some decisions that were not his that were put in there, and there was even things that got even removed. Like there was even talked about Linda Carter was going to be showing up in that crazy multiverse thing, and Jack Nicholson's Joker, and there's going to be like,
but he's dead. As in the character, not Jack Nicholson.
True, but at the same time, I know, that would have been, that probably wouldn't have made sense. And I did like the callback to the little bag that laughed. That was cool.
That was fun.
This bag laughs. So I'm like, that's great. The callbacks to 89, I thought were great.
I just, it just came to me. I'm so glad they did not show Heath Ledger. Jesus Christ, that would have even gone worse.
Well, they didn't even show that universe, so.
Well, yeah, I know. But
Yeah.
I don't know if they have the fucking balls to show anything Nolan related at this point because
I think there's no
Well, at
freedom,
one point in
there's no freedom
Batwoman, they
of-
did have the Bane mask from The Dark Knight Rises, but other than that, yeah, they haven't done anything major
okay.
like that.
That's true. What the?
Yeah, they're just like.
I don't get how Batwoman got away with that. I was kind of like, wait a minute. I was like, it's no Christopher Nolan about to like run into CW's office and be like, what the hell do you think you're doing?
Fuck out of your guys. That's what
Like,
he
how
was.
dare you? No, but yeah, I mean, yeah, they definitely missed the opportunity to like bridge a little, especially since they had Ezra in the show and then just to not incorporate any of them into that, just to have like a moment, because they probably were like, who's gonna know about
what's funny? It was DC Films that came to Berlanti, to the Airbird, and was like, can we put Ezra in this? It's like the Great Writing never asked for like we need to get things to DCU. They came to him, and they last minute, and they had to pull budget and resource, and they had to like write something very last minute. That also, again, I need to emphasize this: they had to write that scene so specifically careful about, because again, like everything that is said in those two exchanges are supposed to be very specific because of that damn movie. And then and again, Grant named Ezra's Flash. Yeah. And now suddenly we just open up in the Flash movie and he's like, oh, I'm the Flash. It's like, where'd you get the name? Again, it is so easy. It's so easy. But, who the fuck wants to fuck with logic?
It would have been nice to get the other side of that scene where how he gets to Grant Gustin's Flash, like in that scene.
Yeah,
it would have been kind of cool to like do a callback to that, but then that would have incorporated Cyborg, and that's probably why that got thrown out. Sorry, go ahead, Paul.
No. I think the point you made is accurate. I was going to say, is there a legit scene where it's the Ezra gearing up to start running? He's got the visor that comes down, and then he's about to do the heroic pose and do the thing, and then it cuts to screaming fangirls that ruins the entire tension of the moment. Okay.
Yes. You know what? I actually thought it was funny because if you watch the movie, the title sequence is about to show up, and then it like cuts out, and then it does that. And you know what? I actually had no problem with it, because then we get it, and then
What I was going to say is that where the Flash is said for the first time is from the fangirls, basically.
Yeah. So, but it would have been nice to get the little, Who
the fuck was Grant Gustin where you can have a gang of fangirls just screaming your name?
I'm actually surprised it didn't happen on it. Well, I don't know. I didn't see the later seasons. Are there fangirls that follow him around, or?
No, good lord, no.
Okay.
Our show didn't get that cheesy. It got cheesy in other ways, but no.
Yes.
But it's
there was one episode where a nice old lady did give Flash a little candy because she's an old lady. She wanted to be nice.
Yeah. But I mean, it is a cool opening sequence. I do like it because, when he comes out, and I just like how he even slides out into the street. The costume looks good. I know there was always that whole thing. Yeah, the costume looks good, and then he, of course, gets in the pose. You see, they zero in on the emblem, and then all of a sudden you see the lenses come down, and it's cool. And then, of course, it does the whole comedic thing. But then when he goes, and then you see him run from Central City to Gotham City, it's cool. It's a cool little all right, yeah.
It should have been set. The fight should have been set in Central City. I'm sorry, it should have had the Rogues. That would have been cool.
That would have been
We had one future Flash villain with his roommate Desmond.
Yeah.
And instead they added the Halloween the Halloween killer, whatever. The long Halloween killer. Who wasn't actually just a mercenary. Falcone or Maroney. I don't know. Falcone, Maroney, Virginia, Vagina.
I'm fully drawing a blank on his name too. Albert. Yeah.
Umberto. No, Umberto wasn't in the movie.
No. I was saying from the comic.
You stole my scoop.
Comic.
Yeah.
No, but but
Carmine.
Yes.
Carmine Falcone, yeah. So Just real quick. This is related to our talk. Have any of you guys seen the Fablemans?
Yes.
Not yet.
Okay.
What's that?
I'll say to Dave.
Steven Spielberg movie.
It's a new Steven Spielberg movie that came out.
Came out last year. Yeah.
Yeah.
November of last year. Yeah.
It's semi-autobiographical about his childhood basically and getting into the film business. And in real life, he met the famous director John Ford, who did like Stagecoach and a lot of John Wayne movies and stuff like that. And John Ford was like the director at that time. And John Ford told him, because he asked for advice about directing, he's like, if you're shooting the horizon, if it's at the top, it's interesting. If it's at the bottom, it's interesting. If it's in the middle, it's fucking boring. Now get the fuck out of my office. And he had David Lynch play this character.
Yeah.
I was just watching at random. I could see so many random things on Twitter and stuff, and someone used that as the final death. Did you see this too? The final.
I saw the meme. I saw the meme. Yeah.
Yeah. He says that he shows the first part of the clip and then talking about the horizon. Then you see a clip of Man of Steel where the horizon's at the bottom when the ship is landing in front of Superman in the field in Man of Steel. And then he goes, when it's at the top, it's interesting. It switches to the battle sequence in Zack Snyder's Justice League, where the Darkseid ships are coming down and the horizon's at the top as they're riding the horses up to meet Darkseid's army to fight. And then he's like, when it's in the middle, it's fucking boring. And then it cuts right to the scene of the final desert battle where all three of them, the three characters, go up and just stop right in the middle of everything. And I just thought that was hilarious. I was like,
it was a funny meme. Yeah. It was a funny meme, but I mean, again, like, I mean, that's and then Sasha Kaya even said that some of the Zod in her fight got cut out because it was too R-rated. And I'm like, how? I mean, we literally see him stab you multiple times because he's going back.
I feel bad for her and Leslie Grace probably the most in terms of all of this happening because they got cast as Supergirl and Batgirl. They were probably told at the time, like, hey, you guys are going to become like the new Trinity with Wonder Woman probably.
Oh, I'm sure they were. Yeah.
And then everything else that followed afterwards, like in terms of them being actors and stuff, having to deal with this is like, that's gotta be like a whole thing. Cause I mean, some people are rooting for her to be Supergirl in some future project, but I don't know. I mean, do you guys see her being able to come back, or do you see it be kind of?
I really enjoyed her performance and everything, so I like that. But yeah, it's kind of up in the air.
I mean, Gunn already got rid of a beloved Superman, so I don't see him having a problem with.
Well, I mean, again, she's had meetings at least with these studios about. Again, there's the Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow movie, so maybe Gunn would be like, like maybe he liked enough what he saw of her. It was like, let's see if we can do, something different here with her, with Sasha. That is
right.
It's all up in the air. It's all up in the air because, I mean,
like Warner Brothers competence. Like their competence is up in the air.
It totally is. I mean, well, it's so many different regimes, and it's like, and I keep rooting. I'm like, I think, when we got that report that Scorsese, Spielberg, and Anderson like went, hey, you got to not fuck with the whole Turner Classic Movies because that's just you're fucking with history right there when it comes to film. Do not do that. And then of course today we heard that Abdi and DeLuca are going to be like handling that. So I was like, cool. I mean, I'm just kind of going like, well, hey, the three of you, can you like, I don't know, buy like some shit and be a part of this where you can help get the fucking name back to where it should be. Like I'm not even talking about superhero movies, just in general with you guys making movies for them and bringing back Nolan, bringing back anybody who wants to fucking, make movies. It doesn't have to be cape shit. That's the sad part. It's like, it doesn't have to be cape shit. Can Warner Brothers get back to making something that's like even like an original movie that just ends up being a blockbuster at some point? I don't know. Can we do something like that?
I've never prayed for a bunch of old men to finally save us. That's the day when I was like, God, like we need these old geezers to like finally fucking save us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only two Warner Brothers movies that I'm legit even really like going to see and like going to check out at this point probably is going to be Barbie, because I got to see what Gerwig does with this movie, and Dune Part 2, because like holy shit, Dune Part 1 was incredible.
Amazing.
But that's it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, of course, that you're gonna see Blue Beetle as well.
Sure. Yeah.
Yes,
I'll get right on that.
This is a legal binding contract.
Yeah. Verbal. Yeah, no, the Barbie movie is. Who would have thunk it that might be the hit of Warner Bros.
Yeah, what if that becomes the biggest hit of Warner Bros?
I think it might. I think it might, because
there's a good chance.
It's so ridiculous. It's got a powerhouse cast, and it just looks so freaking stupid, but also intriguing. Because every time, like ever since the conception of the movie, I'm like, what is this?
Yeah,
what is it trying to be?
I saw the trailer for the first time in front of Flash, and I'm like,
yeah.
What
is this?
I was kind of like, did I smoke something before I went in here? Like, what happened?
It's so weird. But you got Margot Robbie; she's a powerhouse. She's gorgeous. You got Ryan Gosling, same thing. It's like, and then you got a cast.
Gorgeous.
yeah. You got like all this stuff, and you're just like, okay. And there's got to be. I mean, like, I just cannot. I just would not surprise me if this movie ends up being like one of the biggest movies of the year. It probably will be, and it's going up against Oppenheimer. And I always love it when people on Twitter go like, "Oh yeah, Barbie defeating Oppenheimer." I'm like, really? You think that people are gonna flock to a 3-hour biopic about a fucking atomic bomb? Then
that's
to
R-rated, by the way.
Yes, that it's R-rated with like sexuality and shit like that in it.
Oh, okay.
And they're not gonna flock to Barbie that's not that, and it's gonna be like this crazy movie about an iconic toy. I'm like, I mean, I'm not saying Oppenheimer's gonna flop, and it probably will get awards season like recognition, but if you think that Barbie is gonna be under Oppenheimer, you got another thing coming. I'm just saying. Like, even Christopher Nolan, like earlier this week, said, "Oh yeah, people who've seen this movie, they left like depressed." I'm like, all right, you're selling this movie, dude. Like,
Universal.
I mean, I'm already got a ticket. I already got my ticket. But Jesus Christ.
Same. Universal. I mean, I think Oppenheimer personally will do fine at the box office. Not like Interstellar money, but it'll do fine. But Universal is literally banking on it doing well at award seasons and basically being like, we got Chris Nolan. Like that's that's the biggest brag as you can have in the industry.
And it's also it's also a pretty big cast too of Nolan.
Oh yeah. Huge cast. Yeah. True.
But I mean, but again, people aren't going to flock to a 3-hour, biopic about an atomic bomb, that's going to leave you kind of like depressed. They're going to take the family to the Barbie movie. That's the thing. It's like, but I'm going to see both that weekend. I plan on seeing both. I 100% will. And I love it when people say that they make it seem like they can't see 2 movies in a weekend. But I mean, when it comes to families, if you have a family that, dynamic that's happening, you can't. You got to pick one, and what are you going to pick? You're not going to pick the Oppenheimer movie. You're not going to pick the bomb movie. You're going to pick Barbie. So it's just always funny when I see people on the timeline going like, "Oh yeah, Oppenheimer coming for the weekend," or like after no. Again, we got to take our own fan brain caps off when it comes to shit. Like when it comes to even stuff with comics.
Now you're doing the same mistake as Paul did. You're trying to blame logic.
I know. I'm trying to be logical.
This is not the logic junkie. It's the film junkie.
Like obviously, when we heard the news, what was it, yesterday or like the day before, where they were where Warner Brothers was going to be selling off like 500 million music and even Batman films, stuff like that. What happened? All of a sudden I get my mentions. Oh, well, now I think sell the Snyderverse to Netflix. I'm like, oh, man. I'm like, you guys don't know how this shit works. This is not how it works. I mean, I even have like mutuals on my Twitter even going, well, I'm actually thinking that maybe sell the Snyderverse could happen. I'm like, it wouldn't be sold. It would be
licensing.
The actual character. It wouldn't be Snyder. You guys really just got to take your fanboy caps off. As much as like, yes, I want to see more of that, but at the same time, I'm like, I understand.
Let Zach cook with it. He's
a traitor. He turned his Zach on back. I meant turned his back on Zach.
We got back at Zach. Hey, we also got Ryan joining in right now. What's going
Thought
on?
I come in for a late nightcap here. What's
I
up?
know. Yeah, I know. We're already like 4.5 hours in.
Yeah, between fireworks next door and me spending way too long in the kitchen, I've just been real busy. But I'm glad to be here. I heard you talking about sell the Snyder Cut or Snyderverse to.
Yeah, I was just talking about that because now people have like reignited like that big time when it comes to, because they're selling off 500. So anytime that there's like that news that comes out, everybody always starts going like, well, if they could do that, then they can. I'm like, and I go, it's not.
Oh, they do mean that DC would have to. It's like Warner Bros. Could not fully sign off of that. They would also have to have DC's like approval too. So it's like. It's funny when people on Twitter, everyone thinks that, oh, I know how filmmaking works because I watched a movie once, or I don't know. It's like that's the logic.
Again, it's just it's what people they want that, so they want to I mean, and again, it's like I want Zach. I 100% would want Zach to finish the story, but at the same time, I'm like, the logistics. He even said it on this very stream the last time he was on. He's all, I have no control of that, none of this. I mean, like, if that happens, it's just like.
But what that means is that he does have full control, and that he's just watching us. Like it's opposite day, Like again, what logic? There's no logic. Like, don't apply logic here. It's like.
But it's just, God, when I see that and I see people like in my mentions, like, oh, now I'm more of I'm like, okay, but you have to take an account of every aspect of it. I'm like, okay, so say that it were to happen. Does Henry come back? Does he want to come back? Does Gal, the whole Gal situation's weird. Ezra, that's also an interesting situation. Ray Fisher, does he do that? I mean, there's all that, and then you got, all right, well, Zach is also cooking a lot of shit over, original stuff. So what is his part? If you think that he's just going to drop everything and like, all right, let me do 2 big Justice League movies, part 2 and 3, that's going to take, I mean, that's not going to take a year to put both of them. That's going to take minimum 3 to like try to get all that, back.
Filming, post-production, also pre-production.
So much things.
And the thing is, like, depending on how Rebel Moon and his other part on Netflix does, if they're successful and Netflix is like, well, we want you to proceed with spinoffs or like additional projects, Zach is gonna honor them first because that's part of his overall deal with Netflix.
Exactly. Yeah, he can't just drop everything and just be like, all right, I'm gonna go do this over here. No, it's not.
That's not how that works.
And then they're as of right now, I mean, they're still gonna move forward with James Gunn's whole.
No way, really?
I know, right?
They're rebooting.
Yeah.
I say realistically, just keep posting whatever you want to post on Twitter. Let Netflix know that you're interested, and then see how bankrupt Warner Bros. Discovery is at the end of the year, and then just see what happens. That's all I'm not do as a fan. As a fan.
Yeah.
And I've said that too. I'm like, hey, tweet whatever you want. I'm not going to, because ever since the first time somebody actually mentioned that in one of my chats, I was like, no, that's not how it works. And I was like, all right, I don't think that's poorly thought out. Go ahead if you want to. Be perfectly fine. It's perfectly
but don't
fine.
harass others or like bully them into like because again, it's like that's where the whole the mentality of the whole mentality of Snyder cultists comes into play. Where it's again, it's a minor segment. Again, every fandom has its toxic side.
Allowed, yeah,
exactly.
They do, and and every now and again, I might stir the pot, and it's kind of funny because I already know, like last Sunday when the poster came out, I was like, why would the bring back Zack Snyder hashtag? I saw that a couple of times in my mentions after the Flash was like was starting to know that it was going to fail at the box office. I went like, why would you want to bring back Zack? To like, it's still a mess over here. They still are trying to figure out what to do when he's cooking stuff like this.
Yeah,
I can't wrap my brain around it. And then of course I get like, well, stop telling people what to do. I'm like, I didn't tell anybody what to do. I just said I couldn't wrap my brain around it. And then there's people like, obviously if you looked at that tweet, it got fucking dogpiled on, which I knew. I was like, well, when I hit send and I told Steph, I was like, I just stirred the pot a little bit. I was like, it's gonna fucking.
It's time to log off.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, let's watch a movie because this thing's gonna blow up and I'm gonna get dogpiled on. But it just shows you right there where it's just like, how dare you? And I'm like, how dare me say that I want Zack Snyder to make original content as opposed to going back to a studio that's still very much in disarray? Yeah, how dare me? Sorry.
How dare him.
Shame, Dave.
I've only talked to the guy numerous times and see how happy he is about all this shit. And yeah, okay. Sorry, you guys speak for him, not me.
But then with any fandom, there's always gonna poke the bear. For me, the hashtags don't bother me overall. I mean, for me, it's more about keeping the ideas alive. That's any fandom wants to keep that going, and everything dealing with the Snyderverse at this point is just like, for them, they don't want it dealing at all with Warner Brothers in only the capacity of. I'm just going by what their logic is. Essentially, is giving the license fees to Netflix to deal with, and have Zach just do what he wants to do. But again, I don't disagree because he's up to his ass or up to his eyeballs in Rebel Moon right now, and that's his main goal to finish and let him.
His Army of the Dead universe stuff he's also doing.
Yeah, but if you got the hashtag, like it keeps the idea alive. Let's Netflix know that there's always interest, regardless. But yeah, you're still gonna have the extremists.
If the DeLuca and Abdi thing had taken off the way that it was going to go before Gunn got brought on, and they said, "Hey Zach, maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but like 3 years when you're wrapping up with what you're doing over there at Netflix, you can come on back anytime, do it on your own schedule or whatever." Whenever you're ready, do you think that would have worked?
See, the question is, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut in. Because I was just saying, like, because I even thought about this, like the question about like that. Say James Gunn didn't come in and they didn't do this, and say the Rock verse was gonna work.
Yeah,
these people that are very diehard in this, would they have accepted this whole like direction before? Because I was getting shit from the same people because the John Williams score was on the Superman cameo, and they were saying fuck this cameo. They were saying Cavill sold out, fuck Cavill. I saw this kind of shit from the same people, and I'm like, yeah, it just seems like the militant portion of the fandom just want Zach to just make nothing but DC movies 100%. It's nobody else can touch it. And the fact of the matter is, you said 3 years, it would have been more, it would have been 5+. It would have been longer because he's got Army of the Dead. He's got Rebel Moon. He's got spinoffs. He's got animated stuff, the Norse God stuff. He's way too busy. Yeah. It would have been 5 years minimum. And I've even told that to people, and they're like, well, they could wait. They can wait. They're going to wait 5 years? No, they're not. Get your fucking fanboy cap off. Stop thinking like this, please.
Yeah, the only thing I could think of would be like some autopilot version of like, having that ending with the Flash where like Superman shows up and the rest of them, and then they try and do some independent, like a Superman film, another, I don't know, maybe a Flash sequel, probably not because of the way it did at the box office, and just kind of floated down the river a little bit until, someone or something could pick up that lead and carry it. But I honestly think Gunn is the way to go at this point. There's not much you can do. I just wish that there was a feeling that there was something that was care that was put in between Flash and Aquaman 2. I'm not trying to say about the one in the middle, if you catch my drift, but any of those movies.
Wait, what was in the middle?
Oh, it's a certain blue character that.
What you gonna get my Blue Beetle? What's your problem with Blue Beetle?
Personally, nothing. But the movie.
Okay, then name him. He's not Voldemort. That's Walter Hamada and Joss Whedon's job now. They can be Voldemort.
Well, it's interesting because when I had you guys on in the background while I was in the kitchen, and I knew that you guys were talking about Blue Beetle, I said the name, but it's interesting about NDAs because I keep seeing people break them all the time across the internet, and I got one, and I'm doing my damnedest not to, but like, I don't know, like these people right now are breaking stuff about the Marvels, for example. There's a certain person who's going to show up, and I'm not going to go into all that, but like I got a little mad about it today because I'm like, they spoiled it for me, they spoiled it for a bunch of people, and now that's kind of ruined for, I mean, it's exciting, but at the same time, like that end credit is kind of lost to you, and maybe that'll affect the Marvel's box office. I mean, not that I was expecting it to do extremely well, but that would have been a big selling point to know.
Now I'm thinking about who's showing up in that movie.
Think about the future. Think about what could come from
Grant Gustin. Grant Gustin will show up as.
It's Grant Gustin.
Finally, Grant Gustin showing up.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I'd like to break the NDA with the upcoming movie because it's like that's kind of a movie.
Wait. Are you not allowed to even say that you've seen Blue Beetle?
I honestly don't know because maybe Andy, you've had different experiences than I have, but like I was there in the line. I signed a whole document thing. It's got Warner Brothers letterhead. I went into the studio to watch it and everything. So,
oh wow, so you've seen it? Ah,
maybe.
Hypothetically, he may or may not have seen that.
Ryan,
I got you. We speak the same like. I got the lingo. Don't worry.
Wow.
Hypothetically, there's an alternate reality where he may have seen it, but it's also a reality where he may not have seen it.
Okay.
It depends on what direction you put the tomato cans in.
So now I like want to know, like, in what reality did you like it or not?
Yeah, in what reality would I have liked that movie? But I'll say this: I went in wanting to like it because I love the character of Blue Beetle. I mean, there's very few.
Hypothetically.
Exactly. That there's very few DC characters that I don't like. I really can't think of any, but like maybe no, I really can't honestly. Like I love every single character. I mean, maybe some a lot more than others, Green Lantern, but you know, like eventually we'll get around to the stuff that I really appreciate. I mean, this was definitely one of them. But what are you gonna do? It's just this whole NDA thing is just killing me because I see other people who can just leak to this person and that person or talk about it almost openly, like you were saying about like Campia, you know, the whole like take a look at his dick, you know, like that whole thing.
That will still always forever be like, where have we gotten as an industry where this can happen and get leaked? And a man gets away by saying, "Look at his crotch."
Right, and then it makes me wonder, like, because of all the leaking, like, how is it affecting fandom? Because you're hopefully hyping, but in a lot of cases, it's splitting fandoms. And you know, I don't know how much it affected the Flash, but I'm seeing a lot of stuff about, oh, the CGI is terrible. You know, even though it's the Chrono Bowl that I'm seeing in most of them, and I'm like. It's like looking through like a mirror or glass or something like that. It's supposed to be a distorted perception of reality. So why are we making such a big deal out of this? Oh, that's because you haven't seen the movie yet. Maybe if you go and watch it, you might actually enjoy it.
Yeah.
Ryan, you're doing something. There's this thing that a lot of the hosts seem to be smoking this thing called, let's try to apply logic to things. Here, right? You need to get out of that. And
I don't know.
Yeah,
sorry, I got distracted by Axel's gloves.
I'm freezing. I'm fucking freezing.
Oh. Why are you freezing?
Okay. Hold on. Because Axel, you were like, before you even showed up, you said, "Why is Dave wearing shorts?" It's summer here. It's winter there. He's in Australia. That's why I'm wearing shorts, Axel.
My hands always get cold.
We live in a different hemisphere, so it's warm in California. So while you're freezing your nuggets off, so yeah, exactly.
As far as cameos my thing at this point is just, you know, because we've had so much of it, like a lot of it recently too. Just, I mean, it's been a consistent thing with these movies, but at this point, as a viewer and as a fan of this stuff, have it be connected to the story, have it be organic. You know what I mean? As opposed to just a random thing showing up. I feel, because I feel when it's more connected to the story, it resonates more with the audience and feels more like it's part of the viewing experience as opposed to just, you know, it's like I'm trying to think of one that was really just random. It does kind of connect, but like Eternals, you know, Thanos' brother shows up at the end. Granted, he is an Eternal, but like the Patton Oswalt's like dwarf-like character shows up so randomly. It's
Pip
just
Patrol. Yeah,
Pip the Troll. Thank you.
Yep.
My Marvel knowledge is all over the map, but yeah, that to me felt like a Glub Shido type of cameo, where it's like, what is this? Like,
yeah, and most people that were cheering when I was in my theater were young
Yeah.
girls, just because it was what's his name?
Harry Styles.
Yeah, and I turned to my brother. I'm like, they have no fucking clue who that is.
Yeah, they don't know it's Star Fox Arrows. They don't.
Yeah,
they don't
I was like, and
yeah.
I told him, I was like, it's Thanos' brother, and I just told him, I was like, that's all, it's Thanos' brother, that's all.
Yeah,
I'm like, there you go, that's all you need to know.
But I think actually that's hitting the nail on the head with the way films are right now. Like the comic side of things is like, I don't think there's the investment that there was before, because it doesn't feel like there's a followable through line between Marvel and DC. I mean, you could say, oh, I remember him from that, or they kind of did that one thing over in that last movie, but it doesn't really feel like this is leading to the Avengers or something like that. And you can see it almost coming in the distance, but it's
a gimmick now.
How we get there? What?
It's a gimmick now.
Yeah, I mean, it's just how many. Well, I think they're trying to go as like scattered and, you know, random stories across the universe kind of thing, but you still need to have at least like an oncoming event that people can feel. And you could argue that maybe for Marvel that's like Kang, but like with everything that's happened with him recently, it's hard to really be excited about fighting.
Why are so many actors just becoming controversial? Like, it's again, you know, there's a whole thing allegedly going on with the Namor actor.
Well, yeah,
it's like.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the funniest thing about all of it with Marvel, at least, is, I mean, I'm interested, I'm intrigued, but like, you know, it's all leading to Secret Wars, which, if you know anything about Secret Wars, it's all going to just be giant, big fucking cameos, like fucking everywhere. You know, I mean, hopefully there's a story too. I'm hoping, you know, but like, we got to see, you know, what they do.
2027, let's go.
But see, that's the problem.
2025.
No, they delayed it.
Oh.
It got delayed.
That's true, yeah. But they had to.
Yeah, I don't, Axel. I don't know if the news has hit Australia yet, but yeah, like, you're gonna have to wait a little longer. But sorry,
I'm not waiting that much. I mean, I don't really care about Secret Wars.
But yeah, like between Marvel now and like DC, pretty much outside of when Snyder was there, it doesn't feel like it's going in any real specific direction. We'll see what James Gunn does, but like, it was beautiful the way Marvel did it in the beginning, because they would have the big presentation. They'd be like, hey, this is coming. And when they say the Avengers are there, for the most part, people know, oh, it's those like, yeah, that big Hulk guy and, you know, Captain America. I kind of remember them, and they're going to join up, and that's going to be the thing. No one's really described what Secret Wars is. So if you were to ask someone on the street, like, what would they tell you about it? Like, that's the thing. Yeah. Like, if they had seen something like a Galactus thing that had shown up in a couple movies by now, they would have been like, oh yeah, they're getting to that thing. But they really can't tell you where Marvel's going right now. And I'm sure people would say the same about DC. And I think that's what's really hurting the box office.
That's what's crazy about all this, is the fact that it's like, and I've told people, I'm like, Marvel's coming down and DC's trying to get up, like right now. So they're kind of both just like doing this thing where it's like, now it's like, it's very strange, but at the same time, it's like Marvel's still up above, because, well, Guardians of the Galaxy after Ant-Man shit the bed, but Guardians of the Galaxy fucking did well because, well, I mean, it was a good story. It impacted. Yeah, it was a legacy kind of thing, and it was like, oh, it was the end of at least this round of Guardians of the Galaxy. So, but yeah, when it comes to the DC, I mean, I and again, it was just like, man, Flash is going to bump it up a little bit, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh shit, no, we're wrong about that.
All the Flash did was, as DC fans, we've been losing everything this year. The era was basically done. Again, we have Super Low. It's the last show we have left. We had lost Titans. We're about to lose Doom Patrol, and we lost Young Justice. We lost we've lost some of the J.J. Abrams projects. So again, we've been taking is a bunch of L's. So again, it's like when Dave, what you were saying about the Flash is that for us, okay, let's have a good finale to the DCU, but instead it was like, oh Christ, and we still have Aquaman left. So it's like, for me, my last hope for DC this year is the final episode of Doom Patrol, and then Blue Beetle. That's all I have left.
Yeah, and I was saying, I think I said to Dave once already, if I haven't mentioned here on the stream before, but yeah, right before I quit getting the single comics and everything, and again, like I said, it goes back to finances with Warner Brothers Discovery. But just this past year before I officially stopped getting them, I'm getting the DC comic, and they're pretty much doing a thing where they're just self-advertising. So between the comic, you're seeing an advertisement for a show or a movie or whatever the case was. And it got to the point where it was so bad. Because, again, they would do all these things, months in advance. So even if a show is nearing its end, there'll be an advertisement for it in the comic months later. I'm opening it up, and every advertisement is a movie that bombed, a show that's ending, a show that's been canceled, and at the very, very end of the book, as I flip it over, it's the Weta advertisement for the Snyderverse statues, and I'm just like, and that's what it was at that point. But yeah, I think at this point, I think we should talk real quick. Again, I think it's going to be kind of a varied opinion among a lot of you guys, but I think we're talking about the bigger problem is this thing that's been they keep talking about it. It's that superhero fatigue, and I'm kind of on both sides of it, because on one hand, I do think it is a legit thing. And general audiences, not necessarily superhero fans. But at the same time, I also disagree with it because, as I think Phil said earlier, it's the idea of giving different types of movies and everything. Spider-Verse, both Spider-Verse movies have been breaths of fresh air, because it just feels like the genre is doing something special and new. Yeah. It's stuff we already know, but it's going in that different direction kind of thing.
People aren't tired of superheroes, or tired of seeing the same superhero movie. Someone said before.
Yeah, the same formula over and over again, or a similar theme going through a lot of them, where it's kind of the same stuff.
Well, again, how many times do we have to say it? Snyder was just ahead of his time. Mm-hmm. When it came to Watchmen, he was ahead of his time. Yeah, when you watch that movie, you go, "Oh, fuck! Why was that?"
If that movie came out today, and let's just take out the Watchmen TV show, essentially, Zach literally paved the way for. If that movie had come out today, this would have been one of those this would have been what Joker became for our culture. Mm-hmm.
Because look at how many you got. You got The Boys, you got Invincible, you got these dark superhero stories that are now being brought to the forefront when it comes to entertainment. And Zach was part of the pioneers when it came to that, when he was like, hey, let's do this movie right here, let's talk about this. And then he wanted to apply some ideas when it came to that into, obviously, when it came to Man of Steel, when it came to BVS. And people were just like, "What the fuck, man? Over here, they're making
dark overlord,
shit over here. What are you doing? What we don't want this.
We don't want."
And now all of a sudden, people are just kind of getting tired of that Marvel formula. So they're like, "Hey, can we get some more serious shit here?" They're like, "Hey,
let's go hire one with abusive Hollywood directors to fix our Justice League movie."
Yeah,
It's really interesting in terms of Zach, because you look at something like Watchmen, and then you look at something like his version of Justice League, and it really is they're kind of twins in a sense, but they're completely different, basically, and how they. Zach and his wife have said the same. Deborah, talking about the deconstruction. And then the rebuilding up, basically, which is what exactly Justice League is. It's rebuilding and kind of reminding us why we love these characters. But what I love about the Snyder Cut, especially with how Zach, completes that arc to that point, is that he shows that every one of the characters comes from a place of, in a sense, trauma or like hard things, basically, of having happened. Arthur has lost his mother, that she abandoned him and stuff, and he wrestles between two different worlds. Barry's dealing with his dad in jail, and he's had a rough childhood, clearly. Diana had to abandon her world. Superman lost his world. Batman, I mean, it's fucking Batman. Like, you don't really need to say too much else. And Cyborg, I mean, Jesus Christ, Cyborg, like his whole thing and how it ties to everything in the story. Yeah. And I loved that. So, I mean, again, I like the first Avengers movie quite a lot, but that's about a bunch of guys who are all, weirdly talented in a way or cursed in some sense, and they all got brought together to fight a threat, and that's it. That's the story. But with Justice League, they found each other, which was a whole different, like it's a deeper meaning, which is what I love about Zach and his stuff. And Watchmen is kind of the anti of all of that. It's all about the team that got together, and now they've all come apart, and they think they're coming back together for a big cause, and they find out everything was kind of pointless to begin with because of
because of one person.
Yeah.
No, but and I do appreciate when James Gunn on Rosenbaum's podcast kind of, he talked about how he's like, when it came to Marvel, it's like, you have like all these people, you have these people here, and they have to take on a threat, and cool. But it's like, but with DC, it's like, we can get like really fantastical when it comes to the, the mythology, I guess you could say, of it. And I did appreciate what he had to say about all that. So. But Axel, you got to take off. Is that why your light's like turning off?
Yeah, I'm just a bit sleepy, but yes, thank you.
What time is it over it? What time is it there?
Yeah,
it's like 4:25 p.m.
in the afternoon. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, hey man, all good.
Thanks for having me.
Okay.
And you can find me at Droga52 on YouTube and Axel R. Droga on Twitter. So, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Get some sleep. You got to be up for church tomorrow at 3 a.m. I don't know.
No, relax. All right. Hey, guys.
Bye, Axel.
That was funny when he said, like, I'm sleepy. I'm like, what time is it?
Yeah.
I'm like, it's 11:30 right now.
Dave, I wanted to add something that you said, is that I don't remember who said it, but I feel like this is said a lot of times when it comes to the comparison to Marvel and DC.
Mm-hmm.
Marvel is about humans getting powers. DC is about gods.
Yeah.
Again, and that's why, when I look at the Snyderverse as a whole, like I feel like that these aren't just ordinary people or what have you. Like these feel like these are gods. These are legends. These are characters that you could definitely start with a Justice League movie and then have them spin it off, because again they are so big in their own. That they don't need, for example, they don't need the MCU treatment. Right. So when I think you guys are on something. Maybe Zach was just a little ahead of his time.
He was. I mean, even the way that he filmed Justice League. I mean, in that format, in that IMAX format, that 4:3. I mean, even like the Corridor Crew guys, when they were talking about that movie, one of the guys and he said something. I'm like, it's perfect, because he said, like, the way that he shot it in that format makes these characters look larger than life. Yep. They look just big. And then we, at least, Paul and Phil and I have seen it on IMAX, and to see that, I'm sorry. I don't mean I know. Hey, but I'm just saying, like, to see it on IMAX, it's like, holy shit. Yeah. I mean, the movie, the scale is just like, holy shit, it's nothing we've ever seen before when it comes to at least the genre. You don't see, when it comes to even Marvel, it's like, these characters are cool and great and it's fun, it's popcorn fun, but man, that's what's missing, is just like that, where you're watching and it's like, these are gods, and look at them big on the screen, and holy shit, and there's a cool like story that just I don't know. It's
Blows.
he was just I think he was just a little ahead of his time, and again, it's like now when like we're like, okay, yeah, we want him back to finish his story, but it's like, I don't know, just everything's such a mess.
Yeah.
When it comes to that it's like just Jim Lee put his story in a book. I mean, who here would not buy Snyderverse books?
I would buy the fuck out of it.
Yeah, I mean, if there's going to be a run of just Snyderverse finishing the story and then even spin-offs, you can have Ben Affleck's Batman in a book. You can have another. You can have Wonder Woman 1854 or whatever year it was. I think that was right.
1985. You mean instead of 1984?
No.
We're
talking about the one that Zach like wrote for like her origin.
Sorry.
Yeah. So you could have like that as a book. You can have an Aquaman book. You can have a Flash book that is just like strictly, a cyborg book. Yeah. I mean, that to me, that's just like, how are you not even considering basing a whole run of these characters off of Snyderverse when, like, I mean, his name is just, it's like synonymous to like just pop culture now with release of Snyder Cut. I mean, come on. I mean, you're leaving money on the table. If you can't do it live action, you're not going to, it doesn't sound like you're going to do a live action. Put it in a fucking book or put it in animation or do both. You can do both.
What? Like, logic. I told you.
Yeah.
Like, no one listens to me.
Like, if you look at the money that was raised for all the stuff Snyder did, the fandom and everything like that, put that to book sales. Most comics don't even make that kind of money in book sales these days.
Dude, you slap AFSP on every one of those books. I mean, a chunk of a portion of your purchase goes to AFSP. Right. I mean,
we're the toxic ones. We're the cultists. We're the crays.
No. Yeah. We're the toxic ones, but meanwhile we get dogpiled on because it's like, no, live action or nothing. It's like, oh, well, I'm coming up with something that's the alternative.
That facial reaction was just like that's so Twitter. That's so Twitter.
So I'm going to put one question out there too, because we were talking about kind of like fandom dying off and things that might have affected it. I say it specifically about this thing, not TV as a whole, but do you think the CW hurt a lot of it because they were doing like 24 episodes long per season and going like 8 seasons long? I felt like they were bleeding a lot of material.
I think the CW, the only thing that they hurt were themselves.
Well, definitely that, yeah.
Yeah, but no, I mean, yes, they added to the, let's be honest, the oversaturation within the field and stuff like that. Yeah. But, I mean, the Disney Plus, Marvel shows did their own damage too. I mean, I didn't hate a lot of those Disney Plus stuff. I just found a lot of them like okay, and only like 1 or 2 of them really, really stuck out to me in terms of like, oh, this is something really different. Right. But honestly, I would just say the market in general. I mean, just because there's just so much of it. I mean, the CW, the only thing I think it really hurt was just the quality, I think, because even the Disney Plus stuff, which it wasn't perfect, it had its issues, but it still was a higher budget than the CW stuff. But the CW stuff, the place where they really started hurting is because you can see it in almost all of the shows. Well, there's a few exceptions.
Dwindling quality.
Yeah, because like the couple of seasons of Arrow and the first couple of seasons of The Flash, and I fell off Superman and Lois not because I was disinterested, just because I didn't have the time. But Superman and Lois starts off really strong too, and they're all pretty strong at the beginning. It's when they got formulaic and like by season 4 of Flash, I was like, they're not gonna get the villain until the actual last episode. They're not gonna catch him on the second to last episode. And like, because I was able to call that, my roommate and I basically were like, well, let's stop right here and just give up.
Yeah, like, mid-season or finale, that's pretty much it. And then do a recap real quick.
Right.
It wasn't until season 6 when they finally changed that whole, because then they shaved the showrunner and they were like, we can't do the same one for 22 episodes. To answer your question, Orion, sorry, Phil, Paul, were you done?
I'm good.
Yeah, so I didn't want to just like jab around and like just interrupt you. I think that the Arrowverse, again, like take away the budget cuts that we will keep seeing every season. Take away the extreme episode, 22 episode format and so on. The Arrowverse, if anything, just showcase that they're doing something that the movies are not accomplishing, which is a cohesive universe.
True. Yeah. I mean, kudos to them for getting to like the article that like they were like $1 billion entity making, I think it was like season 4 of Arrow territory when they were like touting that they were like $1 billion for this thing. But then, you could see through they were slipping through the cracks. And then on top of that, I kept asking people like, man, there's just so many episodes in the season. I can't keep up. I lost step with like Flash season 4 and I never came back. So I do feel like people get told like, hey, I got a mini series that everyone's telling me like The Bear that I got to check out or something like that. And then I got my other like must-watch shows that are on maybe network or Netflix or whatever. And then I'm going to get to my superheroes or some variation of that. And then when you're like, this thing is 20 episodes till I get to what I really want out of it, like, why am I even going to do that? I do like what Paul did, and I'm a completionist, so I always want to get the whole thing. So that kills me. But like, if someone goes, that's a lot, I can't do that. I like my 2 best friends were like, I'll catch it on Netflix when it comes around. But by that point, they're so deep in other, quick digestible series that they just never get back to it. And I wonder how that is for, the greater populace when it comes to this stuff.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a huge DC fan, and but even when it was happening in real time, like 3rd or 4th season, my roommate and I were like, the CW is killing itself because these are like 22 episodes, like you said, and they're like almost hour long. So that means 22 fucking hours for one show, not counting Arrow, not counting Legends of Tomorrow, and they're all the same length. Like it's a lot. And
there was those seasons where like Supergirl on Mondays, Flash on Tuesdays, Arrow on Wednesdays, Legends on Thursdays. Yeah. That was like the most exhausting season for me as a journalist because I got to do news articles for every show. The latest trailer articles, the latest photos articles, and so on. There was a point where I was also reviewing said shows and live tweeting. So that was exhausting. But just like if we're looking at Brian, can you just say your question one more time? Like, did the Arrowverse hurt the culture, or what was your question originally?
Did it hurt the?
All right, well, hold on. Well, before I know Phil said he wants to leave. Sorry, Phil's getting tired, so
as much as I'm enjoying this conversation, my eyes are not enjoying it.
All right,
I was like looking at you. I was like, yeah, Phil's
he's gonna go.
Yeah, I am falling asleep, and I am so sorry, but this has been fun, guys.
Always,
take care.
Man. Thanks.
Be well, Phil.
Take care, Phil. Be well.
Good night.
All right, continue. Sorry.
But did that big run for so many seasons, for so many random series, whether it was Naomi or getting 1 or Batgirl getting whatever it was 3 or sorry,
Batwoman,
or 9 seasons or 8 seasons of Arrow for whatever. Like these things add up, and if you put them in terms of like movies, especially a lot of the ones that were not good, how much time can people actually invest into these things that they're like, what, I'll sit down and watch. If you combine them, maybe it's like
800 episodes,
7 or 8 movies worth of content per season per show. Like, it's a lot.
It would have hurt if the Arrowverse and if the Arrowverse and the DCEU was doing what the MCU was doing, where like this is one universe, then yes, it would have absolutely been like, you cannot have a TV franchise this big and then also expect fans to be tuning into the movie at the same time. But because they decided to be like, that's Earth 1, this is Earth DCU, what the fuck, whatever number they had. It's like, I don't think the Arrowverse ever hurt the brand. If anything, it just showcased that, oh my god, how can a film division not be able to work out an intricate universe? But yet the smallest network out of the 5 broadcasting networks is somehow doing it with annual crossovers. Great first, again, each show had their own like first, second, third, at least 3 great seasons.
Yeah.
But yet these movies, with so much resources, they can't. Like, I think it just highlighted more
less
problems on the film.
I think I think they let them have a little bit more free reign. The only thing that I've been told that they did protect was like what would actually show up they'd be like, oh, you can't put, I don't know, Superman at this point. I mean, that obviously changed, but like,
when I was gonna say in one of the seasons, like I think I'm very sure like Amanda Waller and Suicide Squad members are there. The Suicide Squad movie was around the corner, and they all got killed.
Yeah. I remember that. I remember that.
Like, what?
They teased it, and then all of a sudden they were like, "Nope, we got a movie coming out." So.
And they all died because
you
they
can't show Harley.
I will say this as a little tea. So the movie people said you can't use Suicide Squad. They never told them that you had to kill them off. So that was sadly on Arrows. Like that was Arrows' mistake.
Guggenheim. I think he fucked up a lot of stuff.
Yes, he did.
He killed Black and Arrow on the Green Arrow TV show.
The Black and Arrow. That still bothers me.
But the as far as the Arrowverse goes too, I think on top of all of those, like you were mentioning earlier, like Naomi and like Batwoman and stuff like that. Maybe they were trying to change it up a little bit, but like I don't know anyone that was excited for those shows.
Exactly.
And like Naomi had like a 10-issue run up to that point, I think.
Naomi was a weird experiment. Naomi was a new experiment because because again, even like when I watch a show, like it is so like they took such a departure from the comics, and I'm like, why are we even doing this show? Batwoman, I feel like that was weird.
When it came to Naomi, I didn't watch any of it, but I saw like the clip for the Superman kind of cameo that was in like the first episode or something. And then all of a sudden I saw when she had her first flight, and I went, oh my God, I could have made something better with just my green screen.
Right.
It was so bad when she was just like, and it was like, oh wow, that was your visual effect. Oh my God, that is so. It was so bad.
Because at that point too, at that time, I think that was also when like the budgets were really getting pulled back too, like on a lot of that stuff. And like I remember seeing snippets of like the Flash where like the CGI was so terrible. Oh yeah, they were doing that. Yeah, and like the running was worse. Like, but the CGI villains were worse. Like everything got worse. And even if a show came with something good, it was like a meme. Like there was something where like Gorilla Grodd like attacks Barack Obama.
And that was a legend. That was not us.
Yeah, no, that was Legends of Tomorrow. Yeah. Like, but again, and they became a show that became like self-aware, and they just completely just went in for the schlock.
Yeah.
So it also made the Arrowverse a little bit harder to get in. I don't know. There's a lot of different stuff happening.
Yeah, I think there's a specialness to these properties, and when they've kind of gone to the point where like, you know, jumping the shark, so to speak, people just kind of like go, oh, well, it's not taking it seriously, so why should I? And I think I'm not saying it has to be, because I'm sure there's some person who's still keeping up with this who's angry and like, oh man, it has to be like Snyder for everything for these guys. But no, I don't mean that. Like, I do think that early Marvel films, even with their goofiness, they had a serious trajectory that they were going down. Like it seemed like they cared about these characters and their stories. You
can have some, okay, like we were talking earlier about like the beginning seasons, and Dave was nodding at this, but I said like season 1 of Flash, and then you have like, you know, the Marvel Netflix Daredevil, you know, and both of those shows, completely different tones, but completely true to their comic book counterparts and what they were doing. But in comparison to season 1 of Flash to say season 8 or 7 of Flash, you know what I mean? Like it's silly, but it's not taken lightly. Like the Flash is in real stakes. Reverse Flash is fucking with his life. His friends are in true danger. That's the difference. But when it's all goofy nonsense and the CGI looks terrible, no one's going to be invested.
Exactly.
You have to.
And I feel bad for the shows themselves because, like, I look at these studios, I'm like, guys, I know the rings are slipping, but you can't let the shows look bad. So it's again, like in the middle season. Sorry.
Oh, no. I was just gonna say, Andy, you're kind of more in the TV of it all. Like, why did they never decide to themselves, like, hey, you know what? Maybe our budget isn't allocated to do 22 seasons of episodes effectively. Why don't we cut it down to a 12 episode season, make it look real good, and keep the fandom strong with this thing?
Because to them,
it's nothing I can say on air.
Oh, okay.
I mean, my take from it, because now they are changing things, because season 4 of Superman and Lois, all of a sudden half the cast is gone, and now we're down to 10 episodes. You know
Right.
why? Because there's no money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm really worried how that season is going to look.
Yeah.
I'm like
100%. Like, and I'm terrified that it's going to end on like a subpar season, which stinks because I know most fans are enjoying that show. And I guess season 3 I think ended just recently, and I think
next week season for the finale is on Tuesday.
Okay, so I hope whatever they're planning, I'm hoping that they figured out the budget and they know exactly what they need to do.
But you know what the worst part is? The strike is still going on. There's like like that's the thing. When are we gonna get season 4? When they're gonna be able to start filming? But also,
we're gonna get season 4.
I can't start this on there. So go on.
No, but like back to the 22 episodes though. At that time when that was happening, you know, it's like you were saying, like everyone was talking about the shows. Every week they got new, you know, hashtags or whatever you want to call it. They had buzz, you know, and then the buzz equals, you know, more ratings, more money. So why would they stop? Why would they? To them, it's like it's the money game. And you know, the first season of Flash had the 22 episodes. So to them,
23. They had 23 even.
So for them, it's like if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know, I mean, I'm talking about their logic. I'm not saying
right. Yeah,
yeah.
I think I'm looking at it like if I was to buy a brand new car and it was great and it ran super well, and all of a sudden I'm like, oh, that needs a repair. Shoot, that needs a repair. I don't just keep running on it. Eventually, I look at it and I go, hey, you know what? I'm starting to see a couple of these things. I'm gonna patch them up and then get back on the road again. I just wish that they had seen that a little bit better, or followed the fandom instead of calling people a bunch of like haters, or you know, throwing around a bunch of like, oh, they're all racist kind of terms. I mean, don't get me wrong, some of those are all floating around out there, but like, listen to criticisms because those are the people who are helping get you your checks, you know. So
the problem is that we're always in how we talk about this stuff, we're always looking at it from a fan perspective. We're always looking at it in terms of how we care and love about these characters. But unfortunately, you know, maybe you have someone running a studio who is going to try and do their best and treat these characters with the same, you know, love that you have. But for the most part, it's run by executives who see this as the money train. And then they run the train into the ground until they don't have any more money, and then they move on to the next project, and then they hope to get money from that. And that's unfortunately, that's show business. That's how this goes, and it sucks. It does in terms of because we've waited so long as fans of these characters to see this stuff adapted and see it done correctly. So when you're watching Secret Invasion, not to change formats here, and then you find out that they're not allowed to read the comic book on which it's based. That's fucking weird. You know,
that was weird.
Yep, especially from Feig, who was known to Shown Comics when he was working with like.
You mean Feige?
Sorry, Feige. I always say Feige.
Who's this Feig you keep talking about?
Sorry, but it's weird because he was the guy who was giving Hugh Jackman and stuff, you know, X-Men comics on like the original, you know, movies, and being like, here you go, give you a better idea of what the character's like. But to an extent, I understand to some degree why they choose to do that, because they don't want it to interfere too much with what the actor is doing. They want them to do it a certain way, possibly. I don't know. But to me, I think that's kind of a silly thing in just not even having the actors take a look at the material to at least get an idea of what fans might be expecting.
Yeah, the material isn't the script. It's just like, hey, here's like, get a little idea. Like, you know, it's like if I you know, pick up like, you know, like you know, All Star Superman, for example, that James going to do in Superman Legacy 4. I'm not looking at it as like, oh, this is how they're exactly going to do it. It's like, no, think of it like this is an inspiration of tone. Like, it's like imagine, like, you know, like if you feel this kind of way reading All Star Superman, you will likely get that feeling from Superman Legacy because that's what James wants to do. So like, again, like this whole idea, like, you know, like don't read the, you know, like telling the people who work on the show, like don't read the source material. It's like, Secret Invasion is obviously not a direct adaptation from that book, because if it was, it would have a fucking bunch of Avengers in the show by this point.
Yeah, I was going to say, I can think why maybe they're afraid, because the first thing that the actors are going to ask is be like, well, this story is about Skrulls invading, you know, superheroes and like, you know, changing the status of that. So where's that with us? Oh, we're doing espionage. It's all about Nick Fury and about SHIELD agents and, you know, and about, you know, Saber and this type of stuff. And they'll be like,
so easy.
Yeah, but again, I'm not an executive. I'm just trying to make logic of how they.
Well, thank God we're not executive, because that means that we would be dumb. We would take out. Again, it's like
Right.
if I ever meet someone like David Zaslav or whoever in real life, I'll be like, what joy do you get from this? Like, besides becoming like Scrooge McDuck and just swimming in money, what joy do you get from any of that?
It's all about the numbers.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I think Zaslav saw Superman one time, thought, wow, that's kind of a cool thing. And he just wants to go like classic DC from his perspective. And that's probably that plus the money, like Dave said, is why he's going with Gunn. He thinks Gunn is a proven commodity, which debatable if you saw the Suicide Squad's numbers, but there's a lot to that.
Yeah, I don't count too much of Suicide Squad because it came out on HBO Max the same day, and also this was like one of the first major COVID releases.
Right.
Gunn is a commodity with Marvel. Gunn is a competent filmmaker.
Yeah.
But I know that he is liked in the community, but I don't think that he has, in my opinion, I don't think he has the same level of hype or level of pizzazz that maybe Zaslav might want. He just assumes that, oh well, he did these Guardians movies, and those were good, so he'll make good stuff for us, And I don't think so exactly, because the Suicide Squad is a competent film. It's fine. It gets the job done. It's entertaining for me, but like I saw it like once or twice when it came out, and I haven't seen it since. And again, I'm always trying to think about the general audience and how Gunn tries to, tackle it like a comic book nerd. And I think that to a certain degree can kind of, because he's looking at more as a nerd and less as a filmmaker,
Yeah.
Because I have a friend Caitlin that's very, I would say general audience in terms of this stuff.
Okay.
And she tried the Suicide Squad. By the time Starro showed up, she got the fuck out of there. She was like, okay, I'm done. And she got her person, she left, and the movie didn't do great. But on top of that, I remember there was a report like around the year it came out, or maybe it was just the year after. It was I was gonna say Weta, but I don't think it was Weta. It might have been Iron Studios. Had to come forward and apologize to people who had ordered the not the Deadshot, but whatever character Idris Elba plays in it.
Bloodsport.
Bloodsport. Thank you.
Bloodsport. Yeah.
Yeah, they would be like, yeah, I'm sorry, we had to cancel the Bloodsport figure because there wasn't enough demand for this figure and stuff like that. And I remember that and just kind of laughing a little bit, but like, yeah, I mean,
yeah,
I don't know. I mean,
I think there would be if he faced Superman, but we were told it, and then he just kind of stumbled with this career.
Yeah, why show something when
in a perfect universe, in a one where they actually gave a shit about the content connectivity, the ending of the movie would have been Zack Snyder's Justice League members coming to save the day and taking out Starro. And when they did it, it would have looked like the Brave and the Bold cover.
Oh my gosh, that would be
right.
Oh yeah,
that's how you would have done an ending of the movie. But that didn't happen. Instead, Harley Quinn jumps into the starfish, and somehow in the eyeball. And I'm just
it's a cool but
it's a cool shot. But
I just didn't get.
Yeah,
David, did you like the Suicide Squad?
What
did you like? I
thought it was okay.
Yeah,
it was like an. I've seen it twice, and it's not one of those where I'm like, all right, let me put that on. It's kind of, yeah.
I prefer the Guardians movies over that film.
Yeah,
and
I do too.
Right, and like I care about those characters in Guardians more than I do the Suicide Squad, which I think shouldn't even be the case, because the Suicide Squad is usually like a lively bunch. You know what I mean in terms of the comics.
When it comes to Harley Quinn, though, I liked her arc and
So here's the thing is I generally one of the reasons why I was having a hard time with Peacemaker, the show is whatever, but like I was more annoyed that it got made, because I was like, Polka Dot Man and the Ratcatcher Girl are way more fucking interesting than fucking MAGA, Captain America over here.
Yeah.
Like I don't care about. I know it's John Cena, but I don't give a shit. Like I don't care about this character. I like these characters. Polka Dot Man, he's done, and Ratcatcher Girl, like whatever. Okay, so like I said, it's just a lot of different decision making and stuff. And like I think, did Gunn say that he's making a Waller show still, and he's going to carry that over?
Still happening. That's still happening. Yeah.
Okay, so
So basically, he's making Superman Legacy. Waller is going to be happening
The
before
Authority.
that.
Yeah.
I think.
And
And
there's
then
Waller.
Peacemaker season 2. So
Well, he said the thing is about Waller that was before the strike. Superman Legacy is he's finished writing it. Waller is
Right. Waller.
How many
Wait,
episodes?
What about Peacemaker season 2? Did he finish that?
right after Legacy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
and
Superman,
Creature Commandos is coming in there somewhere. So
Creature Commando is supposed to come out before.
Yeah,
all
so
the-
That's animated though, right?
Yeah, this is time.
Yeah.
Blue Beetle, Creature Commando, Superman Legacy, and then whatever the fuck comes after that.
I'm fairly certain that Creature Commandos is already all the voice stuff is.
When he announced it in January, they finished writing all the scripts. So they've been recording as far as I know, and I think unless the actor strike happens and they aren't finished, they will be at least
good.
Yeah.
I think the actors and directors stuff, I think they have that figured out, or they came to some deal, but writers are still on hold.
Director for sure. The actors is still up in the air.
Okay.
Well, they voted in favor of a strike.
Right, that it might not turn into something, but the writers, it's still all very much going on.
I got to be honest with you guys. Like, I understand, especially with Gunn's MO, he likes taking on D-list characters to, kind of do his own take on it. So there's less resistance to trying something new, which I totally understand. And you want to try to utilize different aspects of whatever universe you're taking on. But I got to be honest with you. Like, when that got announced, I never consider myself an expert on anything, but I consider myself enough of a big DC fan to be like, oh, I know this obscure thing. When that got fucking announced, I was like, what the fuck is Creature Commandos? I was completely in the dark.
You know what it is? It's Doom Patrol, but with a different name.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it military based though? Because Commandos.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's got Rick Flag Sr. So
cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
I mean, it should be. I mean, yeah, I know. I was the same way. I was like, the fuck is that? And it's like,
you know what they could have done is that if they want a new team, Secret Six is right at their fingertips.
You have
a lot of people were saying that, especially when it came to the Waller thing. It was like,
I still think Waller is going to get reworked. I think Waller is a Secret Six. And I think they're going to reveal
a lot of people were thinking that. Yeah.
Gail Simone could not be any more of like a gun fanatic and being like, oh, I want to. The terrible use of phrase, but
wow.
She did nothing but praise the Suicide Squad. She clearly wants to write more DC stuff and general be involved with these movies or whatever.
And she's actually good at what she does.
She's pretty decent. I mean, one of my favorite Justice League Unlimited episodes is one that she wrote. It was a Double Date. That's where Huntress and the Question become a couple.
That's a good one.
Yeah. But still, it's boggling to me. Just like when I see, because look, how I see things from how they've built these things up. The formula to follow is the reason why people gave Guardians to me a chance is because Marvel had proven themselves with A and B list characters with Marvel, with saying, hey, we made the Avengers, give us a shot here. And Guardians ended up being one of the the better Marvel movies and one of the better series in terms of the MCU. But that happened.
But DC hasn't really done that for the audience.
Yeah, DC is at the point where it's looking like the sequels to Wonder Woman and Aquaman 2 are going to underperform and bomb. That's where we're at. So what confidence am I supposed to have in fucking Creature Commandos? What's to make me because James Gunn's involved? That doesn't, for me, that doesn't give me the that doesn't seal the deal for me. There's no built up anything.
Well, so I think what seals for me.
Okay.
It's, all right. So you got R-rated animation. It's gonna be R-rated.
Is it R-rated?
All right.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be R-rated.
Okay.
It's R-rated. Okay.
Okay,
I mean, animation. So I'm like, okay, I'll check it out.
I mean, if it's in the style of say, I'm not saying tone, but if it's in the style of Harley Quinn, where they're just balls.
It's a new style. When they announced it, apparently, because I didn't know it until the day after. The first image you got, apparently that is a test. That is a taste of that animation, and it's different.
Okay.
I think the problem for James, because I like what you were saying about the fact that he keeps it's cool that he's going with obscure characters. But maybe right now, whatever, we know that chapter 1 has not been completely announced yet.
Yeah.
The rest of those parts better be the A-list. Let's get started. Let's start with the A-list, and then we can start going to B and C and D and so on.
If your job is to essentially reboot. Well, he's not even fully rebooting because let's be honest, he's still using his shit from the DCEU. But if your job is to get people back on board, you need to go with things that they know. You know what I mean? Yeah. Or at least things that are gonna want them to, come and see the shit. Here's the thing. The Flash is a global disaster in terms of that, and they gave Andy the Batman movie. I think officially, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. But I will say that the Flash movie is a good. If anything, the Flash movie was a Batman audition for him, and I'm like, you know what? I wouldn't mind seeing him doing a Batman movie. So I'm like, I'm sold with that. I don't know if I need to see him ever do a Flash sequel, but like, I'm sold on him doing another Batman.
But I'm hearing too, it's going to start off with him already having Damian, which is like, I don't know.
It's introducing Damian.
Yeah, no, I know. They're basically going to be reworking Son of Batman, I think, or something to that nature. But I'm also thinking, like, we've had no connection with this. Like, this is our intro.
But the Bat family is so famous at this point. I mean, like, you had things like, like Batman animated series.
Yeah, we don't need another origin story.
Exactly, and I think that's why, Batman. Like, I think that's why Batman. And also, I think the Batman show that you can have a Batman starting out that isn't necessarily an origin story. And I think again, if you have them like people know who Nightwing and Red Hood and Robin is at this point. So it's like again, like that would be easier, but it would be worse if, for example, kind of use an example. For example. So one of the shows they're doing is Booster Gold. If they just started in the middle of Booster Gold and being like, he's already a member of Justice League International, he's already this. Booster Gold is obviously gonna be like, let's start from scratch and like follow this character. But with someone like Batman, like fuck it, I don't need to see all these. Like, I don't need to see Bruce go through like 5 Robins to get to Damian. Like,
I'm already annoyed about the Booster Gold, and I'll tell you why. It's not even dealing with the fact that it's Booster Gold. It's the fact that one of the premium things about Booster Gold is his friendship and companionship with Ted Kord Blue Beetle.
Yep.
Which, as far as I can tell, Ted Kord is an old fucking man that may be dead from the Blue Beetle movie. And I'm like, I mean, Jaime be great. Jaime be nice. But like, I'm also
wondering... Ray, turn off your camera before you give it away, because I'm like, I don't want you to get in trouble. But
yeah,
Paul,
maybe Ryan knows something I don't know, but like,
I don't know where you get the idea from that Ted is somehow like dead.
I would say that Paul's onto something, but that's all I'll say.
Okay, but like, I'm just gonna say, like, that already is like, I don't know how to feel about that one. I mean, Jaime be fine, I guess, but it's not the same thing. You know what I mean? It's like,
it's not the original. Dude.
James should just say, I'm starting with the Superman movie. Hey, you haven't seen Green Lantern in a while? I've got this really cool like HBO style series. We're gonna go into that, and then we're gonna probably get Batman coming up here. We're gonna do the Wonder Woman Themyscira show, which is going to be like Game of Thrones. Those are buzzworthy things that keep people going. Like, I know that thing because it's like that thing I know, and that keeps you going. But like I love the idea of Gods and Monsters. Actually, one of my favorite DC like animated movies is that
Gods and Monsters.
The Gods and Monsters one that they did. It's really cool, and I've even watched the mini shorts that were like the origin of how that Batman interacted with other characters and.
That was basically a pilot. They were going to make it a show, and then for whatever reason, they had a comic book, they had the shorts, they had the movie. I think they even had the toys at that time. I know they made toys later, but I know they had toys at the time, and then they canceled it out of the blue for no fucking reason. And
that sounds like Warner Brothers in a nutshell.
I just I'm so tired.
Dave, I think we need to buy these studios.
Yeah, let's all pull our money.
Let's get $500 billion together.
I think we'll be okay.
Right,
well, yeah. We just gotta, we'll fund me. We gotta go fund me, and we'll figure it all out. We got the group right here to figure.
This is the brain trust right here.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. No, listen. I will call Rebecca. Like, listen, a guy like
Scott.
With Scott. Sure. I'm sure.
We didn't do the numbers. Yeah.
Steven be good with them numbers.
He's good with them numbers. Yeah, for sure.
If you got to connect, and they'll let us do anything with like the most obscure, like, I don't know, like give us the question or something like that. Let's
But
make.
first, we have to win those damn character rights.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just let us do it.
I would just warn everyone though, like if we were to do this, like I will satirize the fuck out of Red Hood in so much that it's gonna, you guys are gonna bleed Red Hood at this point, like because
if you do Red Hood, just adapt the good. I know there's two different runs, but the good run of Red Hood and the Outlaws comic, where he's like with Bizarro Superman and.
No, listen. For me, like when it like even though I do not like the writer of the original Red Hood and Outlaws Law run, Jason and Roy are like they're like this for me. So like I've been waiting.
That too.
I've been waiting to write those two together in some ways. So but
I always felt that like Jason and Speedy were always sort of just like the outcasts in a sense, like these guys who shadows they had to come out of under, and they always and they kind of just found each other through like that bond of just like, yeah, we fucked up, but we're gonna do better, or we're gonna try to do better. You know, don't ever read Heroes in Crisis. Don't ever do that. Yeah, and Andy definitely knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, we don't talk. You know
that. It's like it's that again. One of my favorite words tonight is it's another cul-de-sac. Doesn't lead anywhere.
Yeah, no, it doesn't really. Like because they've already. I think that in the comics they've already retconned it. I think once or twice already.
What comics retconning itself? That would never.
I know, right? Yeah,
they never do that shit.
Just read Flash Forward and read Jeremy Adams' Flash run, and don't ever even think about Heroes in Crisis. That's Ryan, I feel bad. I cut you off because I know you were talking about gods and monsters. And you're But what are you most excited for? Is it like Swamp Thing?
Oh, it's Green Lantern.
Like the Green Lanterns.
The lanterns.
Okay.
Lanterns.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're right though. Like, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off too, Ryan. But at the same time, it's like
Dave, it's your show. You have the right and the power to do it.
I know, but I'm just saying, like, I mean, when it comes to a Lantern show, it's like there's so much you could do with the mythology of all that. And I remember when they were originally pitching the Green Lantern show, and I actually heard things about it where it was like, oh yeah, it's gonna be past with Alan Scott. It's going to be present with
Simon and Jessica.
What's the girl?
Jessica Cruz. Simon Baz. Yeah.
Simon Baz. Who's going to have like that, and there's going to be in between Hal Jordan, John Stewart were going to be kind of absent until they got to the finale, which was going to be a big cosmic battle that was going to lead into a movie that was going to be about Hal Jordan and John Stewart.
Oh, wait! You mean that movie that prevented Zach from using John Stewart his whole time because like, we have plans?
Yeah. Pretty much that. Okay. Because John Stewart was going to be the star of Green Lantern Corps, was like where he got secluded onto a planet with his ring without energy, so he had to like survive. I mean, it sounded cool, but yeah, it was like going to be one of those things where it's like they were going to use. Like they weren't going to use Hal Jordan and John Stewart. Yeah, there was going to be mention, and there was going to be something there when it came to them, but it was mainly going to be past and present when it came to the Lanterns with the show. You were going to have those presents in there, and then
Sinestro was even going to get a run.
A crazy cosmic battle that the Green Lantern movie was going to start off with that battle, and then John Stewart and another Green Lantern, not Hal Jordan, was going to get secluded onto a planet, and their rings were without energy, so they had to like somehow get off this planet without that, and how it was going to be. I forgot exactly. I don't think I heard exactly.
Kyle or Guy, one of them.
Yeah. Well, no, it was actually going to be not a human lantern.
Oh, so,
then yeah. That's
wait,
what I
heard. We were talking about the Greg Berlanti TV show that he was going to do.
Yeah, the Berlanti one before it became what Gunn's doing now. Yeah.
Well, in between, because this was so funny. Like almost 3 months before the DC Studios announcement happened. They announced that so they've lost the original showrunner now for Green Lantern. All the 8 scripts they had finished went to tax write-downs.
Yeah. That's right. I forgot about that.
And that's when like suddenly when one of the Voldemorts left Warner Brothers, suddenly they were allowed to do Jon Stewart on television.
Yeah, go figure, right?
I hope Walter chokes wherever he's working next.
I think he's doing horror somewhere.
Did he get Paramount? I forget. Someone picked
Paramount. It was Paramount. Yeah. It
Yeah,
was
Paramount.
Those poor bastards.
Those poor Transformers movies. I don't know what's going to happen to them.
He's actually more.
Crossover.
He's more terrifying than a Transformer.
Nah.
Listen.
Con.
I don't know. Shane should have warned you. Like when it comes to Walter, like I go after that man with like I don't hold back. Like I literally ranted about this man on Endless Multiverse so many times that people like literally tell like, Andy, you're taking it too personally. Am I taking it too personally, or is this man just?
Well, let me just say that somebody called him a cocksucker. That when I was talking to him at one point. So I'm not going to say who said that, but somebody that called him an actual cocksucker.
I think the fact that Zach is calling one of his spider people Harmata says a lot.
Yeah.
But between Walter, Toby Emmerich, and Jeff Johns, I think we're talking about a lot of damage that got done to the brand for sure.
Definitely.
But no, it's no. It's us cultists. We're the ones who hurt the brand. We are the problem. Hey, it's us. We're the problem. It's us. Like where's that song from Taylor Swift? Like, Taylor Swift should write about how the Snyder Cult ruined the DC brand. Where all the real DC fans would like somehow elevate. Oh wait, they didn't go to the movies last week when The Flash came out.
Real quick, was the Hamadaverse or whatever where they were talking that Green Lantern movie that would have happened with McQuarrie directing, and it was going to have Tom Cruise potentially as a Hal Jordan. I would have loved that movie, but I don't know. Was that under Hamada's direction? Because it doesn't sound like.
I don't. I think there was always just. I think that was fan fluff.
Yeah,
to be honest.
Yeah.
That's how they disgrace Rudolph with a poop.
Yeah, no. The only Green Lantern project I think during Hamada's time that saw any traction was the Berlanti stuff that then got immediately axed once Warner Brothers Discovery and then eventually Gunn got involved, and then it got either thrown out or reworked or whatever you want to call it.
I think it's going to get reworked because just like when I heard the details from somebody that was in the know, and I was like, oh, that sounds pretty cool. And then they rework it to lanterns. I'm like, well, that sounds like it kind of could still be, because it was about multiple lanterns, past and present. So
well, lanterns is specifically on Hal and Jordan. Like the Berlanti product, that's been replaced by this project. Berlanti, like Superman Lois is essentially the last Arrowverse DC.
Yeah, Berlanti,
yeah. He's I think he's obviously tapping out of DC because he's like I think I've done my fair share here, which is
he's had a decade of doing
between the Green Lantern movie and then doing all of the stuff with CW. I think that's his
and HBO Max, and hey, technically. Deadpool Detectives is still his show.
That's right, huh? That's supposed.
But that's good. But that's going to Netflix, and it's part of the Sandman universe now.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
Nothing wrong with that.
I think they would have kept the Lantern show, and they would have kept Strange Adventures, because when HBO Max was dropping those in the beginning, they had the two banners up, and they were like, "Oh, these are coming soon." I was like, "Oh, I can't wait," because I think it was Kevin Smith had one.
Yeah, he was going to do a Bizarro episode with he wanted to bring Nick. Yeah,
so much missed potential.
I will talk a little more off air, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah. But see, this is why.
No, go ahead, Paul.
No, I was just gonna end with this is why I love talking about this and I love discussion, but this is also why I'm skeptical. I've been telling you guys all night why I'm skeptical of anything in the future other than what I know is officially coming out. Because
which is nothing.
I mean, in terms of just like, I'm not getting excited about anything because even with people in charge, the plan changes like every 5 to 6 months at this rate. So I mean, I hope for the best and plan for the worst. That's all I'm gonna say. And
really what we can do. So, but I think this is a good spot to end it. We're creeping up on almost 6 hours here, man. Jeez. But yeah, this has been fun. Thank you to, of course, Axel and Phil and Lex. Of course, Lex being the featured guest. Not sure exactly what happened.
I hope he's okay. Lex,
I hope so too. I have messaged him. I was like, "Hey, man, you coming back?" And didn't get an answer, but maybe he'll respond tomorrow. Yeah, so we'll see what happens. But yeah, this has been a lot of fun. We'll go around the horn and kind of like let's go ahead and plug. So, Andy, you go first.
Oh, I was about to look down. Like, wait, you can find me at Andrew Bag. The handle is. I can never. This is my handle. This is my handle on all social media. Follow me there, and you can find me over at the Flash podcast. Despite the fact that the Flash TV show is over, we're still going. You can find me at Screen Rant. You can find me at Multiverse of Color and this Multiverse. Just check my bio for like all my stuff that I do. As always, I'm happy. Thanks for having me on, and let me bitch about whatever I need to talk about.
Nice. Me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So Paul.
Oh, Dave, you completely froze up. I was like, oh no, did we lose him again?
I know there was like a little glitch that just happened too. By the way. Yeah. So we're good.
I used to have a Twitter, but I don't anymore. But anyway, if you guys want to, if anyone's interested, you want to follow me, I'm at ppmickey1988 on Instagram. So feel free to follow me or message me or whatever. So yeah,
he's got a picture with Joe Mang on his Instagram.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I do.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Awesome to see you.
Yeah. All right, Ryan.
People who've listened, they probably know my socials at this point, but just in case, mostly it's Twitter. You can find either myself or our show's page at the Nerd Rage Pod or at Ryan's_ramblings, where you can either hear me talk about the news or just talk about, anything that I'm frustrated about, kind of like we did tonight. So, honestly, we'll get the podcast back up here. I got some episodes in the cooker. And I'll probably say that for the next time I'm on here. So, just give me a follow on Twitter, and I'll keep the chatter there.
There you go. All right, guys, smash that like, thumbs up, subscribe, do all that. Always fun. Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Ryan. And we will talk to you guys later.